Hello and welcome back to Arknights. I know I said I was going to go back and forth as to whether or not to do the Ideal City storyline, but I figure if it starts getting too long, I'll just cut it off and do the story later. Ideal City, Endless Carnival, quests, the market. Freebie is for this time around is minimalist, an actually fairly strong mecha cord, but I already have a lot of powerful ones, including Ebb in there, so I'm not sure how much I'll decent stuff. But I guess mecha cords are my favorite caster type, so we'll see. Visitors are eager while the tour guide has ulterior motives. Well, it's not that bad. Relax. The tour guide has ulterior motives, but it's not that bad. Huh. Always hustling, busy. Akahaluans. What are you doing, we ask? Ha! What else can warriors of Akahula do? The greatest weapons, the sturdiest buildings, the high priest, and Inum committee support. We even build more machines. Conquest, manure factory. Akula name will reign across all lands. Wait. Oh, is the music off? Oh, crap. I can reactivate it. Manure factory. What a great wood. That's how you say it, right, Yogi? No, Yoda. It's manufacturing. Besides, you should try and get some more rest instead of helping out with the Forest MK3, the fully automatic tree planting and cutting robot. Actually, since we wrote it off and built a new one last night, this is now MK4. I've been doing great lately, don't worry. I never thought these rocks, the Originium, they could be so useful. My eyes are wide open now. This new technology, who brought it here? Probably in them. It's strong like Gaviel. You couldn't just shoot the upper half up the in a spiral. It even stays midair for half a minute. Yeah, that's pretty shocking. The High Priest calls that disassembly. I've been thinking for a while. Am I dropping frames? It says the connection's unstable. Huh. Oh, whoops, sorry about that. Let me, sorry if you just had to check your Discord. Let me, activate streamer modes. Do that yet again. Ready? Unstable. We'll see if the frame rates get any better. If not, I might end it early. Look, the lands are so vast, and now we have so much manufacturing. Manufacturing. And the High Priest said before, that's not how you use that word. That doesn't matter. What matters is we have more and more big machines. They also get easier to control and cause less accidents as well. More from what you can do now is there. Like what? Ambitious brother. Such your sights on all Sargon. Can you see it now? Our statues as tall as 3 mountains and big as 2 whole lakes. Ooh. Of course, we need one for the clan leader as well, the high priest. We cannot forget it on him either. Finally, we need to sell. Think special celebrate this. A building, right? Yes, a palace. Wood? No. Sandstone or sturdy rock. Originium, that's it. We'll pile it up, make a building. Pile it up into what? A temple? Maybe something simpler, like a circle. Can't make a circle with rocks. Let's pile up layer by layer so it forms a triangle. Oh, a triangular tower. Now we just need to give a name. Still, there's no point talking about all this. Gabriel said I won't live long with my disease. Yoda, no, we just have to change the way we think. Let's turn the place into a barrow plot. That way, get Akahul. All of Sargon will remember your name, and I know what to call it too. Yogi Yoda Tower. We'll finish it before you die. Oh, it's Tomimi. Jinx yourselves like that. Oh, Tomimi, what are you doing here? I thought you went straight to Gavel and the clan leader yesterday. It's been a while since I was back home. I can't just leave like that, can I? I guess not. What are you doing here today? You were stopped by, didn't you? Actually... Oh, you're the shorty I mentioned. What's the matter? Are you here to complain about our food again? Yeah, I've been thinking the food's kind of bland lately, too. How are we supposed to go by without any meat? Something else. I have a name. Stitch Canvas. You can't judge me by my height. Are all Akiosaria like this? No, we're not. Whatever, you're a bunch of weirdos bickering about tail thickness anyway. I guess it's a cultural difference after respect. What? Alright, what do you need? We're working on a magnificent blueprint for Sargon. Blueprint. You hear that, Durin, man? This is a huge, glorious plan. I think a big over-the-top tomb isn't such a great plan. Besides, if anyone gets a huge tomb, we won't have enough room for the rainforest. You stop calling it a tomb. It's celebration, celebratory. If we build it bigger, we can put both Leader and Gavial in there too. And descendants will sing the praises of the zoo, Nut Mama, and Gavial's will in front of our statues and their kids all around. Ah, yes, tail thickness, indeed. Hello, Pixel. Welcome to the stream. Let's see here. It says the frame rate's a bit odd, so let me know if there's any problems, but looks fine on my end so far, at least. Should stabilize soon. I'm starting to regret this decision. Oh, wow, but right now we shouldn't. In that case, why we can't call it Yogi Yoda Tower? It has to have Gavial's name. We can add my name there while we're at it. No, I mean, Mr. Stitch already talked to Ina about this, but I want everyone to hear him explain it. This is pretty serious after all. I sent Gavial a letter. I don't know if they'll make it in time. What's so serious? I'm trying to plan the rest of my life with what little time I have left. What could be more serious than that? I'm not here to judge your fantastical ideas, surface dwellers. However, as I said before, if our city actually meets its crisis, the calamity will destroy everything. When that happens, it won't matter how amazing your buildings are, they'll be reduced to rubble. A calamity. Well, there's been a few of those around here lately. Hey, it's you, Nectus. Hey, Zamala. Gaviel. Well, I didn't know we came back at the same time. How's the situation? Have those infected settled down? Who do you think you're talking to? Not just the infected. Mine security and the villagers nearby and that old man from Rim Billiton. I took care of all of them. You with our business partner too? Yeah, I got a problem with the treats the infected. I have a friendly chat with him as a doctor, from a doctor's perspective, the Gabriel way. Never mind all that. Have you seen the letter yet? I haven't been back to the dorms. This is a letter from Tomimi. She went back home and visited her family, did she? Yeah, she's been keeping in touch with her and Arcohula friends. Sort of spent too much on skins, Silver Ash, and Saria. Yeah, I know what you mean. I bought, I got Surters and La Plumas and Kyobis myself. So yeah, that was very expensive. I'm very glad I had 60 because they're almost all gone now. 60 of the gold rocks because they're almost all gone now. She was going to ask to go with her too. A trip home together. If only Master Closure hadn't given me any work, that would have been nice. But if that was the whole story, you wouldn't have bothered coming looking for me, right? Hey now, when do we become strangers? Come on, what did Inam say? Did Tomimi run into trouble? Yeah, miraculously, the whole rainforest's in trouble. Wait, what? Better pack up and get yourself ready. We're in for a big adventure. Really, they all start with S. Oh, yeah. Sadly, I broke that for mine, though, since, yeah. SL/P, I guess, depending on how you count Lapluma's name and Kyobi's C. Although sometimes C can sound like an S. Oh, yeah. Whole rainforest will sink to the earth, the entire land will shift and change? That's right. I could explain the structure of a Durin city, but it's not like you'd understand. To, to put simply, my homeland's underground, not far from this rainforest. We've run into some trouble, and that's why I came up to seek the surface dwellers' help. Now, I didn't actually have very high hopes for you lot to begin with, but when I saw what you're doing, perhaps you could be of some help. Well, that does sound like a big problem, but that doesn't have much to do with our tribe, right? Wait, this guy said if a Durin city is destroyed, it'll cause a chain reaction with the surface. Then our tower will, on the flip side, if you help us, we'll return the favor with our Durin technology. Somehow feels like the Durin here, the dwarves are basically pulling the A gear with all their superior tech and all that. Don't know a lot about your tech level, but I can tell at a glance you're going to sometimes be outrageously primitive. Uh, Stitch, isn't that just casual racism or something? Help from an outsider? Not sure we could use any. To me, it's you service roles with the outsiders. Well, never mind. Mr. Stitch did point out some serious problems with the Forest MK3 when he looked at it, although it seems like he got rid of a lot of its functions. Discarded? Yeah, that's why Inum figured we shall follow Mr. Stitch underground to see what's going on. I'm going to, of course, as the clan leader of Gavil's will. While we're here, it's up to you guys to take care of everyone in Tiakua. Well, I've got no problem with that. I mean, for the sake of our great gold Originium Pearl Tower of Great Akula, you better get this problem solved. Use the word great twice. We will. How are we going to get there? We haven't been outside the forest for too long. Are you sure we won't get lost? Don't you worry. Ah, it's Elysium. We won't have any DP problems with him along. After all, I'm coming along. Mr. Elysium! Hey, you're the Rhodes Islander. Resilient as I am, I even have to take a vacation to alleviate the stress I've accumulated. Little did I know I'd find myself in another tremendous operation to save the Durans, but never mind. Who might have missed out on more fun? Dylan and Blaze are right. It's a bustling place, but you can still relax and wind down a little. It's a wonderful spot. I think technically this is a sequel to the first Gabriel event with the Eunectus event, yeah. Sadly, I was on hiatus when that event went by, so I only know the bare basics about it. I still have yet to find those famously delicious mushrooms after searching through the woods multiple times, though. I only hope Miss Inam will follow through with her promise to help me accomplish the 7 must-dos while visiting Akula. Mr. Elysium and Mr. Stitch already got the ball rolling. With the two of them as guides, we won't lose our way, or at least that's what they promised. Perhaps by the time Gabriel and Eunectus is here, we'll have already taken care of everything. Well, that would be nice. We get everything done and we can go home early. She used to be the impatient one. If I come within half an hour, how come I have to wait half an hour in the hallway for now? For the record, Eunectus is the scientific name for an anaconda, which is the snake that Eunectus here is supposed to be. Since she's an anaconda, does that mean she can swallow large objects? Or people? I will look into that later. Look at this new gear. I thought Garrett would file a request for this stuff every month, but I guess that's not really the case, judging by Master Closure's reaction. So I guess she's not going back to playing the wandering medic who left the tribe. This is taking too long. Gabriel, what are you doing? Don't rush me. You guys put together the most complicated equipment, you know? That's what you get when you make an order on such short notice. If you have a problem with that, maybe you should go through the proper procedures with engineering next time. This sucks. Not even those knights and Casimiras wear this much armor. Doesn't matter. If there's anything you can't figure out... What do you want to swallow? Now, I can't reveal all my secrets. Mostly, I wanted to mention that just to plant the idea, because that sounds hilarious. You know, one of those, say something you know is effectively dropping a grenade, then run off and see what people make of it. I forget, this'll do, I'm tossing the rest. Oh yes, as a quick note, my 10 roll, the only 5-star I got was Kirara, who I didn't even remember was an operator until I went to the profile to get her name. So I think that's a good sign that I should skip this banner, other than the free pulls, of course. As nice as it would be to get Cantabile and anyone else, to be honest, I don't really... Hello, Infected Banda, welcome to the stream. I was just briefly mentioning my pulls since I'm not going to do any live ones. And also mentioned that as an anaconda, Eunectus could probably vor people. Alright. Huh? Yeah, I forgot all that junk. Don't need it. The moment I picked up this axe, I figured it all out. Figured what out? This guy's all I need. Did you make it? It was a rush order. I knew it. Only you could make something this kick-ass. No complaints? From the balance to the weight, all perfect. Oh, you next more new. Alright, now that's the reason I brought it up, to get funny reactions like that. But this little ornament. Lancet 2 told me to pour my feelings to everything I contribute to, whether a patient or equipment. Did that, huh? Probably learned it from Closure. Well, whatever winds your sprocket. Alright then, let's go. Gabriel. What now? More dawdling? What are you going to do? It sounds like the Duran's call for help that Tomimi got might be some kind of crisis the city is facing. It might be a catastrophe. It could be war. The letter says, fire rained down from the sky, burned our quilts, giant mushroom spouted from the ground, blocked sunlight, preventing plants, but it's too abstract. What do you mean it's abstract? Wait, what do you mean it's abstract? They directly said something's blocking out the sunlight and the crops are dying. Hang on. Even if they don't mean a literal mushroom, it's effectively going to be one with the umbrella shape. No matter what the problem is, we ought to be able to tackle it. I mean, Im and Elysium are coming too. Tackle it how? Didn't you just give me the answer? Check out my getup, and I really mean it, Zumama. I haven't been this excited in a while. Oh, so I mean you're using your fists again. The usual. The usual, huh? Time waits for no one, Zumama. Why don't you want to see with your own eyes what those guys from your tribe have done in the forest? I guess so. Let's get going then. Bait Mushi. Alright. Since I accidentally... I was doing a bit of
How
farming a
did you
bit, so I
rest, Doctor?
disabled the
I
music,
used to
so...
love staying up myself. Until one time, I went a full night without closing my eyes, and had splitting headaches for a week after.
Alright, Ideal City.
It was a horrifying experience.
Alright, now it's this first map. Oh wait, who are the bonus operators again? Do I have any of these? New operators. I do not have any of them, unfortunately, but I will have minimalists soon, I guess. First time, better try the local specialty, but drink in moderation. Even an Originium slug could walk more straight than these drunkards. Ebon be nice, but let's bring Mint. Skill 1, because I'm going to use Auk on her, because it looks like there's a good spot for it here. That should be good to bring some of the newer operators I've got. Full banner and Paul 6 Cantabile. Oh, congrats, Panda. That was a real close one, kiddo. You completely forgot the way here, didn't you? I'm not a kid. I'm just 100% not 100%. Without a professional guide like me leading the way, how would a kiddo like you make it such a dangerous cave? Even I had to think twice before jumping in. In any case, why don't we take this opportunity to set up camp and get some shut-eye? If you don't know how to pitch a tent, I can help out. Inem, you serious? Is this really the time for that? The air flows smoothly here, with the air spacious but sheltered from wind and rain. The temperature is pretty agreeable. When it's dark, I've skipped the eye mask. I think Elysium raises some good points, but I'm not too familiar with these field tents. No problemo, I'll show you what to do. This model is very simple, just unfold it, it's pretty much good to go, just need to secure a few locks. Whoa, you're right, very convenient. When Logistics originally designed this model, they consulted me specifically, the fieldwork specialist I am. I graciously allowed them to let them name the series after me, but I'm not sure why they didn't go through with it. Well, maybe they felt there was a bit more room for improvement and this tent model wasn't worthy? What a shame. They should know I wouldn't nitpick over such minor things. Evan Pole's got the new Vanguard. Yeah, Cantabile's pretty good. I think agents are probably going to be replacing chargers since DP on hit is generally more reliable than DP on kill. Bagpipe will probably survive once more of them come out, but I don't think any of the others will, if we're blunt. Maybe Vigna, since she's so cheap and easy to build, but if so, they'd probably be doing it for her damage more than her actual DP generation, I mean. So, Mimi, I've been hearing a lot about the good time you had at Rhode Island, and that's all well and good, but I have to admit, I'm having second thoughts. Rhode Islanders always pitch tents inside lifts. I think Elysium's the exception. I'll say it one more time, this isn't a regular old lift, this is the pride and joy of the Durham people, super convenient, lift-o-matic, #1. Yes, indeedy, makes for a great campsite. Hey, enough of that, you two. How long will it take to get to the underground city you're talking about? Yeah, what's up with that, kiddo? We've been sitting on this lift for almost half an hour already. It's not like I'm... Now, but wonder, were you mixed up in all the stories I heard about Gabriel back in the tribe? Of course, too often am I on there seating into that woman's fists. I think it might be better if you turn back then. It's not that often, once every 3 weeks wouldn't be an exaggeration. Wow, he's really good at pissing her off, apparently. Oh, whatever. Wait, at least he might just be one of Gabriel's regular co-workers, but I'm Gabriel's most cherished partner, the leader of Akula's mightiest tribe, Gabriel's will. There's almost nothing true about that second half. I appreciate your generosity and selfless help. I'm sure the city will welcome you with open arms. Hopefully your ugly-ass metal monsters on treads will come in handy. You say something, Stitch? Oh, not at all. I'm just saying we're almost there. Is it too late to swap the welfare to Inum? It sounds like that character will be more fun to have around. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zero Teza. Wow, this is almost like something hanging out of the book Journey to the Center of the Earth. And since that's a certified classic, that's... well, the good news, Pixel, is that the data mine suggested that after this event and CC 10, they will have the Dustless Holiday rerun, which is also good for me because I'd rather build Tequila than worry about Mylnar on the coming event on his. Uh, don't get me wrong, though. I'm looking forward to that event because that's when Ebonholes gets his arguably better module. And yeah, free gold certs for anyone who already has him. I'm going to build Tequila and I'm going to skip Mylnar. As great as Mylnar is, he's one delete button among many, so I don't need to empty my wallet for does the same thing as like Surtur or Tequila, except faster. And while that is nice, that's a. It's not like those Surtur or even Silverash for the matter, let alone Tequila, are going to struggle to kill anything in the. Unfortunately, it does seem like if the data mine is correct, then no. It seems Dorothy's been delayed for until March, which sucks for me because as you can see, I have a maxed out Cruise Altar, and I kind of want her module, but the Marksman module isn't until Dorothy's Vision, so that's been delayed, which also frustratingly means it won't be here for CC10, so I guess I'm going to have to focus on a primarily caster team for that event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Zuritsa. It's extremely rare for any surface dweller to lay their eyes on Durance City, let alone our beautiful... Hey, what the heck's that? A giant waterfall? It's a huge water slide! No, that's not what's important. Can't you respect the beautiful, minimalistic piece of distance with a garden? So this is Durance City. I thought it'd be a bit more, normal. I mean, it looks... They have a water park? Huh. Technically, officially, they announced that the CC10 is going to be coming in early February, which is about when this event leaves. And if the data mine is right, once it ends is when the Dustless Holiday is rerun. But again, it's only a data mine. They can shift that around as much as they want. I'm hoping they have the to be continued event around there since that's a simple vignette event. But again, that wasn't data mined either, so it's a bit tricky. And yeah, I don't know if someone on the development, on the global server just hates Dorothy or what. Poor Dorothy fans. Along with, I forget the 5-star on that banner, but yeah. Mysterious Underground Places, that's what the magazine talk about. Actually, Zertz is unique among Duran cities because it's built by the legendary designer standing before you. My predecessors came here with a vision to create a city of beauty and harmony. And this magnificence sparked their philosophy and minimalism. It's Super Spinner Slide. Dylan wouldn't stop going on about how much fun Akahula was, and I didn't believe him at first with that wicked grin on his face, but trying to be true. Ooh, I want to see it. We have to bring Gabriel next time. Wonder if the legendary Durans are interested in doing business. There's not a single shred of appreciation for minimalism in those empty heads of yours. What a heap of junk. What is that heap of junk in front of you to greatness of my work? Well, whatever. I should have got my hopes up for you people. Okay, seriously, is it too late to exchange Minimalist for someone else? I think we could get a better welfare out of this. As maybe Inum? Yeah, Minim strikes me as someone who could be potentially more interesting, so let's go with that. Should be somewhere around here. Some elders in the tribe mentioned a giant cave beneath Akahula, but I didn't expect it to be this complex. Seems like what Tomoimi and the others were saying turned out to be true. If the worst case scenario comes to pass, it won't just be us, Tiakua, that are affected. Everyone in this entire region is going to be at risk. There's no way it's that serious. High Priest, what are you doing here? Naturally, I came because I sense the two of you in need of help. I'm the all-knowing High Priest, after all. Old man, how are we supposed to get inside that legendary underground city? Don't be in such a rush, children. It's not every day you get to delve deep into an underground cave. Soak in your surroundings. Take a look at these fluorescent paths. I'll let you know a secret. If you grind them into powder and sprinkle them over a grilled fin, the flavor speaks for itself. And these tiny little fruits on the vines. Sorry, but we're short of time here. Alright, I know. Do you remember the safe route coming here? If I recall correctly, it's left, right, then another left. He's gonna get us lost in the Lost Woods, isn't he? We're gonna have a Lost Woods scenario in just a moment. I bet it. And then the 4 left turns in a row after that. That would take us right back where we started. Really strange. Let me see if I can pull something else from memory. These underground passages wind to and fro. It's hard to keep things straight. Was I right? Then uphill, then downhill? How about more dangerous path? You're just as impetuous as when you were little. There does happen to be a path that is somewhat dangerous, but saves more time, I suppose. See that river heading around? Just jump down. For real? The two of you should probably be fine, judging from your statures, but you're the man, Zumama. Get ready and take a deep breath. Let's go. But I would advise the two of you just follow me slowly. Thing is, where'd they go? In any case, this is the Duran city of Zerteza. I had no idea there was a place like this beneath Akahula. Zerteza has its roots here since antiquity, but with the exception of a few adventurous idiots, we've generally had little interest in the surface world. Of course, I am the exception. You don't much care for the stories of adventure? That's right, I don't care for them at all. Stop trying to twist my words, and I'm not an idiot either. Yeah, that was actually kind of clever on Elysium's part. Hey, that's not how I see it. Ahem, let me introduce myself once more. I'm Stitch Canvas, the most distinguished architectural designer in the city. As you can see, the buildings around the city speak most directly to one's heart and soul, designed by none other than myself. I must admit, that architecture in the building right behind him is actually kind of interesting, but I can't tell if that's an apartment building, a mansion, an office, or what. That big water slide over there, my respect for you's gone through the roof, Mr. Stitch? No, that's not mine. Oh, so he might not have done the building. Well, then again, it is a bit excessive and possibly pretentious, so that would be very much him. Must have designed the dome above this underground city then. It's even more... It even simulates a feeling of sunlight. Incredible. Good going, kiddo. You're more than meets the eye. Have you no aesthetic taste? Aren't you able to grasp what truly matters about the city? The greenery looks very nice. Alright, we need to cultivate some appreciation in you. Since you'll never get an opportunity like this, another opportunity like this, and I have some time for my next job, I wouldn't mind showing you a place to see. It stands as the quintessence of wisdom. It's my temporary residence, specifically designed to bear the core of my profound philosophy. For someone who claims to be minimalist, he certainly does like waxing poetic. Elysium being Elysium, indeed. It's a shame he never came home for me. But I guess because he never did, I end up learning to prefer Pioneer Vanguards, so Saga and Siege will be smacking things for years to come, I imagine. Behold. I will admit, the mix of greenery and plain white is actually a nice contrast, although I guess since pale white is a neutral color goes just about well with anything. See my own pastel fey creature avatar here. My own fey self works. And look, what kind of store is that? Swimsuit shop? They're so cute! Duran clothes won't fit you, not to mention your thick tail. Please don't talk about my tail, I'm very sensitive about it. It can't hurt to take a look though, right? How could they not make a swimsuit to take into account thick tails? Hey, you two, hey! Please, we have to bring them back. Thank you for your patronage. Oh, what an exotic flavor. These grilled mushrooms are as unique as you'd expect. Kay's culinary tastes are top class. The mushrooms of alcohol are not to be missed. The mushrooms beneath are to die for. Care for a bite? Don't you think you're assimilating way too easily? I don't know. There's never a bad time for good food. Wobbled. Ugh, my head hurts. And the brother, do not let these setbacks be the better of you. All our suffering, our hardship, all meant something. The disease taking me, the time we spent together was pure delight. There has to be some way, I'm sure of it. What about the mystical liquid? The miracle juice that supposedly restores anyone back to health. That's right, that's the good stuff. Might even bring back my love of life. Help us out, kind passerby. Call the magical name with us. You with the thick tail, I'm talking to you. Me? Come on, dig into your heart, shout the name. 1321. Old Carl Mead. Cut. You said the wrong line, thick tail. Please don't call me that. Where did I find such a strange woman? Avdoya? Hold on a sec, you aren't with the old Carl Mead's fan club? Avdoya is the only sober-looking person in the club. Wow, they actually use sobriety as their identifying standard. Yeah, I get if you need any proof that these guys are this universe's dwarves, that's all you need. Well, now, brother, should we cancel Yodel, your heart's desires event? Not a chance. Delivery came for the service. Fate brought us together. Come, myself another half barrel of the good stuff. And they actually carry around barrels of alcohol. Where did they even get their hands on barrels that big? Just made the best stuff in Zorsu. Although there's always a few know-nothings out there refuse to admit it. Want to give it a shot? You won't regret it. Have to hand you guys, you sure are, and you sure are. Have to hand it to you guys, you sure are enthusiastic. All good on us. We'll look at you and tell you're a gentleman of almost distinction. Not quite sober, just the right type to become one of us. This can give far out vibes. First time anyone said about me. Never thought I'd be learning something new about myself here. Yeah, that's Elysium being Elysium, alright. You can count on me then. Bottoms up. How about the ladies, if you don't mind? I'd like to try as well. Just a little bit then. Wait, come back. What are you drinking? We have biz too. Huh? My dear citizen, I know that confronting an important architectural designer such as myself might be intimidating. Don't be fooled by the fact these individuals appear idle. They're actually quite a bit of work. Are you sure you don't want some, brother? This mead's seriously good stuff. I'll pass. I don't drink. As one of the few Durns who needs his brain for problem solving, I prefer to keep my head clear. Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that? Why are you lifting those barrels up? Hear what he just said? My ears were playing tricks on me. This kid says he never drinks and can keep his head clear. We're in trouble, my friends, and aliens infiltrated the city. As drunkards, they look more like any aliens than anyone else. It's time to let this fella know how much nonsense he's spewing. I mean, if he doesn't want to drink, he doesn't want to drink. Nothing wrong with that. Harder than ice, longer than winter, more silent than tears, more futile than sighs. Inova still cannot forget the afternoon she departed. The town was like coughing giant, exhaling rust and spitting blood. Trips and falls, but climbs back to her feet. Her steps know no pause. She doesn't ask for much. She only wants to find land without dreams and a few moments to waste. Perhaps a hot cup of hot tea and a few sips of light liquor. Indulgence is not a sin, at least in her case. What is she after? What is she running from? Even she does not know the answer to these questions. I will say I appreciate the event getting to the city and stuff right away. Yeah. I mean, it took the Stultanifara Novice event like half the event to actually get to the Stultanifara Novice.
Compassion saves
Ooh,
no
I
one
like this
on the
music.
battlefield.
My sword's gonna
Oh,
cleave your bodies and values alike.
is he not taking any damage? Let's try skill. No damage. Um... Well, now he died. I don't know what's going on there. Drunk man does drunk things. Oh yeah, they seem to have that invisibility thing around them. Oh, right, I can't use her there. Oh, right, Shining has an English voice now. I'll get that in a minute. Right, Phalanx caster. Looks like Ak was able to damage him, so maybe it's damage over time they're weak to. A Phalanx caster with Ak is a fun combination. That's why I wanted to raise one. Mint's my only one, so I'm going with her. Strange. Ak wasn't doing any damage? What's her talent again? Adjacent ally. When unit skill's not active, adjacent ally. Let's get Cizerni up here then, I guess.
Tremble in my music is
I could have used
honor.
Neon, but I wanted to try out Cizerni a little. There we go. Alright, they're definitely taking magic damage, so I guess I can focus more on a magic team if that's their weakness. Oh, dodges. Oh, I see. So they have some physical dodge, but not magic.
Listen or leave.
Yeah. Since Cizerni does magic damage, yeah, they only have physical dodge because Cizerni does magic damage during his skill effect. Flying out beeswax? Oh, congrats. I'm probably just going to stick to Mint, especially since Mint works better with buffers, and as you can see, I'm using her with Ak, specifically. No, to be shy, Tomimi, it looks great on you. Not bad. I love the swimsuit the moment I laid eyes on it. It's exactly my style. I'm a bit more partial to Inam's outfit, though, if we're completely honest. I hope she becomes playable if she isn't already. I forget. Tailors are something. But her outfit does suggest she... well, they don't usually put that much effort for someone who's not playable or not slot relevant, so she's definitely going to be important going forward if she's not playable. They managed to get custom-make something to fit your figure so quickly. Tomimi's tail is thick. Indeed, thick tails. There's going to be a lot of those, since Eunectus also has a big one, as does Thicker 3Cs. I got Mint in IS2, but I didn't really like her. Yeah, I took ages before I built Mint, because for some reason I genuinely thought she was a core caster. I don't know why, but when the subclass identifiers came, she was Phalanx. I was like, wait, she's Phalanx? And so I started building her, and as you can see, I've had a lot of fun with her, using her with Ak. And I have to use her skill 1 for that, since her skill 2 is mostly for the shift effect. It can be useful in the right situations, but if you want damage, you want that AoE. Something wrong with my figure. I've been working a lot harder. Don't worry, you look super cute. Cute, that's good then. I don't want people to make fun of my tail getting thicker again. Why would people make fun of a thicker tail? This seems like something you'd rather have than not have. You're not gonna pick out a swimsuit? I'm good, I'm just more interested in the bucket head that was helping out the tailor just now. A robot. Interesting. During technology. That's some crazy good stuff. I've never had liquor this good before. Cheers, brother. Let's drink to your health. A toast to our health. Long live old Carl mead. Mead is made with honey, if I remember right. I don't think I've actually had some. I should. I've been trying a handful of new alcohols, but I'm not a person who drinks very often, so I don't have too much of it. But I figure, hey, the holidays are a pretty good time to try some, even if it's only a little. Tomimi, that Elysium guy, is he actually reliable? Eh, he's there for us when the chips are down, usually. Now that you mention it, they're Duran operators at Rhodes Island, but they never talk about where they came from very much. You think the Durans might be hiding something? Nah, I think they just don't care a lot. They always seem a lot more concerned about what's on the menu in the canteen. Never thought we'd get the opportunity to explore an underground Duran city. Yeah, this might be a great opportunity to spread Gabriel's name to the Duran people as well. You didn't drag Gabriel, Zunama, and Kamar on your vacation this time. Kamar said she wanted to practice boxing with Blaze. Gabriel and Zunama went on a mission and haven't come back yet. Gabriel's been working too hard and lately. That worries me. I really wish she wouldn't push herself so much. Duran, the small girl. Duran is extremely lazy and chose her race's name as her code name. The Duran are basically the fantasy dwarves of this game. Yeah, the other Duran have mentioned being kind of annoyed at that, because now they have to wonder if someone says Duran, they're talking about her, if they're talking about the race, and it's just causing unnecessary confusion if Duran had just chosen a proper code name like everyone else. I wrote them a letter before I left telling... tell what you learned from Mr. Stitch as well as what he told us. They could have taken the opportunity to go back to Hakula for a break. Three of you went and made me great chief without a second thought, and about time you all came back to see what I've gotten done. By the way, while you're at Rhodes Island, did anybody find this Elysium guy a little annoying? He can be for sure, but... Well, hey, it's a completely different experience. You tall guys, saw you hanging out with those mead boys. Listen up, that stuff's for kids. We want real good booze. Turn your eyes towards number 7 whiskey. Cheers, cheers. This aroma, it's like the rainforest after a thunderstorm. Smell of mossy underground cave. Sorry, that's just the wood cup getting a little moldy. I would not want to drink out of a cup like that. He seems to be enjoying himself. Oh, Inam, you still haven't told me how you met Mr. Stitch. It's a bit of a long story. Oh no, it's a long story. That means it belongs in this game. Great Chief, the big things you brought here last time were really stimulating. Staying in front of them kept me up for days. My wife's been nagging me day in and day out about things that are gonna snatch away my soul or something. We're talking about those heaps of junk Columbia, right? Are those metal choppers that big of a deal? You bet they are. A legendary construction device these things are. Machines. Have you ever felt the joy of watching those things work right in front of you? My heart's pounded so hard, and And when I first met my wife, I guess I'll have to someone stop by to put shock absorbers on your chopper one of these days. Tomimi's going to be back in a few days, so we'd best get ready to pick her up. Pick up Tomimi, I can't imagine how much work that's going to take. It probably is about as bad as getting beaten up by a metal chopper. Who knows how many trinkets and doodads she'll bring back? Do you remember how many men we needed to grab all of her stuff last time? At first, I thought it was a little caravan. Tomimi's always been like that ever since she was little, always hoarding whatever junk she gets her hands on. I think she's gotten worse and just... Sorry, I hope I muted the mic before sneezing. If not, sorry. I don't think it's gotten worse when we got to Redwood's Island. I have no idea why she'd lugged back that plate of sheet metal, the one Gavin put a hole through. Or she couldn't find a place to put it at Rhodes Island. Wait, who's that up ahead? Call me mad, signing up for this kind of abuse. First it was those topsy-turvy caves, now it's this godforsaken place. That old man, Earthheart, drives me off a wall. Just clogs the doorway, nags at you all day. Ah, those stupid vines, that cursed sunlight. I've always said artificial lighting is much better than this crap. I'm so thirsty and tired, I can't fathom why the master would leave Zerti. The roots, is he a masochist or something? Yeah, all I'm saying is that Minimalist does nothing but complain all the time, and while I can absolutely get behind complaining, I do it all the time myself, you do need some time doing other things. Little kid? Who you calling a kid? You're a kid. You got a pretty funny accent. Who taught? I taught myself. Got a problem with that? Kids ought to mind their manners and be patient with strangers. What a funny-looking fellow. Kind of familiar, though. Anyone like this been around Akula? Someone's kid go missing? Not a thick or thin tail. Not Liberator or Phidia. Wait, could you be a Durin? What's a Durin? Can you eat it? I've only read about that in magazines, but apparently they're a mystical race of people that live underground. You mean a metal crab? No, you're the metal crab. Want to fight? Right? Come, maybe. Oh, it says maybe a metal crab for his nameplate. I love when they play with them like that. I believe they also did some funny stuff with with Fiametta. Oh, I remember now. There's an article in Stranger Things a few years ago how Durans are going to make alcohol. That's something a metal crab can't do. At best, a metal crab might get drunk off eating the fermented fruits. Ooh, I understand now. They also don't live underground. They just cover themselves in dirt. That's not what matters. Oh, now it says not a metal crab without a question mark. I knew it. Surface dwellers are a bunch of short-sighted egomaniacs who burn mouths despite not knowing anything. You know, they had this during the A-Gear event in SN, but they at least acknowledged that was that was being hypocritical. Well, actually, I think that's kind of the point here, too. Codename is Erase, yeah. Yes. That is correct. You people even make Durans look smart. Beyond all that, though, your aesthetic sensibilities are complete trash. Hey, little Duran, I'll have you know I'm wearing Sargon's most chic styles. If that's your idea of chic, that's all the proof I need. Everyone here has terrible taste. What's the point in going that aesthetic merit designed by someone else? Else, you might as well be a lowly pleb. Reminds me of that person who wondered why I would at level 90 here siege. I mean, granted, my level 90 siege was actually an accident, but if you see an operator at the absolute max level, you'd think there'd be a reason behind that. What's the point in going along with aesthetic? Great Chief, I think this kid might have a few screws loose. Do you need me to fix him up? He's still got a long life ahead of him, so let him be. I matured a long time ago, thank you enough. Physically, yes. Mentally, obviously not. Why am I matured? Oh, I changed his name to Mature Durin. Why am I wasting time with these ignoramuses? Okay, I do like that. Yeah, they're definitely making clear he's being extremely hypocritical. They're even clowning on him with his own nameplate. It's a nice touch. Oh, there he goes. Stopped again? If I'm asking small favor, Surface Dwellers, can I have some water? Yeah, if he's dumb enough to go on an adventure and not bring water, that is absolutely proof he's not nearly as smart as he thinks he is. Linging is level 90, kinda normal. Summoners are the only time you might actually want to push a level cap. because their summon stats are highly dependent on the summoner's stats. So yeah, that actually does make a difference. But for just about anyone else, everything that matters caps around level 60 or 70 at best. Anything beyond that is purely, yeah, I just like this operator. Because at that point, you're spending an awful lot of materials for virtually no gain, really. It's not bad, although I do wish the game had something a bit like FGO's Grail system, so you can mark units as favorites more easily. Although it also has to be an insignificant bonus to the unit themselves. The reason FGO has Grails to favorites only is largely because the stat bonus to the servant is so small, it can't be used for min-maxing. And this, for some, I have noticed the fan base for this game is very focused on min-maxing more than FGO is. So it would need to be something with an insignificant or pointless gain so that it can't be used as a min-max sort of thing. So the rest is pretty much what you wrote on the letter. You said that Durban City in trouble needs our help. At least that's what Stitch said at the time. A good look around us. How could this beautiful city... How could there possibly be any trouble? The drinks here being way too good can be troublesome. Might end up under the table if I'm not careful. It would never happen to me. Cheers. Those are probably unsociable rascals' roundabout way of inviting us to see his beautiful home, and I can understand that settlement. Not everyone's brain is fried like yours, Elysium. Stitch stayed with us for a month. One day, he was pestering a group of Akisora building a train. He said, "You folks are good enough. These bits of iron and copper might be able to help me. Wanted to come to have a look." So then you, brother, mind topping me off? I'll finish yours. So you went along with it? Though Stitch was definitely exaggerating about the scope of the crisis, I actually was curious to see if there's any business to be done with our underground neighbors. I play D&D and I'm not a min-maxer. Yeah, it takes all kinds, don't get me wrong. But like, let's see here. How can I explain this? Because I don't want to crap on any particular fandom, but if you try and raise if you have yeah, I guess it's not true. I mean, even in FGO, I've had some people ask me why I'd grail such crappy units. At level 90, he was like, which is a lot. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I guess, like I said, it takes all kinds. It's a bit unfair to just group everyone together. It just seems, even my experiences are just, well, my experiences. Sure, I've run into a bit more chill people in FGO about and less min-maxers, but there have been some. I'm purely a min-maxer. And there's indeed nothing wrong with that. For some people, winning or nuking the hell out of stuff is the fun, so nothing wrong with wanting to push the damage. Sure, Mylinar feels like overkill as far as my goals are concerned, but I can respect people who are going to go for him simply because his damage is completely bonkers. It's something like 4k damage per second. Holy shit. Like, for reference, Tequila's at like 2600. And those are just napkin math off the top of my head. They're not definitive. They're just kind of to give you an example of how big it is. So yeah, if someone wants raw damage and nothing else, you absolutely won't go wrong with someone like Mylinar or some of the operators coming up. I was actually curious to see any of my business done with underground neighbors. Good idea. If Akula ever wants to escape Savage Bruge's state, I need to every opportunity I can get. I heard Durans are exceptional at smelting and smithing. If we could do them a favor, we might be able to get a thing or two in return. You folks won't get all excited over a few bits of scrap metal anymore. I didn't expect you to be such an upstanding great chief. I thought you'd blow your money in the city all one day. You brat, is how I think of me. If Akula wants to develop, the most important thing it needs is money. Doesn't matter if it's Sargonian coins, Colombian bills, or Victorian pounds. We need them all. Yeah, as much as... Yeah. Commerce is absolutely not negotiable if you want to get some good stuff going, absolutely. Even when playing Civilization or something, it's difficult to be entirely isolated unless you get lucky and start on a continent or island with everything you need immediately. Yeah. Trading is just really convenient to help push things a bit further than you otherwise could. Oh, with Akula's current manufacturing output, some shoddy handmade products, a bit of unrefined ore, we barely have money for people to live decently, let alone think of getting rich. Luckily, you don't have to worry about how a city defines living decently. That said, there's a difference between money and wealth. Sitting on a stack of money doesn't accomplish anything. Once you get into circulation, it becomes wealth. Akul is already on the up and up, but if it were to become better, it needs opportunity. For example, a technological partnership with Durans. This is a bit beyond me. All I know is whenever I run into a problem, I throw arts at it. If that doesn't work, I whack it with my staff. I genuinely hope Tomimi gets a... in the home server, core casters are all getting modules, and that includes Tomimi. I'm genuinely hoping she gets something good, but I'm gonna be honest, well, I don't have her myself. The, record restore to get her is coming up soon, though. If it isn't here already, and I just forgot. I do hope she gets something good, but at the same time, I've seen her kit, and I genuinely have no idea where they can even start to make her better. She basically is a caster, but melee range, which feels like it's kind of missing the point. Well, it's whatever, I guess. But for the sake of her fans, I hope they can figure out something to make her better. Yeah, her kit's kind of weird. I genuinely have no idea what they could do to help her. Although I guess modules are kind of a crapshoot to begin with. Off the top of my head, the only 6 stars that didn't go from bad to good were basically ones where the class change to the class trait itself is the improvement, like chaincasters. I always mention how much I've been using pudding as a better splash caster than actual splash casters. Her and the other ones all benefit because the chaincaster module modifier itself is the big thing that does a lot for them. As the rest, only ones like Passenger get the really good stuff like boosted SP gains and all that. Bit disappointing. I was really like a lot of the time it feels like, you know, the Charger modules. Bagpipe got an absolutely amazing one, but she was also the only good one to begin with, arguably the only good one to begin with. The other Chargers got kind of buffs, especially the weaker ones like Reed, who really needed a buff. So, unfortunately, when a new set of modules comes out, my hopes generally aren't high for anyone who's not already good or on the precipice of being good. Flashcaster, Aya. Or indeed, Ebon Holes once he gets his second module. It's kind of funny how easily you can make a Splashcaster better than the actual Splashcasters, but here we are. Whenever I'm problem, I throw some arts at it. That's how the Gavial's way of life. Everyone, after working with Rhodes Island for so long, you still can't leave your roots behind, huh? But the best I can do is tinker around some of the edges. For Akula to truly develop, we still need a leader. Ain't much already, great chief? A leader, someone who can truly reunite the Tiakua. Am I gonna do that? A little troublesome for me. I'd rather go shopping. I like the way you think. I'm quite fond of shopping myself, but nothing beats a great outdoors. By the way, I haven't seen our motor-mouth friend in a while. Did he sneak off somewhere? Seems like it. I'd assume he went to set something up. Oh, right, but first we're here, right in front of a big water slide. It wouldn't hurt to enjoy our vacation first, right? I think the Yanis operators at Rhodes Island have a saying for this. It goes something like, those plans, the guest follows. I think that means since the host isn't here, we do what we want. Well said. I'll drink again the Pearl of Wisdom. Race to the foot of the slide, my friends. At least he really is getting used to the Duran lifestyle a bit too quickly. He's gone native. Favorite AoE units, Blaze. Yeah. I've seen some insist that Gaviel will alter power creeps her, but I think that's a bit too much. Like, I should have used this as an example last time when I discussed some new operators sometimes get a bit overhyped compared to older ones, because Blaze is more sustained AoE, while Gaviel is more burst-oriented. There's definitely value for either one, to be sure. Finally shook off the rabble of drunkards. That's why I can't stand these soulless Durans. What are these idiots wasting their precious lives on? I've only been away a month, and Zerutz has already turned to a terrible eyesore. Damn it, I never should come back. As for those, as for the stupid surface dwellers, God, as long as they can build me a railway, the bridge will collapse. I suppose I can compromise my standards a little more. Stitch, you really came back to us. Word was getting around about a taller Duran wandering around. I knew it'd be you. Edge Earthheart, you're never gonna leave me alone, aren't you? Oh yeah, he did say he can't stand Earthheart. Yeah, Ultra Strong Blaze is definitely still viable, but I do say Gabby's a lot more utility girl skills, but Blaze range is moi. SA and Thorns to compare. Yeah, well, there definitely is power creep. Like, I will definitely say Irene does power creep base Chen. And there's definitely ones where it's not direct power creep. Likewise, I know some feel like a penance might power creep. They put Mudrock, and I have absolutely no idea why. Mudrock is all about self-sustain, while penance is all about damage. On that note, it sucks that they did get the standard bears here. Looks like Mudrock is coming up to the shop, but I can only afford one between her and Mountain, which does suck. On one hand, Mountain is a new archetype. I do want to get a Brawler going, because Brawlers are fun, I just don't... But the ones that aren't Mountain are kind of hard to get working. Irene can't battery like Chen. Yeah, Irene would appreciate Chen's battery to be sure, although Irene also has half the charge rate of Chen's battery, which I'm guessing is to compensate the fact Chen can charge without having to fight while Irene can't. But still, Irene would appreciate Chen being deployed simply because that means she can charge her skill during downtime. Where have you been all this time? I was running all over you. I wore out my old bones searching around that cave-in. Your old bones are harder than rock. I, on the other hand, nearly died. Don't tell me you went to the surface. Why, you got a problem? I can't believe you did that, Stitch. You're too gutsy for your own good. I never would imagined. Actually, you managed to actually do something useful. Hurry, let me see the fancy goodies you brought back. The network of caves above the lift is too hard to navigate. I have no clue where my map went. No one's been up there in years. You remember to bring me a souvenir, right? Or maybe some exotic ore stuff? Some fermentable surface plants? Latest issue of Stranger Things? Well, they have the library all out of date. No, how should I put this? I brought people back. Aw. Really now? Thus, she decided on old Carl Mead. That's not good enough. Maybe the product placement should come a bit earlier? I'll revise that a bit. Cheaper than cheap, crazier than crazy. If you need a place to cut loose, have a great time, enjoy a sip of soul-soothing mead. Look no further than Zoisar famed old Carl Mead. Goodness, concise, forward, lavish in paradise. The client should be satisfied with this, hopefully. Oh, so she's doing advertisements. The worst present ever. Indeed. Here we are. Phew, it's over. We can finally head back now. Dang, that was all the post stuff. Yeah, something tells me this is going to be another, SN situation. If that's the case, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut it after halfway through, simply because I don't want to do another 10-hour stream. I'll do as much as I can, don't get me wrong, but just be prepared for it to not be that bad. Another good spot for the strategy I want. Oh, right, Shining has an English voice now. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it then.
Greetings, Doctor. Is there anything you'd like to discuss? A medic's hand cannot reach all those in need. Yes, I must be more than a medic. I will live on as a guardian, as has always been my goal.
Doctor, please bear witness to my oath.
Honestly, this is pretty good. Mechanic this event? I'm probably about to run into it, I guess. But yeah, I'm liking this voice, I think. Let's see here.
No matter the sins, all will fall to ashes with the lives at the end of time.
Yeah, that works.
Our wills and spirits are ever burning against the fiercest enemies.
That is completely different, huh? I mean, it's good, don't get me wrong. It just kind of doesn't match the text.
Victory and loss are insignificant moments in an endless cycle.
I think I mentioned, but Shining was my original 6-star pull at the start. And I guess that was Destiny because she's pretty much the best enabler of the Ox strategy.
To the battlefield, are we not?
Oh yeah, and it's funny, but yeah. Somehow I managed to get Mint, but not her potentials. And when I went to the event records, somehow I didn't have anything from that event completed. So somehow I didn't do the event, yet I still have Mint. I genuinely have no idea how that's possible. Now granted, whenever Dorothy's vision arrives, if and when, because apparently it's been delayed until March unless they reschedule from the data mine. And that's when I'll be able to get her potentials back up. But yeah, this is really weird. I do want to promote her, but it might be a little while. As you saw, I'm really low on cash. I was E2ing a lot of people recently. Mudrock's really... And of course, I still need to raise Mudrock or Mountain, whichever one I get next. Mudrock's really nice that I could just drop her in a lane and not need to worry about anything, not even healing. But on the other hand, Mountain is an archetype I've been wanting to get working, and he can also hold a lane. He does kind of need healing, but at the same time, I obviously don't mind. Drop from 3.4 to 1.2 mil. I was at less than even 1,000 at one point. And that's how much I've been spending lately. Granted, I'm not hurting for tanks nearly as much as I used to be. Yeah. Like, as you can see, I now actually have 4 E2 tanks. Instead of just, yeah, I have 4 instead of, because Cezerni's not here because he's in the squad already. But yeah, I have 4 E2 defenders and not just 2 like before. I should eat you, Saria, but I'm gonna be honest, I never felt like she needed to be higher than that. She
Guess
always
one
did her
thing's
job,
never
same with
gonna change
Gummy.
with time. Swords will inevitably clash.
Yeah, I've been back and forth, but the thing is I feel like I could use more tanks, but hard tanks, but I never felt like my healing defenders, Saria, Gummy, they never felt like they were lacking in what they contribute to the team at E1. And that's why they never felt like a priority. They never felt like I was lacking something. They just do their job well. But hard tanks, I was a bit lacking there. Then, of course, I decided to go with the Arts Defenders because I figure, well, if I need that many units, I can just kill them, right? I'm sure Gavril would appreciate that solution. There's this one proverb Blaze always pulls out. How'd it go again? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? That's the one. I have a conjecture. You rainforest folk have terrible misfortune of living in that dump, so you've been compensated with extremely good luck in other areas. What the explanation is for why you lot haven't gone extinct yet? It doesn't make any sense. Proves that our way of life is good at keeping us alive. Hey, priest, what are Durin cities like? I don't remember. A little bit too boring to talk about. I spent some time in the underground city a century ago, and the only thing I can remember is that a nasty place chock full of imbeciles. Less interesting than watching Orgium slugs sleep by the river. Though you kids ought to experience things on your own, you need to have the kind of drive and ambition I did. By the way, turn left the next junction and do not jump down. How much longer, High Priest? Good question. There's no end to the road called life. No matter how far you come, the plus there's geese like me watching over you. Oh, if you mean how far we are from the city, you can drop right through the rocks like I can. You'll need to go another 500 or 600 meters. So, Mama, how the hell did you put up with this guy for so long? He won't shut up. He's usually not as noisy around the machines. The chainsaw blade count as a machine? Harumph, no manners. Would you look at that? Work like a charm. This is it. Here we are. The Great Aqua Pit. Let's set aside the Durin's naming sense for now. Water park already looked insane from a distance, but it's more incredible up close. This is how Durins live all the time? Cowabunga! Why did he change to a swimsuit? Elysium, please be careful. Clearly, Elysium has the power to immediately strip down into a swimsuit anytime he wants. Whoa, it was a close one. You alright? Didn't spill your drink, did you? That's weird. How'd you surface rolls down here? I've never seen you people here. And this guy looks stupid as a Durin. Hello, sir. We're invited here by Stitch Canvas. He said he wanted us to help with a favor of some sort. Stitch, huh? Would you look at that? He actually came back. I thought he was going to say goodbye to the city for good, just like the respectable teacher of his. As much as I'd like to offer you our famous Durin hospitality, welcoming folk that we are, I sadly can't, while Stitch is running around causing havoc and ignoring our ways. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Catch Lightrace, the city's design representative. No need to be nervous, it'll be over in no time. What is the meaning of this? The atmosphere we get weird here all of a sudden. I can't all these people trying to toast me at the same time. You guys, trying to pick a fight? I'm not afraid of you shorties. Gonna get a taste of combat skills Gabrielle taught me. Phew! Take a sturdy stance, put your hips into it. Look at me. What is she doing? Is she gonna clobber us with her stick? Stay away from me. Hey, what are you people doing? Stop, I'll tell you. Oh, I thought we were gonna fight. Why would Durns use such a pointless thing? Your weapons might come with me. Water park looks like chock full of danger. It can be. I used to go to the water park a lot when I was little, but I haven't in ages now. Citizens Orissa, this quarter's 417th referenda. Following our previous vote of the month's general background music, we've decided the color of our street lights for the week with the last referendum. Now we must answer a new question. Since this isn't particularly important, the individuals here today are enough of a quorum to represent the city. My question is, just welcome new guests. Do we accept them or not? What guests? I heard something my guy doesn't drink. No, it's these ones standing in front of us. Cheers, brother! Isn't it crazy there's a dirt out there that doesn't drink? Yeah, it's totally crazy. Cheers! Let's finish chugging the barrel. We'll go play in the water. Make sure you keep those eyelids peeled. You have to see what the surface rolls can do. Tell me, sorry if I sound like a broken record, but sure everything's alright at Rhodes? Probably. You're always welcome back here if things aren't working out. Be careful, don't underestimate the damage a bad environment can do for you. Honestly, I think Inum's complaints here are absolutely warranted. Hurry up, catch. We got a lot of stuff to take care of. Brother, have you heard of a sport called surfing? Surfing, you say? That might as well be my middle name. Objection, this guy can't be trusted. Yeah, anything's gonna be that simple. Hey, drunk Liberty. And none of those are talking about you, because I certainly am not drunk, no one bit. I am talking with you, guy with a stein. Alright, what do you want? You wanna come out and pick a side, no mead or lame-ass whiskey? We, the old call mead, come graciously welcome you in our fold, and now you're hanging out with us hoity-toity whiskey snappers. My disappointment's immeasurable. Not too long ago, we had our arms on each other's shoulders, shouting along the mead, but I turn around a second and go play with those uppity kids. I think they're both great. Oh, no, you don't. We don't kindly fence sitters. You're a joke. You can't know what's good and bad without a point of reference. Isn't that right, brother? Nothing to be afraid of. Speak your mind, let the praise flow for a great whiskey, if you want to stay. Hey, stop threatening me, whiskey sipper. Hear me. It's baby stuff. Might as well drink from a bottle. Let's throw down from a big cast tonight then, and walk the walk if you talk the talk. Hey, you want to see a good chug more of your baby brew? Have my attention. Stop right there. The referenda we hold here are far more sacred. Talk about drinking elsewhere. Raise your hand and vote be known. And mine pays the will of the majority, the eternal lodestar. Begin the counting of votes. Raising your hand, I'm not. I'm raising my hand whenever you like it or not. Piss off. Wait till we get to the water slide. I'll splash your brains out. Well, that ridiculous technique of yours. Alright, not bad. A solemnly conducted vote. In what world does count as solemn? Well, it's simple, but it gets the job done. I can appreciate that. Votes have been counted. The results are clear. The people have made the decision. Play to your heart's content, service dwellers. Cheers! By the way, I welcome you as an architect. That gorgeous edifice sitting atop the lake is my pride and joy. You're welcome to play your hearts beneath it. Talking about that great aqua pit over there. I didn't just come up with the name. It was something we all voted on. Something tells me that one of the reasons Minimalist is not a fan of the place here is because they go vote against him very often. I mean, it sucks, yeah, but... Well, I guess I can get where it's coming from. I have a lot of hot takes of my own. Some unpopular for good reason, but... Yeah. Just because you disagree doesn't make you evil or anything, you know? They tack more stuff on the Great Aqua Pit. It looks more hideous than last time I saw it. It's Ketch's masterpiece, you know? You shouldn't badmouth in front of him. He's not worthy of my constructive criticism anyway. Or rather, there's no way to fix it in the first place. That malformed, twisted structure, looking at it makes me want to pass out. How can the people of Zursa continue to suffer from his design representative? Probably because pokes really love playing on the big slide. Are calling the shots. You'd use Beton Brut to construct an array of squares. You still don't know me well enough, Edge. I just put a long, narrow strip of concrete. Minimalism is beauty. And what about the slide, then? I suppose there wouldn't be any harm in slanting it a little. Alright, back to the issue at hand. There don't seem to be any major issues with the dome right now, but I'm still very much worried. Since the earthquake over 6 months ago, the leak that sprung in the dome is getting worse. Is it that your idea of no major issues? I'm telling you what the people of Zuza think. The water flow increased, makes for a more stimulating experience. Temperature control stopped working? Better, that means summer is not over yet. As for the originium detection system, well, no active originium layers have been detected near here for over 2 decades. Short-sighted bunch. So, I'm not fixing it. What's saving this cheap rickety dome? I've said it a million times. We're not looking for a solution when we went up the surface. Were you not thinking about ways to restore it? Absolutely not. I was just trying to hide because you won't shut up. Oh, that's a little harsh, isn't it? Just a few months ago, I was voted top 100 list of the nicest elders. Alright, enough of that. I know you're concerned about the state of the dome, but if can't even solve the issue with dome's integrity, forget occupying the design representative seat. You should get the hell out of Zerutza. We're talking outcomes. There shouldn't be any safety concerns regarding the dome at this point. We can leave the temperature control system alone, so beloved citizens are having a good time anyway. After they get tired of it, they'll just raise their hands and decide to turn into a walk-in freezer. As for the originium detection, if you ask me, it was never that reliable to begin with, but since you've been chasing me around everywhere, I assume that's what you're most worried about. I do have a plan for that, actually. It's better for us to rebuild the railway bridge that's damaged by the earthquake, excavate the collapsed tunnels, directly install the originium detection instruments for more accurate readings. At the very beginning, the dome was over-engineered to try to do too many things at once. I'd rather take a massive detour than directly work on the dome. Even if Finch end up left without saying anything, it's still your work together, master and pupil. Alright, we're done here, okay? Stop before I actually get mad, Edge. Well, fine. Right now, the problem of originium detection takes top priority. I picked up a few people on the surface. Will probably come in handy. Their hodgepodge of skills likely to repair the railway. Pardon the interruption, but all those handy people you're talking about, is that the one flying through the sky right now? What? Well, he is a bird, if that's Elysium. So it would make sense he can fly. But hey, this is not when Kemar first joined Rhode Island. Didn't think much of it, but now that I've seen this guy, be honest with me, is it really that easy to swindle a paycheck out of your company? Like, he seems actually a skilled guy and communication specialist. Anyway, maybe that's who he really is. Here's a sweet fruit wine you wanted. Oh, thank you. How should I pay? Or rather, how'd you buy the other stuff for? I told a nice tailor a few stories, just happy he gave me the clothes for free. As for me, the drinks were covered by good friends in the fan club, and I put food on Stitch's tab. I guess you'll probably survive no matter where you get tossed. That's one of the qualities of a professional guide. Ma'am, go ahead and put the drinks on Mr. Stitch's tab as well. He won't mind. You got it. Oh yeah, they're absolutely gonna clown on him. That guy's stingier than he might think. Here, let me pay for those drinks. I'm quite proud of this amusement park after all. Naturally, I hope you have a great time. Mr. Lighttrace, do you and Mr. Camus know each other well? Depends what you mean by well. When we were young, we ran into each other a lot since we were competing. We've gone head-to-head over several projects. Some I won, some he won. My project neither of us could secure was the dome over our heads. Both have ideas for how I would like to improve the iconic dome, and for a few years we practically met every day. During the referendum meetings, we both worked hard to prove our respective ideas for the dome renovation would be better. But in the end, neither of us managed to win over a majority of the population. After all, the dome's the legacy of Master Finch, the design representative who came before me. And Stitch, also a student, is also... well, forget about it. There's some things I'm not meant to say. You're better off asking him yourself. Catch, my dear bro, why is someone as young as you talking like a withered old man? When we were young? Come on. Just follow Elysium's lead. Keep your heart pure, face with a smile. Instead of lamenting days bygone, come and drink. The Berry Man, your extra large barrel of ice cold beat the heat ale is here. Help yourselves, everyone. Our good friend Catch wants to have a good time, so how could we disappoint his expectations? My good brother, mine over some more. The folks at the fan club aren't paying for drinks. There's so much I want to try. Are you sure you're not a Durin on stilts? Are there any ads I have to write? Alright, how should I describe the feeling of long deaf dew rolling down my throat? How I praise it with words so pedestrian. It's as if I could swallow a cloud or pluck a string of the rain's pearls. It's as if I could feel falling winter's last two snowflakes. They probably have no idea what falling snowflakes are, so I'll go with a Durin metaphor. Super frosty, fruit-flavored ice cubes fall with a marvelous explosion of flavor. That hurts. High Priest was right. We really shouldn't have just jumped down. A really long science, I felt like my bones were gonna fall apart. Probably the last time we fought. Yeah, now like I'm starting to hallucinate about fruit-flavored ice cubes and rum. I think that might be an after effect of our fall. Huh? Why is there a Lupo sleeping here? You think this might be our fault? Probably not, right? Should we treat her? Bring your medical kit. Dr. Callister once said a true master of medicine could resolve most things with problems with their bare hands. Did she now? Well, I don't remember her exact words. That just I took from it. Where to start? Ah. Oh, she's awake. I haven't got started yet. Are you alright? My head's still spinning. Sorry, I think the two of us might have bumped into you earlier. Need me to inspect you? What are you doing here? Come again? How did you two find this place? Mind if I ask for directions? Did you know there's a magical city or underground city around here or something? Gavil's somewhat medical training is showing. Yeah. Oh, you came surface. Great thing to say. You didn't? Heard something terrible has about happened underground, so you finally come, surface dwellers. Naturally, those who come with chainsaw and axe and can only spell calamity for this pure garden. Piece of civilization finally sheds all pretense of hiding razor-sharp fangs. It's a gigantic maw before us. I see, that makes sense. A wild beast with a huge mouth and razor-sharp teeth. Don't worry, I'll handle this. No, that's a rhetorical flourish. As long as the thing is less than 10 meters wide, I'm confident I can take it down clean. Perfect timing, too, since we're itching to get a good workout. Mind showing us the way? Is over there? It'll be faster if we keep jumping down. Stop on the blood you will... Blood on you. Don't worry, I know how to control my strength, so I'm not going to splatter all over the place. Do not... Mama, ready for round 2? Right behind you. Hold on tight, Miss Lupo. You can trust Gavel. She's an expert when it comes to fighting. Actually, there's another... Hey, hey! Oh, he just picks her up and... That's funny. Minimalist at half potential. Not bad.
Anyone
I'm
leave
quite
one
liking this
behind?
music, I must say.
Auf eure Plätze.
I probably should have brought a pusher, actually. I know how to solve this little problem. Okay, the dot will damage him, but the... Okay, so yeah, it is absolutely purely physical dodge. I'm guessing these guys are not immune to knockback, push, or pull, which is another way to deal with them, I guess. Lakeside Volunteer gains physical dodge after losing HP. I'm starting to... I'm seeing the theme
It was
here.
but a flash in the drift of time.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be using my Arts Defenders a bit more here since they bypass physical dodge. Yeah. Yeah, Minta absolutely bypasses physical dodge, so...
Amuse me, if you even can.
Shall I close? Listen or leave.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
Yeah, it's a good thing I have a lot of arts... access to a lot of arts damage, so...
Acknowledged.
And there we are. Okay, yeah, they can easily overwhelm my defenders if I'm not careful, but if I bring good arts damage, I can handle that. Thank you, Tomimi. I'll definitely return the favor once we get back to Rhodes Island. I'm not sure I make a very good lookout, but I'll give my best shot. Alright, time for a taste. Current meat has has a strange bite to it. Current meat has a strange bite to it. What's wrong? Are our friends looking for us? You have to tell them I'm not drinking somebody else's liquor. It's Mr. Stitch. long enough to find you people. Speaking of which, what's this guy doing here? Yo, Stitch, how many years has it been since we saw each other? How awful of you. I bet you haven't even gone to see my great aqua pit. Not good timing, though. Now that you're here, we should head down together. Surf is amazing. I wouldn't mind releasing the flow valve on the water slide when no one's working to let you experience the true. Thanks, but no thanks. I got business to attend to. Everyone with me. If you're done enjoying yourself, it's time to get to work. Stitch, why was such a hurry? We've got all the time in the world, so why don't we... I have all the time in the world, but I don't. Unlike Design Representative Ketch here, full of vim and vigor, I'm an Oreopathy sufferer with only a few years left. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. What I was trying to say is sit down, talk things through, maybe resolve some of our misunderstandings. Listen, Ketch, if recognition's what you're after, you already won the hearts of the citizens. My opinion doesn't matter. If you're trying to cement your legacy, you might as well build a super water cannon or something. Maybe even paint it red or pink. I won't stop you. Ooh, just don't waste your breath on me. I'll never compliment your architecture in good faith. Let's go. I'll tell you about my plans. Wait, Stitch, hear me out first. Let me offer some advice. Stay away from me. We have our own paths to follow. Is it too late to exchange Stitch for Catch as the freebie? You go. Why talk about the super water cannon you just mentioned when you have a minute? You got me interested. Before we did that, did you just hear something? Merry band of drunkards must be doing something again. No, that's not it. Wait, could that be from the dome? There's no way. Have some faith in the quality of my engineering, will you? Look at that. Are we about to reenact the ending of the Simpsons movie? Feeling a free fall, wind rushed past my ears. Some weird as Rhode Island can't seem to get enough of the sensation. I don't understand them at all. For me, there's only one reason I ever jump from a height like that, to solve a problem. Fist stabs, axes, anything goes. Solve a problem by finding the bad guy and beating him down. Nice and simple, right? No matter what I'm facing, even if my axe breaks, my staff splits, my hand can't make a fist anymore. All that matters, I got it done. Doesn't matter to me if there's an evil plot, wild beast, mushroom, natural disaster, or some other nasty thing. I'll crush it! Gavel, something doesn't seem quite right. Look there. Well, that's a way to get the party together. Hey, don't make me repeat myself, and hand me this instant. Oh, sorry about that. What the hell's all this? A waterfall? A slide? Evidently so. Yo, Gavo, what took you so long? Welcome to Duran's Great Aqua Pit. Huh? Ozzy doesn't like getting manhandled by Gravion. Whack, Gabriel, it's all my fault. Tomimi, let's make it this straight. There's no giant horrible monster, no fire mushrooms raining in the sky. At least you can call it a rhetorical device. I'm gonna beat the shit out of him. But what Tomini said wasn't altogether false. The Durans are having a crisis of some sort. It was not immediately obvious. That is what Mr. Stitch said. There's a reason for what I do. What kind of stunt are you uppity surface folks trying to pull here? Just broke into here brandishing that huge axe, now you're claiming to help the dirt. What a joke. The Duran people are capable of solving their own problems if they'd ever ask for help from you high and mighty surface dwellers. What's more, all that filth and nastiness you carry on you is enough to besmirch our little paradise down here. Aren't you a lupo? Aren't you also from the surface? I've abandoned everything I was once above. Now I'm only a citizen of the city. Therefore, I believe I speak for all when I ask you to be gone. If you want to be stubborn about it, I don't mind kicking you out through other means. Calm down, Avdodia. I've brought them here. Stitch, I didn't know you were back. I don't know what you're trying to do, but someone used to be one of them. I urge you to give it up, or long as everyone else will only bring ruin. The people here have never seen real greed, a real scheme. Hello, Ryzune. Welcome to the stream. Unfortunately, when I did my tutorial, I did the free 10 roll I was granted for the limited banner. My 5-star was, I genuinely didn't even know who they were until I looked them up from the list. Kirara. I think only Savage is considered worse than her, so, not even, no, Canterbile was the one I actually did want. But no, it was Kirara. I didn't even know what she did, so I had to go through her kit and all that. Look at her stats. Yeah. I'd recommend Ethan over her any day of the week, that's for sure. You could have my Paw 5 Cantabile. I wouldn't mind. The Cantabile seems like a good replacement for basically any charge or Vanguard except for Bagpipe. Though the people have already voted to let them stay. I have no problem overturning that result in another referendum. It depends on how the Durans see them. But if push comes to shove, his surface folk will bear the weapons of violence and bloodshed as you always do. Well, I will hunt you in bitter end. You're not making any sense. The whole thing's a misunderstanding. Heard Akula's underground neighbors need help, so I came to lend a hand. That's all. Helping them's helping us. Oh yes, you showed up at your neighbor's house with a chainsaw. You're trying to help me fix my table egg. Sorry, I could use that huge axe to help me cut fruit. Try to pull a fast one. I've seen a kindly messenger transform the image of wickedness in a blink of an eye. The pursuit of profit and lust for conquest is the nature of all surface dwellers. You might be able to deceive my good-natured Durin friends, but can't trick me. I'm all too familiar with the venom behind your honey words. Believe it or not, this axe is self-defense. But if you think we can solve this violence, I'm more happy to rumble. You there with the axe, you're badass. Thanks. Told you you're the best. I've only ever seen scribbling in notebooks, and I never knew you had this side to you. Oh, what side? How far up did you come from? How did it feel to jump down? I couldn't have ever thought about that before. Jumping from the top of the waterfall. Alright. Oh, yeah, be sure your phone's fully charged. You don't want to be like me who ended up with a dead phone for a few hours after. Are the two you friends? Looking at you keeping secrets. You never told us you had school friends. They might be dangerous. Ask her to take me up with it next time? I told you. Did you bring anything back from our last trip? Maybe more of that fruit. We haven't seen each other for hours. Let's toast to our reunion. Wait, hold on. Everyone's picking her up and running off. Hey lady, your name's Gavio, right? Gonna touch your axe? Touch your axe? Is it heavy? Oh, it's not too bad. Got on my minute, Gavio. I got a super secret having fun. The Great Aqua Pit. I'm sure it'll give us the biggest fun, flashiest splash ever. My dress been not busy. Swing by tomorrow for one hell of an ale rager. Hey, wait for tomorrow. Why wait for tomorrow? Let's do it today. Dang, Gavio's already here and she's already getting people's numbers. Like the sound of that. Me too, my good sir. Catch, bring us another bottle. These Durans getting bitten by Elysium or something. Oh, that's a look. Something on your mind? Gabby will always be Gabby. No matter where she goes, she captures all hearts and minds. Well, the way I see it, it's just a band of dumbasses attracting the biggest, loudest one. Some people just have that kind of magnetism. So this is Gabriel the Invincible, the people Akahula keep talking about. What you jumping off the waterfall for? Did you plan this? No, but I suppose trouble comes in threes. Don't make me, I'm surrounded. Give me a hand. Coming. Too rowdy here. Let's move somewhere else. So you're the Durin. While I was in Akahula, your name was on everyone's lips, Gavel. Tell me, what exactly does Crisis Roots of Faces, and how will it affect Akahula? That, to be honest, is an extremely complicated question involving multiple layers of geography, geology, sociology, and more. Alright, let's start peeling back those layers. Well, the most difficult part is we can't discuss this topic without delving a bit into literature first. Like Tomimi said, I also borrowed a few rhetorical tricks. In other words, what you told us is an exaggeration? I wouldn't call it an exaggeration, just looking at things from a more macro-historical level. As Terra's crust changes, there's indeed a high probability the entire rainforest will sink to the ground. Can I beat the snot out of this little runt? By all means. Wait, hold on. I truly do need your help, though, and this matter is critically important. Alright, let's look at this from a business standpoint. Sure, you've seen the Durin technology will definitely come in handy in the rainforest. The Akahulans won't have to treasure a few discarded laths. Well, if you're telling the truth, I assure you, I'll answer any technical questions people of Akula might have. Assuming they understand my answers. What was that? I said even if you don't understand at first, I'll explain things best I can. Let's cut the chase then. What exactly are you trying to do? Simple. Help me convince the others to repair the railway bridge connecting the city. It was damaged in the last earthquake. That way it can relocate its originium detection devices without tossing out the entire dome. I can be free of the old man's constant nagging. By the way, feel free to blow up a certain oversized slide blocking the railway bridge. It'd be two foul beasts with one stone. No, three. Mr. Stitch, why do you have to build an entire railway instead of just repairing the dome? It'd be a shame to blow up the slide. Everyone voted to leave the hole there and build the aqua pit. Moreover, repairing the dome poses a series of esoteric technical problems that won't make sense. Likes of you. As such, we have a new referendum to get our plan approved. I'd rather not. I'd like the slide myself, and it'd be a damn shame to blow it up. Given how many handy you Durans are, why do you need us to help you fix the bridge? Fine, there's no harm in telling you. As the designer proposed the planned railway bridge, I'll naturally be put in charge of the proposal passes. However, have you seen the blueprint for the railway bridge? I saw it back when I was in school, and it couldn't deviate any more from my ultra-minimalist design philosophy. The dense wiring, the ugly skeleton frame, so I slept through every single one of my railway bridge design classes. So, you have no idea how to build a railway bridge at all. Although I hate to admit it's my one shortcoming. That's why I'm enlisting the age of all skilled Akul and subcontracting this poor project to you. How about it? Flawless solution, when you say? Current society must be incredibly tolerant to allow a little shit like him to live this wrong. What do you mean by that? Alright, since Zunama's here, she can probably fix up the bridge in no time. Wait, where'd she go? I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Warning. Get over here, little fella. Bogey, danger, initiating evasive maneuvers. Hey, stay put.
A satisfying battle. It brought palpitations even to my heart.
Alright, there's a lot of text here, so I'm gonna need to hydrate real quick. And looks like we're about to run to the gimmick of this particular area. Unectus doing Unectus things. Indeed. Alright, I'm gonna hydrate real quick. Give me a moment, please. Ah, that feels nice. Alright, what's the gimmick of this event? Never seen the ultimate self-driving cart challenge? You want to have your own? Falling behind the times here. Been DP to activate and launch. Cardigan's the only one here, eh? Ah. Self-driver launch points often appear in these roadsides. I haven't tried one yet, but apparently you can use it to launch a self-driving cart. There's a self-driving launch point right here. Once they're ready, you can spend a certain amount of DP to launch a self-driving cart in the fixed direction. Once the car is launched, it'll follow a predetermined course in a straight line and deal physical damage that ignores dodge, along with brief stun to the enemies it collides with. Okay, so that's why dodge is such a major thing in this event. Once it's impassable terrain, the car is basically out. It looks like you need to be sure about it before you launch. Looks like there's a way to make these drivers turn so they avoid running into anything. Let me look through the manual they hand out with these. Steward, this is sure easy if it passes through an allied unit and goes the direction they're facing. Let me drop right here and give a hands-on demonstration. Great, now launch another one. Wow, a whole bunch of slug shut up. Steward, once they get in front of me, use a self-driving cart to deal with them, and I'll block the rest. Hold on, Cardigan, we got an even better option. We can use a self-driver one-way road, change the cart's course, and extend the route. This looks like it might actually be a fun gimmick. Just set the load right here, and then face it up. We're set. That way, when the cart passes through, it'll change its original direction and travel upward. We have to pay attention because each self-driver one-way road or allied unit can only turn one cart once. I noticed the card also stuns them. Another reason I'm tempted to pick Mountain over Mudrock is the thing is, my luck much better than Still to Fair Hollanday. I'll take your word for holiday because I wasn't here during the first Dustless holiday. I'll have to do it for the first time during the rerun. But yeah, I like this a lot better than the Stultifera gimmick. That one was really the corrupted ground was really frustrating to deal with. I did like the little Mr. Handy thing though, but again, it was more of the good part of an otherwise really frustrating event. I also did think the Lingering Echoes gimmick was actually pretty decent. We could modify them in the garage, give our personalized appearances and extra functionality. Pretty interesting. Cardi, do you want to try the after combat reps up? Sure thing. Once the battle's over, check out the gear and trading center too.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, the car just stops right there. Hmm. I think I can still see a good spot for, I think I still see a good mint spot here that I can use. But yeah, I was about to explain. The reason I was seriously considering Mountain over Modrock, even though Modrock is usually better, is... Thing is, guards that I go after don't come home. Unless they're a vanguard, I don't really have much luck with them. My Silver Ash, my Thorns, my Surtur, all those I had to purchase from the shop. Defenders, they're okay, I guess. But yeah, my luck so far has been inconsistent. The guards I want will not come home. They just straight up won't. I have to buy them from the shop. So, yeah. That's another reason. Just my luck tells me that if I want to pull for someone, I have a better shot of getting Mudrock naturally than the others. I want to see if I can at least get 5 missions done before I get too tired or whatever, or hunger or whatever, so... So if we want to blow up the slide and rebuild the railway, we have to convince the business representative, Croak Diamond Face, the industry representative, of DeCulture Silvermint, as well as that catch guy. Yeah, they hold the most prominent position and most Durans will cast their votes depending on their movements. And why can't you do this yourself? I see you must not be very popular around here. Would it kill you to sugarcoat it a bit? Seems like a major pain in the tail, but whatever. I'll treat it as like a good deed for Akahula. So where can I find them? Alright, so is this gonna be like that one quest in Morrowind where you have to convince all the elders to sponsor you as the Nevarine? Phew, it's finally over. That Gavel's pretty scary. Oh, seems like we're on the right path though, finally. Are you happy now, Edge? To be honest, I'm not sure I'm ready to part with the Great Aqua Pit. Ha, whose fault is that? Whose fault is it the damn thing's in the middle of the railway? Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find a single person willing to knock that thing down. Yeah, but I did just have an idea. It's more than half a year since the dome broke and the waterfall began coming down. Everyone's having a great time, but I'm sure they're starting to get tired of it. Why don't we take this opportunity to build something new? Think you were talking about to catch about a super water cannon. It's off one of his lips now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm also a little intrigued. Oh man, a single meme suggestion ended up more realistic than expected. Ended up working out better than expected, dang. The Arcosera woman, brutish, uncouth, impetuous, presumptuous. Can you believe it, Croc? I was having a bit of writer's block, so I went to the caves to harvest some wild tea and relax. And someone scooped you up and jumped off the top of the waterfall. Utterly unthinkable. Regrettably, I'm afraid that no ordinary Zadoran would be able to resist the seduction of that story. Were I to put it on paper, it would become an overnight sensation. This looks like another NPC I might have fun pulling for if they were to become playable. You can trust me, Avoya, hold on tight. It's all these passionate notes. Forget it. Hey, it certainly beats your umpteenth story about the snow. Speaking of which, a couple days ago, a few kids came by talking to me about those stories. I thought I was finally getting readers. What they have to say. Really funny, want to see what happens next. I knew it. Avia, they don't mean any harm, so we Durans have no way of relating to your experiences. How long did it take for me to finally understand a sliver of your background? And let's not even talk about ordinary Durans. None of us have seen real snow, let alone the kind described. How do you pronounce those words? Ephemeral, chios. Be better if those words only existed in literature. Regardless, I'm happy with my life now. I don't try to control anyone, nobody tries to control me. There are no terror plots brewing behind the scenes, no risk of getting framed, no getting dragged into assassination. I'll write a few ads and design a few signs for our shopping district, and that's enough to keep me fed. What more could I ask for? I spend days bathing beneath the sun on my recliner. Sure, it might be an artificial light source, but that's enough for me. I was hoping these tranquil days last forever until... Is this the office of Builders Representative, Croc Diamond Face? Hello, I want to blow up the big slide. Yeah, Avdoya. Fancy seeing you here. It doesn't look too good. Sorry, Croc, my fate, I'll have to excuse myself. I need to head back and perform some maintenance on my crossbow. Ah, crossbow is the best weapon to use while drunk. Did I do something to make her mad? Are you the guest who just arrived? I heard Catch talking about you earlier. I must say, his assessment of the situation was on the nose. A merry bunch more Duran than the Durans. Evasive maneuvers, evasive maneuvers. What a weird design. It couldn't be more different from Lancet 2. Please stay back. Doesn't seem as smart, but share some basic reactions. I wonder how this thing works. Danger level high. Stay back, stranger. Take it easy, little fella. My name's Zunama. I'm not gonna hurt you. Identify Zunama. What's your name? Attributes Model R3E3 Assistant Robot number 0429 for the glory of serving the Duran people. Hi there. There's something wrong with your shock absorber. You're wobbling all over the place. Self-inspection report. End of service life approaching. Original components aging. Oh, I can help. I have a whole set of maintenance tools. Overall determining possibility of success low. Oh, R3E3 will be scrapped after life of service ends. From what I've seen, little fellow, there's nothing major wrong with you. Probably nothing a few screws, so don't give up on yourself just left. You're a cutie, so I'd like to help you. How about it? We can be friends. Friends. Unable to comprehend. Friend. You can help me conduct overhaul? Sure can, but I'll have to open your shell first. No, requesting mission cancellation. Requesting cancellation. Danger, danger. Don't run away, you'll be fine. Did I just see a surface dweller idiot chasing after an assistant robot? That's odd. Did I drink too much yesterday? Speaking of which, Avoy writes about this kind of stuff, doesn't she? About chasing, killing, whatnot? Even I can't understand half. I guess I'm starting to get why she keeps saying it's not meant to be a comedy. Well, that's a unique portrait that implies she's going to be important later. Here for some tea, Ms. Islam. So, Durans actually do have non-alcoholic drinks? Everyone needs a change of pace now and then. Plus, I am still at work after all. I prefer to drink on my own time. You suggest we talk one-on-one. I have no doubts about Gabriel's skills in a fight, but I'm not sure if this will be very helpful here. Everyone else is different. You, the business representative, Azuritz, and I see that you're the type to talk trade. Fine by me. I'm on board. Riches is just a small Duran settlement. A few years ago, we were still connected to other cities. I did have a semblance... A few years ago, when we were still connected to the other cities, I did have a semblance of a job as the business representative. But ever since the last earthquake, our sole railroad's been cut off. Ritz is fortunate enough to be self-sufficient. Citizens aren't the neediest, and there's little urgency to restore our ties to the outside. Nowadays, my job is a little more than catering to the whims of the populace and pushing a few entertainment activities. Throw my weight around with the hawkers near the Great Aqua Pit, advertise self-driving car parts. It's a leisurely life. Don't know much about Duran philosophy, but does not being the neediest normally mean getting pissed drunk and going surfing? Yeah, pretty much. Oh, but if you're asking on the surface... Yeah, pretty much, but I understand or that's not very needy. So it doesn't matter what term Stitch has laid out. If you want me to go along with your plan, you'll have to come up with something that'll impress me. No business gets done until both sides find the deal amenable. What can you offer the economy? Aculian artifacts are not going to be enough, I can tell you that right now. I heard some sharp self-driving cart dealers already used your grand entrance to generate some excitement for their wares, but that's not going to be enough either. Ah, you understand the way we do things on the surface better than I expected. Though I haven't been to the surface myself, the library we have in here isn't just for show. I'm familiar with their customs. Nakahulans dance around a metal crab without cease for rest. Last one standing comes a great chief, is that right? Where did you hear that? I read it in Stranger Things. It's the most popular periodical in Zuritsa. Back in the day, a great adventurer brought a whole big set from the surface. It's basically our encyclopedia on the surface world. That's a lousy tabloid. Really mistaken. You know how diligently I studied Sargonian to be able to read these books. No wonder your accent sounds almost native. Well, there goes my motivation. I feel like I'd probably just bribe you with the last issues. Most recent ones. Are sequels? You can procure those, I consider. I can argue with the good stuff. What's this? Videotape. Wanted to take a look. Found... Found you. Oh, Advaya, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the scenery again? Be frank with me. Why'd you people come here? Miss Annam said she'd handle the discussions with Miss Crocs. The rest of us came here to find Tsunama. That's not what I mean. Why do you come to our city? What is your real purpose? I've been guarding the super convenient Liftomatic one for a long time. Where's the main battalion backing you? Have Sargon's Lords Emir finally taken interest in the wealth underground? The city doesn't have the loot you want. Leave unless you want to poison a peaceful city with bloodshed. I told you, this is a misunderstanding. Stitch was trying to find someone to help repair the railway and tricked us into coming here. I mean, you're a slave labor, and you're okay with that. Hey, that guy was acting like the sky was falling at the time, until Mimi added her own creative touch. I was worried half to death. His mom was up all night preparing for a tough fight. We rushed over as fast as we could. I'm sorry, I just wanted Gabriel to take some time off. Well, it worked out. I guess I'll take this opportunity for a little vacation. So you people really don't have ill intent. You weren't ordered by some noble in the ransack town. Leave me or not, your call. You have a point. Even Sargon would ask someone as rude as you to serve them. Rude? I just don't like wasting my breath. My plan's simple and straightforward. Help out the little runt Stitch, pick up some useful tech for us, and Takua, go home. That's all. There's still plenty of patients back at Rhode Island waiting for me to check on him. You're telling me you're a doctor? Why do I not look the part? I'm licensed and everything. Miss Tomimi here said she was a doctor. I'd be half inclined to believe her for a few seconds. I can be a doctor too. Gabrielle taught me Anastasia. That's the first thing you teach someone when you're teaching them medical practices. I think that says way more than anything else, if we're honest. Find the right spot, give a good whack. Oh, that's not even the right one. Galvanic kinetic Anastasia. Crying out loud, it's a non-conventional modality. Even I rarely use outside extremely special circumstances. For example, when you ran out of Anastasia, lost your supply bag, and being the bad guy because you were beating the bad guys with it. Stuff like that. I think I'll keep an eye on you people after all. Don't get any funny ideas. This is my haven of peace, and I won't let you destroy it. Hey, go nuts. Special, indeed. I'll make sure you leave after doing what you said you're here to do, then. Well, until then, why don't we check out the shops? Zavai, you're not from these parts. Would you mind showing us around? Just a word of warning. Just plan as a case city and map it. You'd best give up on that. Oh, well, that's not what I mean. Absolutely love your outfits. Are there any darn outlets we're visiting? I really want to take a look. Huh. Well, if that's what you want, there are a few places worth going to. I'm interested in some jewelry. Oh, I am. Stitch. What are you doing here, Catch? You used to lock your... Wait, you always used to lock yourself in your room. What's the occasion? Look, even if I want to catch some rays every now and then, surely you didn't come out here just to say that. You're trying to blow up my slide. You're not even gonna let me talk to you. So you know. Master Edge told me. Decrepit old... Are you here to get a confession? Actually, I'm not as opposed to it. This summer has gone on for far too long. As architects, our best work is always the next project, right? I hate that part of you more than anything else. Which? You don't have a single serious bone in your body. I'll take that as the highest compliment, then. I'll agree to whatever you want the slide on the condition we talk about the dome. There to talk about. Let's go for a walk. You should experience the great aqua pit for yourself before deciding to blow it up first, right? You have more? Where can I get the next one? Wow, that's the good stuff. Want me to pour you some more? Still haven't finished mine. Come on, hurry. It's a shame Team Red Wine and Coffee didn't win the championship. I wouldn't step away from that ship. You seem to be enjoying yourself. I must admit, you surface dwellers lead slightly more interesting lives than I imagined. What is this recording of? Gosla's Warrior Championship. It's an old video game I bought from a friend who runs a caravan. I heard something happened there not too long ago. Don't know if the event has been held in the last few years. I want to see more. I want to see the losers make a comeback. Rocking the most boring form of recreation can be quite stimulating to spice up with a bit of competition. Cheer for the team you support while chugging ale. I don't think any Durn would turn down this. Plus, alcohol and fast food generally double during a conversation. How about it? It'd fit the Durns like a glove. Alcohol sells well enough in the city. I doubt there's any need to hold a competition to simulate those. That said, for a perspective of fun and entertainment, that does have appeal. I say this about you, straight business representative. You want our superwater racetrack? Want to build a superwater racetrack? I didn't do the Doslas event, so I'll have to do it for the first time when it reruns here.
War. Ever inevitable.
Sandcastle Builder.
May the war grant us the redemption we seek. Or will it?
Right. Alright, you can go past that just fine. There we are. Now, there's a lot of really good mint spots here. I need to E2 her and La Pluma before the event. Oh, there's another way around. I'd missed that.
To tremble in my music is your honor. Shall I open? Shall I open?
Alright, yeah. Mint's getting some good work done here. I also think she's one of the few operators specifically associated with wind. I don't think there's too many wind aligned operators.
Shall I listen or leave?
Interesting that Cerny here only brings out his sword during his skill 2. He does not use it for his skill 1 or regular attacks. Oh, right, we have to do the story first. I feel new, complete. Hi, you can stop circling me now, little fella. I'm just happy to see you as good as new. Zoom Mama, skilled at overhauls. Zoom Mama requesting favor, small favor. Partner already retired, no longer responding communication, requesting assistance. Shipped along this machine, built in the same factory, now no longer responding. Responding, don't worry, take me to see it. This way. These components in this design might be a bit more complicated than routine maintenance. How does this thing work? What's this component for? It's nothing like Lansan. I don't think Closure's ever said something about these. If I connect it here, no, I should be more careful. This is your friend after all, right? Friends, Zomama has described friendship several times, but I do not understand it. Repair cannot be performed. Only had some information to work from. Information? Library provides information. Can you take me there, please? Assisting navigation is my glorious mission. This way, please. That's something you don't see every day. I've never heard of anything like that in the book. Surface dwellers are worth looking into. Elysium, let's have a little race. Haste to see who can fly out face first, the super spinny slide the fastest. How about it? Hi, you're about to see my called Rose Island's legendary Aquaman. Thorns has nothing on me when it comes to this game. That is an oddly specific denial, and therefore I think Thorns is superior. I'll be honest here, I don't have the slightest interest in hanging out with you. I'd rather be eaten by one of the gloom pincers in the Damnakalin jungle. Don't be like that, Stitch. I just want to hear your opinion. Regardless of what the people of Zritza think, I know it's truly worth their medal. Who's truly worth their medal in this town? That clothes both you and your teacher. You've earned it. I've never seen anything like such a breathtaking dome in any piece of Duran architecture literature. If you could... That's what you want to talk with me about. I suggest we stop for wasting any more of each other's time. I know you're not so into my great aquapit design. Same goes for the slide and the fountain. None of them are exactly masterpieces. Instead, do you know what it really is I want to design? Same as you, the dome over our heads. We were competing over it for the longest time. Ha, you got some nerve saying that my face. You're trying to pick a fight? You're not make good rivals. Ha, rivals, you sure think highly of me. Should we hug it out, put our arms around each other, and weep? I'm serious, Stitch. I just want to know, why'd you give up on the dome renovation project a few years ago? You stopped submitting your designs to referendums, you just quit. You couldn't have given up trying to win people over your aesthetic. Were you truly fine with Master Finch's unannounced farewell? He still stopped talking down to me, Catch. I just got bored, that's tired, that's simple as that. I got fed up trying to pin all my ambitions on the broken dome. Trying to get people here to vote for me. I got fed up with peddling solutions against architects with dreams like you. It's all pointless. Listen up, the piece of junk over our heads, I don't care if it leaks, explodes, or even if you vote to tear it down one day. I don't give a damn, so do whatever you want with it. Oh, but that dome is your teacher's... I'll say it again. I don't give a damn. Well, alright. Stitch, I want to ask you to work with me. Two of us could have come with a brand new plan for the dome, so I'm sure the vast majority of people here would have agreed to. Since you don't care about it, I won't push you. I'll respect that decision. But could you give me a moment of your time and offer me some feedback about my ideas then? I'd like your advice. I don't... Alright, let's hear it out first. Really, I appreciate it. First, I think the whole thing should be more colorful. Are we getting a flashback? Oh, yeah, it's always good whenever they have custom artwork for a story event. Intricate geometric patterns greatly add to the beauty of the dome, just like stained glass. Juxtaposition of yellow, green, red, and blue will let the citizens know what kind of beauty they cast their eyes upon. Day or night, the new dome will become a singular focal point of everyone's attention. It'll be a safe harbor when everyone comes back from the spiritual peace of mind. Dazzling gemstone. Kind of funny, yeah. What do you think? From my perspective, it's a brilliant, innovative design. I'm really proud of it, but I'm ready to take your feedback, Curious. Hatch. Hat change already? Not laying a single finger on the dome. I could do everything in my power to stop you. Can you just say you don't give a damn anymore? I could do whatever I want. I thought you just wanted to resurrect that shambling corpse or put it to rest permanently. That I don't care about, but I will not allow you to desecrate in this manner. This is entirely a product of my respect for the dome. No way in hell that's where I'm gonna beat that idea out of your head. Dang, this is very interesting architecture to be sure. Maintenance, materials, library, location, sword archive, area 59, available bookshelf. This is the place? Affirmative. Let's see, is this Duran text? I can't read it. Reading book titles. To Duran, surface and back again, find Duran liquor. 127 commonly seen brewing methods. Continuing new search, new hits. Believe it or not, super crazy Duran master plans. Research on cybernetics information theory based on the influence of social behavior. Little fella, are you sure they have what we're looking for here? Probability 42%. Duran's rarely organized things. Guess they didn't invent the Dewey Decimal System. I can read some of the words over here. The issue of Stranger Things, the books are more than 10 years old. This rows of Victorian books. And you have the Casimirs, the red wine. Using them in different languages, cultures, and news on the surface. I see. No wonder there's hardly any communication barrier between us. Is this a Duran published? Breaking news, attack the self-driving cart. Order one magazine, get a prototype for free. So that's what all those gadgets zipping around outside are. Croc seriously pushed her cart modification business and sold those add-on booster packs throughout the city. She said everyone likes a bit of randomness, but I don't really get it. Well, why is this in Sargodian? In order to carry a fine tradition of Stranger Things, you decided our own magazine should also be. Dragonian. That's how Durans think. Are you looking for this book? Build your own assistant robot in 3 seconds? That sounds like it come in handy. Thank you. Declarator 0429 says hello. Do you know each other? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Declare Silverman, the industry representative. I also the administrator of assistance robots. The administrator. That's right. The assistant robots are built, supervised, and governed by me. Model R3E3 assistant robot. What are you doing here? This unit submitted a request. Overhaul. Otray has already been retired. Return to your post. Acknowledge. Directive. Your communication with that assistant robot's unusual, and its responses have been abnormal. What's unusual about our communication? Can't say for sure. Maybe what's unusual is the communication itself. You don't talk to the little fellas? No, they're just made to work. Well, that's no good. I talk to my Lancette all the time. She's like a big sister to me, letting me lean up against her cold metal shell, patting me on the shoulder with her robotic arms, singing me that beautiful synth. Stranger Things never mention anything like that. Hey, that was worth the trip. I wasn't able to find the right outfit, but these little trinkets are awesome. Ores I've never seen before, these strange metal wind chimes, as well as cute little pendants. Most importantly, Gavel helped me pick this out. It's the only thing that could be better as if Gavel bought a set matching with me. Is she alright? Oh yeah, it's fine. The kid's been like that ever since she was little. I've read about obsessive hoarding behavior is called Zalix disease in some places. I guess it must be stress-induced or something. No, I'm just really happy. These memories are precious to me. If you say so. Say, Avadora, you have an Ursus name. Is that where he came from originally? My name is Abdoria Razorpen, a standard Durin name. That's still Ursine. What are you getting at? Calm down, I'm making small talk. No, that's not my home, I just happened to come from there. What I really don't understand is why you're so paranoid about the surface. When I was little, I loved spending time with the grammar tutor my parents hired. She could be a bit dry, she sometimes said interesting things. Ursus had a lot of literature describing one's hometown. My tutor was always enticed with his works. We could analyze their motifs or composition styles. Back then, I thought everyone would grow nostalgic for their hometown, and people who traveled far away would eventually find their way back eternally, but I later find out it's not true. All the memories you have of your own town are painful, and you find a place more suitable. Why should you yearn for a place where you once more? No different from another stop in a long journey. Savadiah, what made you leave Ursus? I don't want to talk about it. Things like that make you vomit. My status, family, friends all vanished overnight. I fled with my tail between my legs, quite literally. Ursus to Sargon, underground city. Your journey couldn't have been easy. How could there have been a journey with no destination? I just happened to get lucky. I finally found this place, a small city called Zoetza. Durans here accepted me, and I will repay the debt with an even greater kindness. It's a place I've decided being, and that's why I won't let anything harm them. I don't care if it's out of malice, good intentions, gun Ari. My warning. Alright, I was gonna ask you to have a drink and show goodwill, but maybe not. Hey, that's not off the table now. Alcohol. The cause and solution to all life's problems. Ah. Yeah, the way you drink definitely screams Ursus. Hey, shut up. Durans drink the same way. To be honest, I'm not much of a psychologist. There's a lot of things I don't understand about the human heart, and I don't really care to understand. It's already hard enough patching up the body. But what I can say is, you never really become a Duran, no matter how much you act like one. I don't think we know each other well enough to start picking out each other's problems. However, you're talking with the shopkeepers, just like all the stories you wrote don't seem to strike the right note with them. That's right, have neither snow nor fields underground. Just to be clear, I don't write like that because I miss being there. It's nothing more a plot of land, a story to take place start on. You know, there's a story to be told there. That by itself isn't Durin. Some scars can't be covered up after all. That won't stop me from trying. Even if you just be yourself, the Durans will still accept you, you know. What if I want a new self? Fine. Sure, the Durans are always happy to accept anyone they meet. This time, it's you people. Me. What about next time? Since you're a doctor, you must have seen evil lurking in men's hearts. You've surely seen the depravity people stoop to hurt one another. I won't act like this is a racial issue. Everything on the surface has shaped us into this. All too quick to resort to violence, lusting over power and money, blinded by ambition. I used to be soaked in it, now I want a new self. Evil is contagious, can be learned. The people underground have never experienced it, they have no resistance. You're right, I can't become Durham. For the sake of the people, I'm willing to do everything in power to protect it. I'll protect the idyllic, unspoiled innocence. Did you say beforehand the Durhams can handle their own problems? Stop using my words against me.
A satisfying battle. It brought palpitations even to my heart.
not here. Backyard garage. Okay, this has been built up here. I have no parts obtained yet. Alright, so yeah, this looks like it's a bit an offshoot of the Mr. Handy from Still to Fair Novice, but it feels a lot better. First of all, because we actually get to see it in action, and also because the rest of the enemies... Well, no, the rest of the enemies would be in hell in a handbasket if I wasn't already good with a lot of arts damage to bypass it. This would be an absolutely big pain in the ass. On that note, as great as Thorns is, maybe I want to well, no, I could keep him and bring, here we are, Lapland. Actually, where's over here? Not the drops, the enemy info. Initially has 100% dodge, but can it be silenced? We'll find out. Sometimes it's really inconsistent because they don't mark what can be silenced and what can't. Like, you can actually silence a lot of the gimmicks in Still to Fair Novice, but in Twilight of Wallemund, you could not stop any of the gimmicks with any amount of silence. Hey, have you heard the bombastic news? Which? Croc said the leaders were talking about putting together something new. Plan to turn the lights in the city green, can't say I'm a fan. Oh, not that, the one with the slide. Apparently they're having a huge row over at the Great Aquapits refurbishment plans. Two of them? How far are they in the debate? I know they'll use water can... I think now they'll use water cannons to blast people in another cannon. Something like that. Oh, they're still on about that water cannon idea. Absolutely not. Try a different idea. We'll use water cannons to hurl people up to the springboards. You have any ideas that don't involve water cannons? That's a brilliant epiphany, and you were the one who inspired me. In that case, do you have any other ideas? Stitch the amazing architectural designer. I was gonna be lead designer and dial down the Akakun's plans a little. Here the surface dwellers come up with a bridge. I have no problem with that, but for now we're discussing the thing on top goes on top of the bridge and we'll live alongside it. The landmark of its welcome back, Rye. You don't want to work on the dome with me? Fine. I get how you feel about the dome. Let's talk about what will be the next landmark of the big water slide. There's a much simpler, more graceful way to solve this. It could be brimming with symbolism. It could be more exciting. It could be more exciting and brimming with symbolism. You catch, arguing about competition isn't going to get anywhere. How about we have a design? Give each other time to work on design and let the citizens decide. Of course, like all those years ago. On board too. Rock, are you drinking? And finally, I had a tiny bit. You emptied 3 whole barrels by yourself. Stitch, I heard your proposal and I'm interested. Catches up for it, all the better. Now we just need to find a culture and we'll build something new. You mean I should change how I treat them? Yeah, don't you think they're cute? It's true that they're nowhere close to what you'd call human. I'm no doctor, but even so, I know humans are way more complex machines we have nowadays. But that doesn't mean we can't get along with them like it's family. Culture, you're a parent to these little guys. They count on you and trust you just like a newly hatched fowl beast growling under their mother's wings. Longest time, I've only really seen them in a different light. All I ever do is put in the industrial representative should. All the industrial representatives did before me did. Pick our robot managers from the Durans who hang out the robotics section of the library. We have to master how to create these little things. It's not actually that complicated. All we have to do is follow the book's instructions and put together parts we like our imaginations, and they always work without fail. Zumama, yeah. There's a decent amount of Eunectus in this event. My teacher spent years trying to figure out the logic behind them, but he came up empty-handed. What I heard, my teacher also researched, and it's thanks to her. The assistant robots can now tell jokes. You know how to make Duran angry? Nobody knows, ha ha ha. What's amazing? As for me, all I'm doing is taking their abilities for granted. You're right, I should try to actually get along with them. Your fellow robot has been retired, inspection will not reawaken it. That doesn't change it was one of us. Things that it built will last. Retirement is in the end. Instruction acknowledged, retirement is not the end, understood. Relationship defined was mama friend. Culture, I would like us to be defined as friends. Friends. I can go along with that, sure. Did you know friends are supposed to help each other? Before, I used to already do everything. Couldn't be part of the hand of myself, but now, it's not how they should be. We should be on equal footing with one another. Now I'll ask you to help me in my task as a friend. Acknowledge, help friend. Please send 3 cases of ale and bring some snacks. After that, please let Master Edge know we'll be attending today's representative meeting because I'll be sleeping. That doesn't seem quite right. To Mama. Hey, Gabby, are you here? This is my new friend, Assistant Robot 429. And its terrible boss, to Culture. To Culture, meeting invitation, all representatives. Change of plans. As your friend, I'm asking you to do this favor. Please go to that meeting for me. Help friend, help friend. Do it yourself. Speaking of which, when was the last meeting that everyone in attendance for? Alcohol was in short supply, so we had a meeting to figure out how to solve the supply chain issue. Have we ever run low on alcohol? You skipped that meeting. Oh, this brings me back. The mead fans wanted to make sure the whiskey lovers had nothing to drink, so they brought all the whiskey in town. Back of the mead fans, the Whiskey Enthusiast Association started buying up mead by the lot too. These drunkards can survive without booze? Of course not. That's why when they started drinking booze, they got bought to get at the other side. I understand both clubs lost some members the other side around that time. It's a shame though, if only they had appreciation for berry tomato wine. Catch, so that's your poison. Yeah, what's the matter? Wonder none of the alcohol fan clubs accepted you. Well, never mind. We're all gathered here today to discuss the Great Aqua Pit. Tear it down? I agree, sooner the better. I'm a yeah too. I thought you loved that place. Had to go multiple times a week, Crow. Right, and I'm regretting my patronage. I can't believe I spent so much time in a facility built by a guy who likes berry tomato wine. It's a disgrace. How negligent I must have been as an industrial to participate in a project led by a man like that. What's that supposed to mean? Master Edge, what's that look? Berry tomato wine. That's a little... If you reach an understanding, we'll call everyone to blow up the showy little slide, fix the railroad, solve Master Edge's problems. That's the plan. Any objections? It's a shame, but an architect can't let his past work time down. It's a good chance to once again put my talents to use. Sid, you said you'd design a contest with catch over the new landmark. You're serious about that, aren't you? Of course. Oh, finally gonna amaze us with your designs again. Well, with you all here singing my praises, what choice do I have? Looks like we're in for a fun couple of months. I should stock up on booze. Seriously, Master Edge, why don't you try some beer? Why, it's not as bad as it sounds. Not in a million years. And that's the end of the voting. Well, for consensus, this is it for the Great Aqua Pit. We will repair the bridge and build a new landmark at the same time. Oh yeah, I can tie the slide anyway. The new plan was something different. We're getting a roller coaster, water coaster, looping water coaster, catapult looping, with a water cannon and a racetrack. Stitch and I will submit an independent design proposal, and we'll call into the meeting to decide which one to go forward with. Stitch, who lives in a cube? Solid design of his off. Wasn't much fun, but did have a unique sense of beauty. Maybe we can come up with a new way to have fun there. I mean, that place is pretty much open space. The important thing is what we can do with it. Feels like the Stitch's building would be a good place to lie down and relax. Like that super relaxing Gaulish meditation I saw in Stranger Things. Work with that. Phew, looks like everything went off without a hitch. Not that we actually did anything. Too bad. Playable. Yeah, there's a lot of characters so far that seem would be neat, but are not playable right now. But you never know. There's a decent amount of characters who were originally NPCs, but then became playable. Or even bosses that then became playable. Oh, but we did see a hard, bitter negotiation play out. Isn't that right, Croc? Edge, drink up, old man. What? Are you keeping fins in your cup? Of course. I'm trying to take a short break. Down a lot, Gaviel. We went shopping, bought a lot of stuff, and had a decent vacation. Plus, even helped score a huge project for Akula. Also made a mess of my feelings. Oh, don't say that. I thought we made friends. Yes, it went much more smoothly than I expected. That just goes to show you could have done it yourself, you punk. What's next? That's a fine look on your face. It's been a while since I've worked on anything, so I'm feeling a little few. It's okay, I just need to warm up. Once I get myself back in the game, surely. Alright, finally we're going to do the map itself. Usually get the welfare around part 4 or 5, so...
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
Oh. Volleyball serving cart. Solo tourist. Continuously attacks, increase attack. Resets after taking status effects. Let's get Lapland over here. Okay, yeah, the silence disables their invisibility there. Alright, there we are. I was able to save Lapland, but that volleyball machine is a bit of a pain in the ass. Put Zerny here then,
To tremble in my music
since he can deal
is
arts
your
damage on
honor.
skill use.
It is but a flash in the drift of time.
Crap, that didn't work as well as I was hoping.
Mission accomplished.
I guess that worked good enough. Yeah, I guess I should really eat to Mint sometime soon, since I like to use people who work well with Ak, and she absolutely works well with Ak. With the results of the referendum, the Great Aqua Pit will soon complete its historic half-year mission. It will be blown up and turned to construction material once again. Citizens, I'm afraid this slightly extended summer carnival will soon be at an end. Always remember our beautiful time together. The super slide's fun, you can't get enough of it. Never thought we'd have to say goodbye. However, in it, the Great Aqua Pit's place, we'll have a new, prettier, completely different structure. After all, this was a city built by the best ones. I guess in my specific case, it's more the kind of setups I can use. Like, I didn't use him very much at all during Lingering Echoes, for example, but I did set up a decent amount of situations where I could use Eben to a good extent. Mystic Caster's a bit janky to use, but I'm going to admit that Eben was actually a lot easier to use than I thought he was going to be. I thought, like, he'd actually be hard or tricky to use, like when I tried to get the Arknights team working. Now, that was a pain in the ass and didn't even pay off. Starting to see why there's nobody who uses them. I think even Rat Knights has a much better team setup because at least they have a nice mix of vanguards, the trapper, casters, and even healing. Rabbits basically just have a handful of guards and snipers, and one AoE caster, and that's about it. Yeah, I basically go with whoever seems like they have a fun mechanic, and Ox definitely been up there. He's a bit tricky to use, though. I can show you the ones I have max level for a while ago, for the ones I like in the general sense. This Stitch Canvas and Catchlight Trace are two awe-inspiring, up-and-coming structural designers. Over the next few months, the two of them will submit their design proposals. I think I like most of the Lazy Detective Agency crew. I guess, which also makes it very frustrating. Lee never came home. And it's especially frustrating because he counters a lot of the mechanics in these events in the past half year since his release. I'm definitely salty about that, to be sure. Yeah, I think you showed me Rock and Lee. Pretty good stuff. I mean, Lee can pretty much solo the Lingering Echoes boss, so he's definitely if a mechanic is there that he counters, he can pretty much carry you. Imagine the showdown they will have in store for us. This brings me back to the dome design contest I had a few years ago. They just made their debuts. The duel ended all those years ago with no winner, but who will win the right to design the next landmark? Let us Well, let me get a sip of water first. Okay, noticed you so enthusiastic. Have you been drinking? Not yet, at least. Oh, this isn't like you at all. I was watching videos of a competition on the surface I got from Inam, and it seems they have a role called the MC. I thought I might dip into a career path. Anyhow, the architect's designs have yet to come, my fellow citizens. The tail end of summer is going to be a fleeting one. Before the slide is blown up, let's enjoy all we can. Yeah, as great as summer is, it has to end eventually. Gaviel! Don't make me watch out. Slow down. I was so jealous when you guys went to the waterfall in Akahula. And this time I get to join in all the fun. Such a kid. That's wrong. You're usually so careful to hide your tail. Did it get thicker again? Not even a little. I checked with measuring tape. It's been months since I got any thicker. Oh, sounds like you're really hung up on it. Ah, I ate my water blast. Hey, you little runt. It's on. Looks like they're fighting over tail thickness. Now they're more like Durans than you are. How'd you know what it means to be Duran, Lupo? You seem a little nervous. Are you worried about your contest? Worried over him? Don't make me laugh. I haven't fallen so low. It's just lay people who tend to like his proposal more. Mine get their fair share of fans too. Perhaps I should be bringing something different to the table, and that's how I'll win. Perhaps I should just take my mind off that right now. To tell the truth, if we don't care about aesthetics and just look how fun it is, the Great Aqua Pit isn't so bad. You enjoy these things too? Every now and then, yeah. Stitch, you're here. Want to try to slide down stream set at max? It wears the equipment out, so we don't usually get to do it. I tried a couple times, it's amazingly fast. It does hurt a little when you're in the water though, but still. No thanks, I'm not one bit interested in fun and games like, woo, bombs away. Catch my brother. This impact force on another level. See how high that splash went. Maybe we should try something different. Say, we should just land the tiniest. The small, good idea. Sounds like it won't hurt nearly as bad. My sandcastle. Did we screw up? Even though this is Stitch we're talking about, he can't possibly be mad over just a sandcastle, right? He's gonna be mad over the sandcastle, isn't he? Seems angry to me, though. In that case, we should probably... yeah. Hey, where are you two going? You're gonna run, get back here! Yep, you did very well, getting everyone going. I have your old videotapes to thank, that's why I picked it up. Next, we can hold a series of contests to keep enthusiasm that goes in with this championship going. Then we'll use Catch and Stitch design contest in a few months. Pump everyone to the max. We could print some paper slips for the audience to show their support for the one side. Prizes given those who pick the right one. We call those lottery tickets. You're really good at picking things up on the surface. There are merchants who line their pockets by selling them. We Durans don't care that much for money in that way. Let the losing side pay the winner's drinks. Make it 2 months, make things interesting. We'll have to decide a referendum. Later on, we could issue more lotto tickets covering how many months worth of alcohol are owed. Starting to worry about the Jersey's future. Dang, they've been introduced to the concept of gotcha. They are truly doomed. Not used to feeling unhelpful. What's wrong? Do you have something to beat? Do you have to beat something up to satisfy yourself? Oh, not really. Still, if this goes well, Akahula will get handsome Durin. Would have been a pointless trip otherwise. Gaviel may have left home a long time ago, but she still cares about Akahula. Yeah, I've been in so many different places, but the rainforest, the one where I feel most at home. Are you going? Could it come back then? Not planning on it, or at least not yet. I still have a lot of patience to take care back at Rhodes Island. The planet to Akahula want you back. You could think about becoming their Lord Emir, even. Yeah, and they want bananas to sprout right out of the soil. Well, too, can't always get what you want. Gaviel would be the most fitting Lord Emir for Akahula. The only one who could reign in each and every single one. Everyone's awaiting your return. If you simply cannot do it, then it's ultimately likely the Lord Emir from the court of Sargon will come to govern instead. And when that happens, Akul will no longer be the free land you knew. But don't we already have you for our great chief? There's some things I can't do anything about. I can come up with ideas to help us get in better shape, but I'm not the one who can bring Takua together. It's not like I'm running away from responsibility here, Inam. Just, I haven't thought through how to actually do it, you know? You know how to think? Color me surprised. Hey, Zimama, are you picking a fight? What I'm saying is usually do stuff without thinking. And that's fine when you're just me, but there's about all those Tiakua. All good things must come to an end, isn't that right? So this giant slide will be torn down for something new? I actually didn't catch much of what you're talking about. All I want to say is, my friends, let me get a picture of all you together while it's still standing. That's a good idea. I always like when they do special artwork for the story like this. Alright, let's toss all this complicated stuff aside for now. Right now, we gotta have fun. Tomimi, gotta give me a smile too. Looks like you've mastered the Durin philosophy. Well, it's not for me to get a vacation as if I'm gonna waste it. Well said, here's to you. How about some berry tomato wine on me? Nah, I'll pass on that. The demolition explosive was set and the assistant robots have made the preparations. Soon the big water slide that brought everyone joy will be gone without a trace. This summer must come to an end. There'll no doubt be even greater fun in the future. That's what all the Zerusians believe. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The explosive isn't nearly as loud as anyone expects. The slide simply slowly disintegrates, or perhaps a little more poetically, it melts in the water. Yeah, if I remember right, most buildings are demolished with an implosion rather than explosion, mostly to minimize the potential damage to the outside. That way they can keep the damage completely localized to where it needs to be without risking hitting, say, a building next to it or something. My, what a graceful way to disappear. Here, I thought you'd pass out from all the drink and miss the demolition. I know how to have a good time. Though at times like these, I generally keep myself clear-headed. That's the most basic respect I have for things as they fade away. Whoa, are you actually secretly a genius? That would be such a cheap cliche even in the Zerusian library. Oh, you little rascal. Stitch, catch. It's time we got serious. Let's both do our best, fair and square. Shake hands if you agree. Alright, out of the most basic respect for one another. No, you two actually get along rather well, don't you? What, are you blind? Where'd you get that idea? Now, things are going to get real from here on out. Has Croc been drinking? The warm-up of warm-ups, the prelude to preludes, the first season of the competition series. Drumroll, ta-da, swimming contest, how about it? Capturing and experimenting and he doesn't violate ethics. Relax. Music is so catchy in this game.
How did you rest, Doctor?
Might as well gather some quests while I'm
I
here.
used to love staying up myself. Until one time, I went a full night without closing my eyes.
Right now, my only
and
operators
had
at
splitting headaches for a week after. It was a horrifying
my only level
experience.
90 units are Ox, Saga, and Siege. Siege was leveled by accident because I meant to level Saga to 90 since I use her virtually everywhere. However, right now if you level a unit, whoops. If you level a unit, it displays their portrait here. It did not do that. It was just a blank screen with a level, and you select the speed tapes. So when I leveled up and came out, I was all, wait a minute, this isn't Saga. No, I don't know how that happened. And the most embarrassing thing is it happened twice. I accidentally ended up leveling Aya to 60 as well. Now, don't get me wrong, she has to be 60 for upcoming module, so it's not a waste, but it's just kind of funny that I missed it twice. I guess that the update that adds an operator to their XP screen was pretty much so that stuff like that doesn't happen. That said, everything else here. Hayes was my first forecaster, and I used her even over the story Amiya, and the welfares like the one from 2 Pioneer Vanguards. Indeed. To be fair, it is nice that a Vanguard can both fight and give DP. But yeah, there's a reason most prefer flag bearers. It's just I don't have Elysium, and he's kind of one of the main enablers of that. Add Flametail and you're complete. I would absolutely build Flametail if I got her. And Bagpipe, well, she works well with all of them. She's most known for the Flagpipe strategies, but she absolutely helps Vanguards as well. Oh, you can give him the Selector. I can, but there's a bunch in the Selector I'm thinking of. So I actually haven't redeemed it yet. But yeah, one's like Haze, Cruise, the King Glint, these are all done for favorite purposes. Saga has grown on me a lot too. Let's see here, the Selector. I guess I don't mind showing these resources since I'm going to be using them all up eventually. Yeah, I could get him right now. I believe this is everyone up to Kirara, I think. Let me grab a drink while I'm here, actually. Hydrating is always good. April was actually one of the top people I was considering, but then she came home, so I was actually seriously considering, where is he? I know Leonhardt's in here somewhere. It's unowned. Leonhardt's the main one, but since I have Ebonholes now, I'm also thinking I could go with Kafka or Iris purely to help sleep. Of course, Mr. Nothing's not half bad either if you're a big fan of merchants, and I definitely am, but I'm not too worried about that, I guess. So yeah, a sleep war like Kafka is probably a really good enabler, plus you can never have too many fast redeploys sitting around, at least for the roles they can do. If I go for Penance, I might get Texas Alter, and if that's the case, I probably won't need too many offensive ones. But at the same time, Leonhardt is one of the least bad... I want to call him one of the best splash casters, but that's not accurate. He's more accurately, he's one of the least bad ones. And he works for Rabbit Knights, which is good, because Rabbit Knights doesn't have much arts damage. Amiya is basically the only one. Hello, Infinity. I was just going over the 5-star selector ticket, since there's a handful I don't have in this list. I'll use it later, I guess. I'll think about it some more. Taking a break, showing off some of my highest level operators. Yeah. Nice thing about Leonhard is he's Res Shred, and that does help me. I mean, one of the reasons I raise the Snake Boy Shalom here is largely because he has a Res Shred of his own. Proclamation of Doom. Attacks have a 25% chance to reduce the target's res for a bit. Yeah, the Lee's Detective Agency show has been absolutely great. It also makes me disappointed that I have all of them except for Mr. Lee himself. Mr. Lee did not come home. Did I get new parts? Engine. Alright, let's obtain gear. Engine Club. Begin decorating. Expansions. Energy Saver. Launch DP reduced. Car movement speed. Rumble Amp. Reduces enemy defense on contact. Now that looks useful. Club interaction. Let's see here. Chance to get a random piece of equipment from the same type of design in LMD. Which one of these looks better? Infinite Fist. Let's see here. Oh, I can. These are friends carts. Alright, there we are. Alright, we got a few more parts. Let's see if I can adjust anything here. No parts. No parts. Energy Saver Program. Efficient, guaranteed, free of backdoors. Launch to be costumer. Automatically cycles after the first manual launch. Self-driving cart color and equip expansion slot A. Oh, I see. That changes the color. That's a big gimmick of this event, so we get to customize our own little cart there. New tiers called the tier list update, new EX, the best of the rest. Yeah, they've been having a lot of power creep operators recently. I'm kind of surprised. This game is usually pretty good at avoiding direct power creep. I might raise Eben to his max level. I think, as I mentioned before, once you get past 60 or 70, the operator barely gains anything, so max level is usually just for fun. But, yeah. I'm gonna have to try and avoid being tempted by the power creep coming up, because at the end of the day, playing strategy games like Civilization and Age of Wonders has taught me sometimes good enough can be better than best possible, especially if the good enough option is easier to obtain. So that's why I try to stick to operators that are either fun, unique, or... That's not to say I don't like the min-max ones. I mean, there's a reason I have Thorns here, of all people, and I have Bagpipe in my party even if I don't use her regularly. She simply gives such a good passive bonus to everybody, she's worth bringing. Same as Silver Ash. I barely use him, but his redeployment time reduction alone has helped me quite a bit, so it's nice to have. Let's see here. If his Infinity's here, I can actually show off. I've got some spare stamina, so let me show Infinity. I can show Infinity the event thing here of Niche Knight's Enjoyer. I don't technically have a niche, unfortunately. I tried to find one with Keurig or Rabbit Knights, but that wasn't nearly as fun as just like tossing, like say, Ak and Mint together here and having Mint melt everything from his buff. It's not. There's technically no niche around. Likewise, I didn't do it here, but I did do it in Lingering Echoes, but you can also use Ak with Zerny to get some really fun explosions. I'll probably do it a bit later in the event. Huh, you know, I'm kind of surprised that Saga still doesn't have a costume after all these years. I'm pretty sure she's popular, so she'd definitely, get people buying it. I guess the writer just has art block or something? But yeah, the little gimmick is you fire a cart out, it follows a path either from the arrows, like in the lower right, or from where your allies are facing, so you can basically ram enemies with it. This is Vehicular Manslaughter, the event.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Smacking everyone with the car. Hit and run indeed. It's always fun. Oops, yeah. I underestimated. Yeah, Phalanx casters are really durable, but they don't have a boost to their res, only their physical defense. So that many magic users, I probably should have put Zerny a little higher up to eat their attacks. Let's see here. Sadly, it seems like this is one map I won't be able to do the Mint and Ak combo, but I should be able to do the, I might be able to use Eben, or I could use... Yeah, I'll keep Ak in the party and have him hit Zerny, and instead of Mint, I'll bring Sad Goat Boy Eben.
This power is not mine. However, Rhodes Island has need of it, so I will employ it to its fullest.
And of course, I will need Lapland because there's way too many dodge enemies in this event, and dodge is a pain in the ass. I'm just very lucky I have a lot of magic users to bypass it since they only have physical dodge. Without further ado, let's begin the first joint swimming competition. I'm Crook Diamondface, Zuza's business representative. Broadcast is brought to you by DeCulture Silvermint's newest high-definition camera. First, let's take a look at the course. The race will take place underground lake that stretches from here all the way to the tunnel. Here are the rules. Anything goes, and whoever gets the other side of the lake first, the winner. I'm going to get an unlimited supply of my special craft ale for a month. Rhodon representative is the Wind of Iberia. Rhodon's sexiest man, Elysium. I know, he's got a lot of competition in that role. What's up, my Durans? The introduction why he called Crook to the side to talk with her. The Hollow representative is Gavil. Go for it, Gavil. Hi, everybody. Crocodiles are pretty good at swimming, so it should be fine. And we have a surprise, the Zootsa representative. Master Edge, our environment and climate representative. How did a tunnel survey turn to a swimming competition? It's a rare opportunity, isn't it? We're still waiting on the equipment, after all. A confession to make in pulling. Also, I was wrong. I seen the ticket did go after up to Totafons. You got greedy? Oh dear. I'll admit I was tempted to get greedy and try and get more potentials for Eben, but I figure no. No, this is a game where the potentials don't really matter, except for a few, like some of the fast redeploys and Bagpipe, but they're usually functional without it just fine. It's not like it's not like some of the others, that's for sure. I was supposed to say, remember? Oh dear. Oh yeah. Yeah, you have to resist that. If it helps any, I do always tell myself there will always be better banners with better units. And I guess with all the power creep they've been doing lately, Well, for now, the next fun one is probably going to be Penance. I won't mind if I get Texas Altar, but I genuinely don't care if I get it or not. I have yet to run into a situation Surtur will not solve the problem, and if not, I'll simply Ox Surtur, because Surtur does not need outside help to survive Ock, as I've found out. So yeah, that's my logic for why I'm fine skipping Texas Altar if I can just get Penance. But I won't go too hard, because I also want to save for Harmony. I don't even care if I get Reed Altar. So I guess, well, I was gonna say Mystic funny, there's been a bunch of Mystic casters with how janky they are, but I guess to be fair, as I said, it's actually been a lot easier to use Eben than I thought it'd be. Especially since you can force him to only care about enemies that actually matter. Harmony's basically the same. Harmony will only attack stuff that's currently being blocked, so if I just bring Gravel or something, some other fast redeploy, I can make sure she only hits what I want her to hit. Plus, it's not easy to go back and forth with the railroad out of operation. We're gonna go over anyway, might as well do something fun with it. Have it your way. Aren't you coming? Not interested. I'd rather check up on Tomimi and DeCulture's progress. What a boring Ursus woman. I'm not Ursus. How'd you convince Master Edge? Oh, I volunteered. Oh, but I just wanted you to help me out while having fun. Now that you've helped me, I certainly won't object to this little event. We have plenty who like to play in the water, but not a single one who's actually a good swimmer. This is about the pride of Zosa, after all. So I've got to pull the sack of old bones on the line. I like the direction of teams that get bonuses to each other, like the Abyssal Hunters. Mizuki module mats, after all. If you like Mizuki, go nuts. I've actually had the I've actually had Manticore for a while, but honestly, I've never run into a situation where I think, oh man, Ethan just isn't cutting it. If I'd like to get more of that than power creep. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'd rather more synergy or unique niches over power creep here. I mean, even Eben himself is technically a niche specialist. If I... yeah. Ethan Shine's Invitation to Wine event. I think the others are also capable of it, but Ethan's free and can obliterate the gimmick of that area, so yeah. I know one YouTuber actually beat the final boss of that event with a level 1, no level Ethan somehow. Rather impressive. No sweat it, Master. It's all friendly competition. You say that, but I can't have people talking about There's lost to a bunch of service dwellers. Avoya said she's not interested. She didn't say she wouldn't do it. Durans aren't a pushy people. If she doesn't want to join, I won't help force her. Plus, Avoya isn't native. Makes sense she wouldn't want to represent us. Looks like it's up to me. Alright, I'll compete on that with Durans. Happy now? Really? How can I not after what you said? That's more like it. Brock! Are you really gonna participate, Avdoya? Is there a problem? Unlimited craft ale for 1 month. It'd be a hit for me if she wins this. Well, it's a friendly competition. Don't need to be too serious. I will win this for Zusa and the ale. Alright, good luck. Just at E1 and above. Ah. Aosta, I haven't really seen too much of it, to be honest. Although I will say the recent skin from the last event looked really good. All the people who got it got a really nice skin. Excuse the interruption, we have an announcement. Avdoya will be subbing for Master Edge as the representative. Give a round of applause. Still have to come with us across the river, though, Master Edge. How about you ride on my back? I'll take you across. Oh? Was that intended to be an insult, Gavel? Nah, I just don't think I'll lose. Speaking of which, you should probably get changed if you're gonna race. Since you're carrying extra weight, my clothes will be just fine. Just because I don't exercise often doesn't mean I'm out of shape. Also, the artist didn't give me a summer costume yet, swimsuit costume yet, so I'm gonna have to do it with my regular outfit. I'm not so weak I'll lose to someone from Sargon. There it is, that's a phase. Haven't seen you make a better one yet. Contestants, please take your positions. They're calling us. I have ears, you know. Maybe this isn't the best time to interrupt. Did they forget I'm competing as well? Whatever, they'll find out who's the real skills when the action starts. There are some birds who are genuinely good swimmers, but... On your marks, ready? On tight, Mr. Edge. It's gonna get a little rough once the race starts. Don't underestimate the wisdom of age. Damn, I got provoked in the lane Myers. Flip, I'll beat you, Gavel. Set? I don't think that. I probably should have asked to poke down the tall Lone Ranger. I'll remember next time. It's occurred to me. I have to follow them if I want to get a good angle with the camera. But I don't have a bow and I can't exactly hold the camera swimming. What do I do? Never mind. Go! At Croc's command, the 3 contestants and 1 passenger leap into the water. And the race begins. Gavel has taken the lead. Ever since she came, Gavel has wowed us with her superb athleticism. She's gotten ahead of the pack, even with Master Edge on her back. They're having a little too much fun. Why don't you join them, Stitch Canvas? Your culture? Why are you here? Aren't you repairing the railway? Oh, no problem. I've got put the bots to work there. Keep your distance. I have apathy. It doesn't spread so easily now, does it? Plus, I like the peace and quiet of your place. Well, that's a surprise. Gavel's in the lead as expected, but how many of us expected Dota to be hot on their tail? Could have guessed the elegant lady has such power within her. She's keeping the pace. Who hasn't been able to shake her? Oops, I can't see. Can someone give me a shoulder stand on? There we go, thanks. Prison Stranger Things, the people versus our hardy folk able to live on nothing but ice. Still didn't expect Avdoya to really keep up with the pace with Gavel. Sure, interested in what's going on there. Why don't you go over and have a look? Not interested, waste of time. Really, you've hardly touched your sketch since the race started. What do you want, Culture? Just curious, what's troubling you? Because you felt like you deceived Gavel and her friends? Things don't have to be so complicated. Everything will fall into place if you agree to fix the dome. You don't want to fix the dome, so you're using the vote results as an excuse not to do it. Instead, you made the proposal to demolish the slide and repair the railway. And I'm not wrong. Blowing up and fixing the railway will allow us to detect the spread of active originium. I didn't say you're wrong. While machine surveying has fallen out of fashion, the equipment we have is still usable. Master Edge's problem will be solved once we build a boat and set things up. You won't be pestering about the dome anymore. You continue design work in this hut of yours, competing with Ketch, and everybody lives happily ever after. So why are you so anxious? What are you so anxious about? We're halfway point. What's this, 400 meters already? Order hasn't changed. Gavel in the lead. Elysium in third. Although Elysium's not overtaken the others. His form is a thing of beauty. Is he staying in third place on purpose? I just feel uneasy. Yeah, I know. I get the sense Elysium's intentionally holding back to jump ahead after everyone else is tired. And I guess that does make sense. Lagging behind at the start isn't too big of a deal if you're saving energy to get one last sprint to the end. Well, equivalent since we're swimming and not running. Like, I've dumped everything on them. I agreed to compete with Catch on the design for the new landmark. How can I convince the people? I have no confidence there. You'll get along so much better with Catch if you're just honest about your feelings with him. It won't happen. I'll never like him and he'll never like me. Well, I'm just looking for a place to take a break. It's not my business if you want to keep staring at a blank piece of paper. Is this situation going to end with the Stitch and Catch having a slap slap kiss moment, because it feels like we're working towards a slap slap kiss moment. If you want to check things out, the first boat is complete and ready by a landslide. Excavation and survey equipment that Master Edge asked for. You can help me deliver it. Thanks. Deculture, taking care of Stitch. I'm not the only one taking care of him. I can take a nap now that he's gone. I'll leave the rest to you and the surface dwellers. Do not worry, Zoomama, our friend, will help. Do not worry. You like her that much. Zoomama cares for us. You like Zoomama. What a particularly strange surface dweller. Oh, that's a clever effect. Crook Diamond Face up high. We're here by the lake to get a better view. Hey, is that Stitch, the architect over there? Wait, stop fidgeting. I'll lose my footing. Wah! The Durans made a tower for Crook so she can see the fence, see the race better. It's not easy to keep up a tower consisting of dozens of Durans, however, and begins to lean at her movement until slam. Well, there's so much for the cheerleader tower. Ow, my butt. The robot said the boat is parked around here. This is the equipment Master Edge asked for. I'll load Gavel's equipment onto it as well, and ask someone to bring the boat across. Phew. This is the boat? Stitch, I think so. Off I go. Huh? Oh, we just got on a boat. The robot's about the lakeside, and he's sailing across the lake. Got the module. Oh, congrats. I haven't leveled too many modules yet. I only maxed out Puddings to level 3, since I know she's one I'm going to be using a lot of. I guess I should probably get W's done sometime soon, but I just don't have the LMD. I spent way too much money getting all these new units up to speed, and I still need more to E2 the last few that are at that level. And he's sailing across the lake. Did he come to join the competition? Come to think of it, rules don't say you can't use vehicles. Huh. The finish line.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
May the war grant us the redemption we seek. Or will it?
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Muted or too focused? I'm too focused, sorry. Next up is... Sorry, I'm trying to figure... This one's a bit tricky because I can't use the strategy. Here. Alright, that's just endlessly cycling. Yeah, it's costing me, so it's... Alright, so I can command to stop if I need to. That's good to know, actually.
Shall I open?
Finish? Or perish?
Shut up, or else!
soft music on the battlefield, especially when you face a Lysanian.
Alright, let's see if Eben can nuke one coming out here.
Stronger dynamics, as startling as a tritone.
Must be invisible or something because he can't attack it.
Stronger dynamics.
Oh, it's not counted as an elite, that's why. Okay, so nothing in here is an elite, so Eben won't attack on them naturally.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
Shall I get out right
Oopsie.
now?
I should have used his skill first and then Ox. Zerny is a bit of a weird one to play with, but it's fun, I think.
Mission accomplished.
Taunting becomes stronger the more he's hit, and then releasing an explosion at the end. Mama, boat assembly, correct? Looks structurally sound, but there's a few things we can tweak. For example... There, that should make it more solid. Zamama, amazing. Just the product of experience. There you are, Zumama. Hey, now what are you doing here? Survey equipment has to get across, right? I came to help since I didn't have anything else to do. Oh, thank you. Why are you thanking me? Looks like you're actually becoming one of these robots. Yeah, I'm glad to make so many new friends. Zumama, friend. I've been trying to find a date for Lancet 2. Lancet 2 is the robot that came with Rhodes Island, right? Yeah, she's my big sister now. I'm not skilled enough to make a robot as smart as Lancet 2, so I'm trying to find one in this group. And they're very nice, but not really her type. She likes intellectuals like the Doctor. It's a bit of a headache. Never mind, you're not the only weirdo in Tiakua. Hey everybody, this is Croc. I found a safer vantage point. Continue the broadcast from. How far into the goal? 300 meters? What's really important is the architect is Stitch Canvas. The only students found a boat and jumped into the race. Oh, looks like he's doctored us. Let's zoom in and see what he's saying. I'm gonna win, I think. Yeah, that's it. He just raised his middle finger to show his motivation. Looks... There's a fiery heart beneath this architect's cold surface. You've got a late start, but the vehicle's a huge advantage. Closing the distance. Things are pretty lively over there. I want to say this is what happens with Gabrielle around, but she's not the only one that lets her hair down. You used to do it? You get used... You're not used to it? You have to get used to it, living in Akahula. You get so used to it, I feel weird if there's no one arguing or making noise around me. You're proper Tiakua now. Of course I am. Speaking of which, Zumama, if Gabrielle didn't come back last year, you were planning to become the Great Chief, weren't you? Becoming Great Chief wasn't really a life goal. It's a way for me to prove myself. I wanted to build the most powerful machine ever. I knew I shouldn't have placed any expectations on you. Are you thinking about becoming Lord Amir? Good to see that you and Tomimi have learned something about politics, unlike Gabrielle. I don't know how she survived on the outside all these years. Some things we deal with as a matter of course just don't factor in for Gavel, like adapting to your environment. That's true. So you want to become Lord Amir? Are you sure she's suitable? You want her to become Lord Amir? Are you sure she's suitable? Pretty sure you could pick anyone off the street in Sargon and get a better Lord Amir than her. I agreed there. If we're choosing a Takur to lead, there's no one more suitable. Are you speaking of Takur or as Sargon Messenger? We're in the final stretch of the race. Gava remains in first place, but her lead shrinks. It's not overdue, it's closing in though. Despite her valiant effort, her choice of clothing has become dead weight. Literally, as the weight of clothes is slowing her down. Meanwhile, Elysium's rapidly... Yeah, I figured. Conserving his entry in the first half, Elysium's now showing off his true ability. He has passed and is neck and neck with Gavel. However, neither of them are where the truth are approaching. I'm impressed with Elysium. I never thought I could catch up with Gavel. His attitude's a mask. You cannot get complacent. Yes, I noticed. He doesn't want people to know how good he is. Don't change the subject. Alright, looks like you've learned a thing or two at Rhodes Island. Not on purpose, but Master Closure makes go to meetings about stuff about technology, so I've heard a bunch of things. Looks like she has high hopes for you. As for your question, I've lived in Akahula for a long time now. Compared to city life, I prefer staying in the jungles, watching you people fight over stupid things. Maybe it's hard to believe, but for me, I'm Tiakua and a Sargon Master at the same time. I don't have to pick. Or I guess I could say, my Sargon perspective tells me Akahula won't stay unexplored forever. That's why I hope you'll seize this opportunity. I believe you. We're headed towards a climax. Exercising his explosive potential, Elysium has almost caught up with Gaviel. Abido is not out of this race yet, though, and she's keeping pace with the two in front of her. No need to push Avdida, but all three of them have noticed the threat approaching from behind. Stitch riding in his boat. The wonders of machinery, caught up with the three in front of him in a very short period of time. Only 100 meters to the goal. It's like we're starting line again. Three swimmers in a boat, racing their way to the final stretch. Annam, I won't help you convince her. Gabrielle should not sit in that chair. You get the same answer to ask Tomimi. Why? Pick it out for yourself. I'm busy. Fine. You have too much free time. Help me build this boat while you think about it. You really count every last coin, don't you? Yeah, your Nexus is a lot more on top of things than it might seem on the first glance. Avdodia caught in the boat's wake. She's coughing as she has to stop. Yes. I mean, what a shame. 50 meters. Elysium tries for the boat, but took an accidental hit from Mr. Edge, who is angry at Stitch, who falls back in the water. There are bubbles on the surface. Is he okay? 30 meters. Master Edge leaps onto the ale keg and hits Stitch on the head. Ouch. That must have hurt. By the way, ale keg is the name I gave this boat, following the footsteps of Masterpiece, the Great Aquapit. The winner will be, not quite, the fight between Master Edge and Stitch destroyed the boat's instruments. There's ominous rumble coming from the ale keg. She dashes ahead like an arrow. Not in Gabo can catch an out-of-control boat. The boat's the first to arrive at the goal. The winner is the ale keg. What? Wait, it's not over yet. The ale keg is satisfied at crossing the finish line, rushes ashore and charges toward the cave-in. Master Edge and Stitch are thrown from the boat. The ale keg's put a huge hole in the rock, blocking the tunnel exit. Poor ale keg never tastes the breakfast of champions. Moment of silence. What on earth are these people doing? I should probably collect these rewards here. Alright, most importantly, I did need to get the welfare.
I'm Operator Minimalist, freshly dragged here by Gaviel. So, this is what a nomadic land ship's like? We must have a much easier time avoiding catastrophes than we do underground. The only thing in those fools' heads is merely drinking their lives away. Ow! Gaviel, what did you hit me for?
Alright, yeah, he sounds exactly like the massive nerd I thought he would be. Oh, there's some special ones here. Clear with a 3-star rating and launch 10 or more. I should be able to do that pretty easily, I think. Ooh, backyard garage, gear trading center. 5 pieces of gear obtained. Alright, so restores 1 SP when an ally when it passes by them. Heals nearby allies by 30% of the attack per second as it passes an ally. I think the SP might be a little better, though. Refined coffee. And I think pushing for more SP is probably going to be a good idea. Old drill. Physical contact increases 200%. Racetrack, huh? Exhibition course. No animals are harmed. The race except Virginium slugs. Equip powerful gear, plan your route, hit more enemies during a high score. Let's give this a try. I have no idea what this is. Ready? Oh my, that's a lot of enemies. Alright, let's see here. 98 hits. Not that great if we're honest, but I guess it's fine. Greatly improves charging efficiency, reduces self-driving cart lifespan, but who cares? There we are. Real car complete. And what's this? Try the race cut once. Ooh, I got a bunch of stuff here. Ooh. The RMAs are something I really needed, so that's good. That's a lot of quests. EX stages, and it looks like they have some mirror stage as well, which makes sense. 20 days, wow. Oh yeah, these are all 3 weeks. Okay, this is purely, yeah, this is purely a ground level, fortunately, so... No ranged units.
Worry not. Coordinating with others is a strength of mine.
Whatever,
So long as nothing untoward happens.
Oh my. Stitch opens his eye and sees 2 familiar figures. By the way, I got your fresh change of clothes here. Also, Croak, drink a little less in the future to be on the safe side. Ah, sorry. All's well that ends well, though, wouldn't you say? No, I still don't see anything well about this. In the meantime, I suppose I'll find somewhere to change. With that, the 2 of them notice Stitch's come to. Good morning, Stitch. What happened to me? You still remember how you fainted? I was steering the boat, then Old Edge came running over and ooh, my head. And then the boat went out of control, crashed against the shore, and flung the 2 of you out. And how about Master Edge? He woke up before you and is taking Elysium to survey for now. Wait, the gear on the boat. The equipment's all essentially wrecked. As the survey gear, we had to or make that on the fly. The cutting equipment won't be necessary, though. Why? You didn't notice the terribly loud noise ever since you woke up? Lydia flashes a begrudging glance at it's not too far off. And with her prompting, it finally hits Stitch. The persistent racket isn't just nature. Is that a mixture of chainsaw roar and collapsing rock? Gavin, what in your right mind are you doing? It's obvious to me I'm sorting out this cliff face. The boat did put a considerable dent in the caved-in area, but clearing a passage is never going to be that simple. And with our cutting equipment down, I thought we'd be waiting a while, but turns out, well, seeing's believing. Ah, forget rail repairs and surveys. Any bozo can tell this is my strong suit. Gazing around, Stitch sees numerous fragments of extremely orderly cut rock, as well as a tunnel widened a bit too side by side. Fine work of Gavel, without a doubt. Which is to say, deprived of all cutting equipment, she opened away the tunnel all by herself. Stitch can't help but to begin to suspect the rumors he heard from the tribe's legends of the Invincible were at least partly founded in reality. Hey, Elysium, how come you're back so soon? What happened? Where's Master Edge? Things have gone a little south, Gabriel. You mean some giant origin slug showed up or something? I heard Province saw something like that in Siesta. If it was just some creature, I guarantee I'd be happy to wisecrack with you right now. Follow me. Something tells me things are going to go from bad to worse. After having drilled through the cave-in, everyone enters the tunnel itself. Space inside is more of a cave than a tunnel in reality, both vast and profoundly deep. Nevertheless, Elysium's more than up to the task, and everyone proceeds smoothly with him leading the way. So smoothly, in fact, it piques their curiosities they could grasp the tunnel structure in such a short time. Even the suspicion he's been this way before. However, that idea, more joke than anything, pales in comparison to the sight that greets them when Elysium comes to a halt. It's a vein of originium exposed at the surface of the strata. Moreover, anyone with some knowledge can tell this vein's been active for a very long time. And activity means explosion, or put it less kindly, disaster. How can this be? We detect the burst of originium veins in this direction back in the city's founding times, but they should have been much further. Well, they should have been much further out. Is there any chance an earthquake pulled them here? I heard about a few small aftershocks in the wake. The suddenness of the vein definitely matches after all. It's not impossible. Right, that's it. Chances are the earthquake must have shifted. What's more, it gave it that push, got its activity slowly warming up. And because the dome's originium sensor effects have been down, that's why I only now found out. Just calm down, this isn't your fault. We made this decision as collective inhabitants. We haven't gone even half a kilometer from the outside, I'd wager. If a full vein explodes only that deep, then Zorin is out of luck. Attention all residents, we interrupt this broadcast with an urgent notice. Upon conclusion of the swimming competition, Master Edge has taken the initiative in leading a selection of other contestants through a cave-in to survey the tunnel. The results are not optimistic. Master Edge discovered an originium vein located approximately 1 kilometer from the city. We tentatively speculate that its existence was known about the time of Zertu's founding in a stratum approximately 3 kilometers out. However, a tectonic shift originating in the earthquake half a year ago caused this vein to warp and extend closer, kickstarted its activation in the process. Currently, Master Edge is leading experts to urgently evaluate the vein's level of activity and thus determine at what point it will explode. We will provide future updates once accurate conclusions are drawn. As of now, we ask all residents prepare to evacuate. An active originium vein is going to explode? Where's this coming from? Judging by the broadcast, we've never picked up after the earthquake wrecked the dome since the sensor functions never got fixed. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure I've heard Master Edge make mention of the sort. Well, nothing to do, such as it is. Don't you feel as though it was a poor decision to build the Great Aqua Pit? What for? It's the outcome we were willing to take. That's true, we've never rejected any of the naysay from Master Edge. He warned us when we decided to build this instead of repairing that hole in the dome. And we only made that decision once we understood and accepted the potential danger. All of it is now it is now taking responsibility for the outcome of our choice. So it is, Surface Dweller. You need not give us any pity. Think about it this way. You spent a good long summer at least. I completely agree. So evacuating, I haven't decided what I'm going to leave behind, have you? I'm nothing like you are. If you ask me right now, my house here is what I most want and satisfying design yet. That's fair. I hope the origin vein isn't going to go off too easily. I need to think a little. How about we do a drink for now? A small Carl Mead. Not my poison. I'll go with number 7 whiskey. I'd taken Durns to be buffoons, barely smarter than Arksara before them, but it seems that's actually hardly the case. They're surprisingly chill about potential impending doom. But I guess that's better than panicking and not knowing what to do. I mean, they're all being pretty calm about it, figuring out what they want to keep or take. Yeah, that's what they should be doing, rather than panicking. What's the outlook, Master Edge? We'll need more time to be sure, but based on my experience, it'll go off within a month. We should lay the railway while we have the chance, arrange to evacuate through the tunnel. Not a chance, there's not enough time. More feasible if we dig a temporary shelter deeper in. Panic mode on. Yeah. We're all aware the dome might be able to suppress some of the vein's explosive force should it go off, but the real issue is the originium dust scattering. Once it happens, the dust will fill this entire space, and all of us will be affected by it. We have to repair the railway despite any danger, then we have to clear any obstructions and have everyone take refuge in Orsmai. While the tunnel's already wall-to-wall with originium, it'd be a nightmare to pass through safely. Earth is home to hundreds of thousands. Do you not understand how much time it'll take to feed them carefully through that tunnel? It's 2x2 at most in there, do you realize that? Hey, cool the quibbling. Gabriel, I'll get to you in a moment. Master Edge, you honestly have a better plan. I believe we should immediately begin digging away at the originium vein. We dig a small-scale shelter, big enough to hold everyone. We seal off the way to it. It's just a question of digging deep enough. It'll be a harrowing feat to construct a shelter for 100,000 in that short of time, even with all the technology the city currently has. And besides, it's 100,000 lives of support. What do you propose? I think just waltzing through the tunnel will solve that. At least there'll be leeway to begin. Provided we pass the most dangerous part of the vein. If we stay in a temporary shelter, consider what happens once it seals off our singular passage to any other city. We have nothing to look forward to but a drawn-out death. I can see your point there. Of course, I understand my risk in my argument, but I think it's the least worst option we have right now. You know, Advoida, it's not important. Can you hold your peace for now? I don't want to disturb you guys either, but seeing as how the tunnel's blocked, our only option Left is a fix to that convenient lift-o-matic #1 Tomimi mentioned. Bring all the Durans to the surface. Let them live with our tribes for a while, right? I mean, anything wrong with that idea? You guys have been arguing about this forever. We head for surface. Yeah. Guys, do not consider, seriously never consider that before. I can understand why she wants this to be a sealed-off, isolated paradise, but unfortunately the option, that is not, absolutely not an option right now.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield. See those on the stage, knowing nothing of their fates.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Pickle Devlio. Well, I stream just about anything on the stream, so feel free to stop by anytime something catches your eye. Let's get Lapland out here because I absolutely want that. Shalom's probably going to be better here because he can...
I hope we may resolve this peacefully.
Oh, this is like that one IS-2 mission, isn't it? Just with melee instead of... Okay, good to know. Oh, there's no distinction, eh?
Careful of music on the battlefield, especially when you face a Lysanian.
Full Metal Surfing Instructor. A robot surfing instructor that can take wind and waves, can stop self-driving cars, takes significantly reduced when not blocked. Hey. I don't know who that is or what that's about. Sorry, Pickled. I only have a vague idea of all this. Oh, stream as in streamer. Sorry, I have no connection here. I was just giving some stuff that's been going around Discord and servers and Twitter and such. Alright, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Faster tempo.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Faster tempo. As graceful.
Alright, we're going to see if I can use, does he count as an elite? He does! Which is good for me, because it means I can, only care about...
Stronger dynamics.
Let's stop this here and charge it in a bit.
Stronger dynamics. Hinfort aus meinem Kopf.
Use your skill there, Shalom, if you please. Oh yeah, that's really good. Feels good. Oh, I forgot to activate his Thorn skill. Whoops. Oh well. Lapland, this seems to be another event where Lapland is being MVP, I can tell you that much. Look at how much he's removing their dodge.
Mission accomplished.
Head for the surface. The Durans have never been to the surface before. Didn't Stitch and the people borrow his library books from the underground? And look, nothing in the rulebook says you can't, right? Listen to you guys, the tunnel's too dangerous, the new shelter's gonna take too long. So you guys head up top and take refuge, that's the best plan to me. That lift could hardly hold so many. What? I really want to refute you, but your group missed it during your time, but trains are by far the most common means of transport. Pretty anxious for this event, because there's so many truck... Oh, we're gonna get isekai'd? Though lifts are convenient for vertical movement, Duran cities are not nomadic, so they face the risk of destruction from the moment they're built. Lifts can only move vertically, have far less use to them than trains do. Moreover, Duran explorers have calculated that Duran cities often lie 1,000 to 1,500 meters below the surface. Hardly any cities exist outside that range. Just to say, Duran's probe the underground in horizontals. It's rare for one city just to be one city just 100, maybe 200 below another. So what does that have to do with a lift? I know what I'm explaining is a waste of time, but I have to show responsibility to the people here. Why, you trying to tell me the trains are more Duran handy, huh? I suppose so. Given that, what purpose will a lift have for existing? I guess for resources, isn't it? I don't claim to know why Durans tend to expand their cities horizontally. Some kind of ingrained habit, I guess. Forget that. Doesn't mean they scout horizontally as well, right? I thought you were playing the biggest bragger when you claim you've been places, but I can definitely see your progress now. Wowee, Gabriel, check it. Miss Advoya here sees my worth better than you do. Big whoop, don't care. Next time you get into an argument with Gabriel, I'm on your side. I'll be fine, thank you. Anyways, you are correct. The Durans are filled with a passion for probing underground, especially for minerals. In addition, city planning requires joint decisions of many, while digging is something each Duran's free to commit to at their leisure. Consequently, they often end up digging several hundred meters above or below the cities out of sheer awareness. In fact, quite a number of Duran historians believe the first lift was only designed when an industrial representative discovered the vein in the roof of their own city, and that would be most convenient to dig straight to it. However, following an unchecked surge of Duran interest in the surface, such lifts have been used for shortcuts to the underground. So saying Durans mainly use a shift ore, and sometimes there's little scamps like Stitch hitching a ride on them, to have some surface fun. Told you, I'm about the same age as you, Gabriel. Sure, so I mean, I get all that, but I still don't understand what you're getting at. Mizovo is trying to say that since Duran lifts are mostly designed for industry, they're really sturdy stuff. Tomimi sure knows that when we came down, the lift cold a few dozen people in the sweat. So, Gabriel, your suggestion is pretty feasible, right, Master Edge? Yeah. I can confirm. The super convenient lift of Magnum was designed after a vote, which came after some numbskull with nothing to do found a vein up above. But when we found a vein even closer, so the thing went by the wayside. Oh, that tracks. Heard that one cave got mined clean. Think it was you, Duran, who dug up the entire cave in the first place? That I couldn't say, but certainly possible. I mean, it sounds like something we'd do. In addition, to cope with the potential future situations, Durans naturally dig out more space when planning the lift for ease of future enlargement. Which means if we're going to make the most reasonable use of our remaining time, enlarging the lifts and getting the Durans to surface is definitely my way to go. Oh, you could have just said that then. If only you only know what to do and not why you're doing it to run into setbacks someday. Yeah, I know that. But I'm a doctor. Or Advoya. And look, you know it deep down, don't you? How could I ever not trust you? Why wouldn't anyone tell me we're not getting along so well? In my opinion, we're already best buds. Long and short of it is, I approve of Gavel's suggestion. You can hammer out the remaining details. I'll continue in the survey. I'll help you out, Master Edge. My arts can transmit into... Well, it can transmit info. If you turn up any results, I can notify everyone first thing. Aye. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I understand. You're returning to the surface and your own little experiences inform... You're against returning to the surface and your own experiences inform that. But your one of the roots is driving citizens too. Your opinion does swing things. And you're all personal talk of that, so now's not the time, and you get that, don't you? Alright, everyone, rustle us up a happy plan. I'll help Master Edge too. No point in tossing around landmark designs now. Not like there's anything you can do in there, right? Can I not be concerned for my own city? Sure, knock yourself out. So die, you still against it? This is the best method we have to save people. My small contrarianism hardly amounts to anything. However, Gabriel, you're very strong, stronger even than most Ursus soldiers I've met. This isn't a problem you can solve with just strength. We thought about how we're dealing with hundred thousands of Durans here. If all these people showed up out of nowhere in a region of Sargon, do you know how terrifying that'd be? This isn't something you can just solve by telling us your rainforest is big enough. How will the region's Lord Emir react? How will Sargon as a nation react? They're going to the surface because they believe in you, but if the reality awaiting them is crueler still, do you have the courage to say that no other way will work? And finally got Spectre Alter Module Y. Congrats. Seems like all the Abyssal Hunt... It just makes the Abyssal Hunters more tanky. Yeah, it seems like they're doing a bit more of Theme Knights support. Like, Casimiris has been getting a bit for a while. Even Mylinar has some, but even before, there was ones with Neural Radiant Knight, for example, so I wouldn't mind if they went in that direction. I mean, they've already even got some, like, Palace helps all Minos operators, few of those as there are. So they're definitely trying to focus on theme teams. They're definitely putting a bit more focus on theme teams than they used to. Now, Gaviel, you would be most fitting Lord Emir for Akahula. You are the only one who would reign in each and every Tiakua. Everyone's awaiting your return. If you simply cannot do it, and ultimately likely one from the court of Sargon will govern Akahula instead. When that happens, it will no longer be the free land you knew. Gabrielle swallows a sliver of hesitation. She realizes the choice is now facing her, waiting, and she doesn't even notice that it came. No, she's not unwilling to assume this duty, far from it. Not even on her vagrant trails, not even in her days on end at Rhodes Island did she ever forget Akahula and her people. However, neither has she forgotten the decision she made when she resolved to leave Akahula in the first place. Yeah, this is going to have to make a really rough decision going forward here. I don't know if you know this, but there's any Casmeras inside, it makes them deal true damage and for until its duration. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said even my Myanmar. I know it has a weird pronunciation, sorry if I'm getting it wrong, but Myanmar has some support for his faction there. They clearly intend for you to use him with the rest of the family members. She was going to study medicine, save the oropathy sufferers. These two choices she made were the right ones, and they were what she wanted. That's how simple it was. That's why she never found this hard to choose. So it seems it's crossed your mind. You're not that much of a simpleton. So, Gabriel, if we could truly settle this problem, then I'd be willing to even persuade the Durans for you. What is your answer? Just as always, this is the only way to save her. It's her becoming Lord Emir would solve this problem. It's a price she has to pay to abide by her own ideals. I know some doctors want to continue neural bloodline. Indeed. I'll be Akahula's Lord Emir. I'll bear responsibility. Mimi. Zerutza's gonna be destroyed? Seriously, unfunny joke. Stitchless's head, lifting his gaze to the dome. He'd been avoiding repairing it all along, avoiding redesigning a thing, perhaps. He'd always assumed he'd still have time, only now does he realize he's out, it's gone, he has time no longer. Just seems my hope of surpassing you is behind me. Stitch jumps aboard the small boat and sails it to another shore. He has to find somewhere to calm down. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. If you procrastinate for too long, eventually the opportunity simply goes away. Tomimi, what are you doing here? We're bringing Master Edge's equipment and workers over and came to see how it's going while we're here. Looks like we were right to do it. You two as well as... Hold on, Tomimi, have you actually seriously considered what you just said? Of course I have. Akula's always been without a Lord Emir, Miss Headvote. Just like you said, if all those Durans went to the surface, they draw the attention of the government for sure. So before that happens, I'll be the Lord Emir to govern that Akula region. I'll make it smooth and simple. Lord Emir, even then, becoming one isn't... I hold stash of the Sargon government posted Akula messenger and scout. If I assist, then provided is to have a Lord Emir before drawing government attention, this incident can be wholly suppressed. That should ease some of your concern, correct? Tomimi, you... It's alright, this way you don't need to go to any trouble, Gavel. I mean, yeah, but... No pressure, Gavel. Tomimi's volunteering, and if she doesn't, I can do it too. Dear Mama, are you scared? Do you think you made a mistake? I don't, I just have this weird feeling. Let me just think of a way to describe it. Yeah, okay, it's like, I've got this giant boulder in front of me right now, and I'm thinking, I have to use up so much strength to break it, but once I give it a shot, something tells me, wow, I can break this thing so easily. But it's like, why? Even so big? Gabriel, how's the axe I made you? Handy? Yeah, honestly, it's even more handy than I thought. I like it quite a bit. I stayed up for days straight making it for you, and the materials are all the best I could get, too. Come on, you should have said this sooner. I'm embarrassing myself here. I'm telling you that because I want you to understand. I don't need you to thank me for making these things for you. Because Gabriel, it's Gabriel. What the hell does that mean? Something very simple. Your fists are bigger than you think, Gabrielle. Because you have me. And me. The Rhodes Islanders and the people you saved and everyone at Kahula, too. Because in the end, you're right, Gabrielle. Ultimately, all those guys you beat into submission are willing to recognize you because they realize that in the end, you're right. Gabrielle, you believe in the right things. You've never gone wrong. And I believe in you, Gabrielle. So our fists are your fists, and you can keep believing in your fists. All you gotta do is charge ahead. We'll help you out. You guys. Oh, but Zumama, next time you make equipment for Gabrielle, I want to help too. I can do it myself. It's unfair having a Zuma charm. I want to draw on my dream catcher, Gabrielle's will mark, and... No can do, Tony. That's too much. I only draw 3. If you don't let me draw anything, your tail will turn thick. No putting curses on my tail. I don't get it. Why do they not want thick tails? Gabrielle, please don't bunk my head. Standing by Inam can sense that Lupa woman on her side is having somewhat hard time believing her eyes. To herself, it's a trivial, banal thing. She lets out a small sigh. She knows that finally she's come to a decision as well. And on the notes, I have a better proposal. I'll serve as Akula's Lord Emir. Huh? I've hung around with you as a government messenger all these years. I have the right to stand in. I just didn't want to before, that's all. Seeing as how we'd have to force Tommy back from Rhodes Island, where I've been not cool the whole time, I'd make a tidier fit for Lord Emir, wouldn't I? And I imagine that better assuages your concerns, Avdodia. Yes, it does. But I have to say, you people really boggle my mind. Inam there... No, we're just a couple fools living in the rainforest. Inam, you really sure about this? Well, this way you won't need to leave Gabrielle's side, won't you? Yeah, I want to talk to them. That's Tomimi right here. Gabrielle, I have this feeling we'll be fine friends, won't we? Ha, of course we will. If you insist, then go the hell on. Go right ahead. Now I see all society have definitely persuaded me. I'll make good on my commitment. However, Gabrielle, don't get carried away yet. An entire city's worth of people are heading for the surface. There's no precedent for something like this in all during history. It's something the entire city has to decide on. If the people ultimately dissent, we're out of luck. Which is exactly why we need you to talk them over. Not to worry, I've made you my promise, so I'll do all I can. Heh, thanks. Honestly, I should be thanking you on behalf of all Zuritsa. What'd you say? I said I need to make my return to make some preparations. Alright, Are you able to draft my speech for me? Yeah, no. Then I suggest you do something that plays to your strengths. If I need your help at any point, I will let you know. Gotcha. Alright, and then we got you and Zama back at the surface. Evac the elderly and children someplace around Akahula. Next, task force with the working adults to enlarge the lifts, right? You got it. Not a problem. What about me, Gabrielle? You stay behind my side, Tomimi. Abdoya is a good on assistant, so let's see if we can help Master Edge out in anything. Alright, excuse us. Come to think of it, Zumama. I know this isn't too realistic, but I'm supposing we can't return the way you and Gabrielle originally came? Yep, that's quite not happening. Then we'll need someone to show the way. The cave network's considerably complex, and I haven't forgotten so much for a single second. Stitch could work since he brought us down. Elysium too. He might even find the way better than Stitch did. No need. Seeing as how we have time, you can come with me. I'll be honest, luck played an enormous part in Stitch emerging from such a complex network alive, and Elysium is helping Master Edge out, so let's leave him be here. Mean to say you know the way? The likelihood is, nobody in modern-day Zurzia does. But you know the Durin adventures fill with the spirit of exploration. Each time they finish a foray, they're always happy to record everything they've seen and heard in books. They can share their companions. And in the library, once I've read such an adventurer's log, I finally detailed how he went to the cave network above the lift, made it to the surface. And while I don't know where said adventurer is now, he was considerate enough to leave behind a map. Yeah, they never needed maps before since they never had to leave the city. Ah, slice and dice. Now, let's see here. I did do the, not this one, actually. The, form, here we are. Launch at least 10 or more self-driving carts. Sounds good to me. Let me just check how long the event is real quick. Alright, now how many parts is this event in total? Because if it's 10 up, I might call it a little early here, but... Okay, no, it's just 8. So yeah, we're in good shape. Alright then. Actually, what am I doing? I can... Oh. Okay, actually goes up to 9. However, it's not nearly being as chatty as Sultan Farah Novice. I'm pretty sure at 3 hours in, I was only like halfway through at best. Well, no, I was halfway through at 5 hours. No, the later events are always later heavy. Okay, yeah. So I think we're in good shape to continue this. I might be able to get it done one night, keyword being might. Alright, let's bring Mint back in here then. And let's see, I guess I have enough ground units, but it might be good to bring some ranged options. Kyobi actually might be a good idea here. And there we go. Let's see how this goes then. You know, Master Edge, I'm kind of intrigued. What is Stitch's mentor like? I just knew you had an ulterior motive for coming with me, you little runt. Bother with yourself with that Stitch boy an awful lot. Ah, you caught me red-handed. That's just the kind of guy I am, hoping for everyone to hit it off and make friends. Well then you'd love his mentor. Finch Canvas was his name, most well-loved architectural designer of all time. Oh, Finch was his father. His style might have been leagued apart from the Dorian vogue, but when he explained things, he always had our hearts doing it. His words, his, right, throw off our ceaseless desires. His arguments were unique relatively, but the Zerusians love him. So why would make someone like him leave? That's a mystery, huh? He just up and went and never told anyone. That's pretty weird for sure. As for the apprentice left behind, we all recognize his talent, but we've seen how he acts. I bet Stu is how his teacher son left. So we all reckon. Dang, the Dern are pretty easy going. Oh, you got some results? Take a look. Verdict? Ah, more or less how you predicted. We've got just under a month's time left. A month? Should be enough time to enlarge lifts then. Fancy meeting you here, Gabriel. Fancy me. Doesn't look like you need me to pitch in anymore. This about does it for the survey. Did you win over Advoya? Sure did. She said she'll help talk the Zerusians into it. Good. All that should be left is putting in the official citywide notice of the situation. It's not just deciding how to head to the surface. We have to settle the matter of the dome, too. What's up with the dome? What's silly me? Nearly forgot you aren't Durans. Calamity doesn't come for Duran cities often, so it's a decent bet that a Duran city is wrecked at least once in his life. It doesn't haunt us to leave the homes that we grew up in. Contrarily, you'll see we always make sure our cities are in the best condition before we leave them, so they greet destruction the finest they can be. Wow, that kicks ass! So you think it's only natural for us. No matter why the hole's been sitting there in the dome, we've got to do something about it now. Speaking of the dome, where's Stitch? Wasn't he with you? He said I was gonna find you guys. Gabriel, do you need Stitch? You know where he went? He went. I met him when we came in. He didn't say anything. He just went outside the cave. Huh. You solemnly swear to us you have a map, and that you'll now tell us the map's likely a book on a shelf somewhere. I can hardly do anything about that. I've had no interest in returning to the surface after all. You should be content with the fact I could remember once seeing a forebears map recorded in a book. Oh, this is definitely an interesting setup library. That cave never turns out to be as complex as you say. I don't mind spending a little more of the time we do have. So, do you still remember what exactly that book was called? I've forgotten. I vaguely recall it should be a travelogue, detailing the Duran author's variegated experience on the surface. What's the point of asking anyway? It's not as if we can read Durish. I can't, but don't forget, I got my friends here. Alright, the robots can. Dear Mama, do you require help? I want to find this travelogue that's talking about, with a map recording the route to the cave network on the surface. Library books infrequently sorted, difficulty of search relatively high. If you find it, I'll give you all an intense round of maintenance. The mama friend, assist your mama. Assist your mama, assist your mama. Fantastic, take it away then. I'll be waiting outside. Remember to shout for me if something gives you trouble. Yep. Also, High Priest. Yes, I'm here. Kitchen. What in the... A friend of mine. Shouldn't you have asked me first if I knew any dervish, Zomama? Is there any way you wouldn't? Or I still miffed I never told you about all this business on the ground. You see, Zomama, if I regaled you with every last thing I knew, you wouldn't figure out how to construct an entire nomadic... You could figure out how to construct an entire nomadic city and build it, too, before I even finished. I personally believe the pursuit of knowledge has to rest at some point, though I'm not a person per se. Will you help out or not? If you'll pardon me once I find out, deal. But yeah, that was technically the main villain of the Gavial event, if I remember right. He piloted the boss. Inem, why are you standing at the library doors for? I'm waiting for someone. You? Library caretaker called me over to discuss something about refurbishing the place. He'd been wanting to, but never got around to it. Now's a good chance. I've been a little curious about that. Plenty of times since broadcast, and okay, none of the city's Durans are panicking, but why are some even planning to refurbish their buildings? Oh, you're a first service dweller, this should be lost on you. You've built those roving cities to avoid disasters, haven't you? Yes. But we're different. Our cities can't move about. Nomadicizing cities built underground would be much more of a challenge, yes. Between you and me, I've heard of masters who thought of building cities like that. You see, we fit rock crushers and borer planes and stuff under the dome and slip the base pallet of the whole plate in the whole city. It might just be within reach. I'm not great with construction, but that sounds crazier than our nomadic cities are. I've never heard of anyone actually looking to pull it off, truth be told. Anyway, our cities don't move, unnomadic if you will, but every one of our cities does have Originium detector facilities, which sets off an alert when one encroaches. One of those sensors replace jobs of catastrophe messengers. I've heard of those. It's not quite apples to apples, you see, because the spread of originium veins is the only thing our sensors pick up on. True, judging from what I've heard, there's also a stretch of time from vein discovery to activation, and outside of special circumstances like now, you have plenty of time to evacuate. But if hints of a catastrophe were detected, getting so much time to react would be a miracle. Circling back, you're used to abandoning your own cities then? Exactly the opposite, if I had to say. Durans adore everything we have that ties this land. We adore machinery, buildings, and the very cities we build. But should disaster insist on its way, then our cities are bound to be destroyed. And if we're going to face that reality, it's something we have to consider. The city's inhabitants leave it because of calamity, but the calamity doesn't last forever. There'll be other Durans, maybe even our own offspring and theirs, who will come upon the same land once again. They'll see the city remains, lament the disaster, but as people who once lived and breathed in it, is that all we want them to come and learn? Is surrender our only choice in the face of inescapable fate? We don't accept that. We decide before the strikes what shape the city will be and to greet its ruin. We set out to make our progeny marvel the fruits of technology, to make them grasp at traces we left behind, make them toast with our finest as to topple to all of our achievements, finest drinks to all of our achievements, just as we find other fallen cities and do the very same. Of course, we're sad to have to leave where we grew up, but it's a sadness we're accustomed to. And in sad times for us, upkeeping our city as such in the best condition becomes more meaningful than ever, don't you think? It's the body, it's what we call distressing our doomed city. Dressing our doomed city. Such a romantic notion. Of course it is. The more straightforward the reason, we can build a brand new city as quickly as a few months, provided we bring the key industrial equipment and have our robots assisting. We'd never have the resources to spare for this otherwise. Ah, yeah, good point. Is that Stitch over there? This one, no. This one, also no. What's this doing here? I'll take this with me later. This book, it's a Casimir Knight novel. Is it yours? Right, you can at least tell what this one is. Slipped my mind. I suppose it is. I brought it from the surface. About that, how exactly does a lone Ursus like you wander all the way from Ursus to a Duran city? My family all died in noble conflict that had absolutely no honor to speak of, and I was forced to flee from my home. Assassins trailed me through my escape until eventually I fled to a cavern. The structure was as complex as the one built here, and I happened to find such a lift that led underground. That's how I had the fortune to survive. It was really that simple. Oh, that sure was pretty lucky. You have no other thoughts? Were you hoping for any? My dear friend of Gavel's. I've heard a lot of stories similar to yours aboard Rhodes Island. You're already lucky enough to have just survived. This is a good place. It'd be pretty nice living somewhere like this. It is. I thought originally I'd be a lot angrier about the circumstances I've landed in, but my family... Here... Had my family really been so guiltless, my parents so benevolent in their day-to-day activity, fallen by wicked men's hate? Of course not. My father still cursed his antagonist more than he cared for his own family, right until his final moments. As I fled from the back, I knew nothing of the whereabouts of my mother, and I was no more than an insignificant sacrifice in the sea of Ursus' noble conspiracy. You're right, I am lucky, and that's why I have to cherish this hard-won luck as much as I can. Yeah, it seems like she's got a good thing going, and she doesn't want to lose it. For sure. You're cruising a pat to pick a huge argument with Gabrielle, am I right? Gives you that idea. She might have talked you over, but think about it carefully. You never actually said what you really wanted to say. You tried to argue with her again, but lost the opportunity, so her only choice was to bite your tongue. I've seen a lot of people pissed off by Gabrielle's whole personality. She gets me too sometimes, and you're the most obvious kind about it. Alright, I do admit it. I've never met anyone like Gavio. Whether I'm Ursus Durin or getting a handle on things, getting a handle on her is very elusive. something you need to get off your mind. If there's something you need to get off your mind, you can tell me. You've helped me out. I don't think I'm passing it on to her for you. I'll refrain. I'm not in straits that dire yet. However, I do have a proposal. I have no plans to formally return to surface life. Once the danger's past, I'll be proposing the Durans return underground. Of course, contact can never be easily severed once made, so breaking off dealings will be near impossible. I recognize that much. And I admit to you that the Tiakua of Akahula may be possible relational targets. Thus, once the Durans rebuild their city, I'll invite you all to relocate from Rainforest Void to a land beneath the surface. At that point, I'm sure even one of Gabriel's nature will understand just how wonderful Duran society is. Guess we'll pass. Why? Let's get back to that once we find the map.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
Alright, absolutely need to get these ones going. Actually, I should have let, oh crap, Thorns here, if you please. Right, I need to get the healer out first.
It is but a flash in the drift of time.
Alright, Thorns should be able to handle these just fine, I think. Oh, that's a car. Some good wheels. And some more arts damage then.
Melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
Alright, there we are. Here we are. Oh shoot, I can't block it. Okay, I guess I need to do something else there.
Please, don't be disheartened. Not every composition is smooth from start to finish. There'll always be a few rounds of polish before you land where you want to.
I guess I'll have to try using Eben then. Actually, I shouldn't need help for this. It's nice. Okay, so yeah, I think this is proof here I need to E2 Mint as soon as I can. I'll do that off stream, but for now we're gonna bring, if we need raw power, there's only one person we can bring. Actually, I know, and yes, I'm well aware Aya or Yobi would probably deal more damage. But
This power is not mine.
let's try a nuke,
However,
shall we?
Rhodes,
I've finished tuning. I may perform now.
Show me what you're made of. Amuse me, if you even can.
Silence them in order to keep them from doing these. The sooner I get him charging, the better.
Flourish or perish?
careful of music on the battlefield, especially when you face a Lysanian.
Get Kyobi out here for some additional damage here. Looks like we can finally see Kyobi's new costume, kind of. Plainclothes beach buggy. Your favorite beach transportation buggy. Can only be blocked by units of block 3 or higher. Okay, so I do need a tank for that. That's fine, I can put Neon right behind.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Alright, should be able to do this.
Stronger than as startling as a tritone.
Eben, please ignore anyone who's not an elite, and I assume that's going to be...
Stronger than
Okay, it does count as an elite. I was wondering what was going on there. Nice.
Shall I open? Shall I close? Shut up, or else!
That should help him. Didn't work, but yeah, you can see the kind of strategy I'd like to use with Zerny there. Attention, all residents of Zerusa. It is a fine day. Results of Mr. Edge's survey have just been made available. The active Originium vein is set to explode in approximately 25 days. Zerusa is officially entering a preparatory phase of evacuation, commencing now. Following discussions between your representatives, a general meeting will be held at a suitable time slot in the forum. At that time, we'll discuss the specifics of our evacuation program as well as dressing of our doomed city. The results of Zerusa. Stay tuned for further broadcasts. Jane, the city seemed like a genuinely great place. The culture. Wake up to culture. Wait, Robot Stitch. The culture. Wait, Robot Stitch? Here's a silly Robot Catch. Let's have the both of you fight. Do I even want to know what she's dreaming about right now? What in all of love are you dreaming about? The culture, wake up. There's a what? You know, I'd like to ask why you're taking a nap in Stitch's garden again. Because it's so peaceful here. Must have missed the broadcasting as how cold you were out. Something happened. Master Edge went to the other shore, did a survey and found origin in vain. Got shifted close to the tunnel entrance by the earthquake from before. And it's shockingly active, too. We're going to hold a general meeting, decide how we take refuge. Oh. Didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? I'm looking for Stitch. You want Stitch? I think he's ridden the boat I lent him to the other shore to meet Mr. Edge and the others. Really, I'll wait for him here then. You need him for something? Yes, I'm hoping he'll return to the design department and work with us, amending the dome plans. Since the is just facing destruction, there's no sense in holding the landmark competition anymore, but we're lucky still have some time. So we'll have to make a decision regarding how to handle that hole in the earthquake left in the dome. I don't know, just leaving it sounds fine to me. Thoughts? Even if we wanted to, we need the citizens to approve that first. It's an extremely significant thing to any architectural designer, letting a city reach perfection in its final moments. We're giving the city a final round of observation, putting a plan we can fulfill in the finite time we have here. So you're hoping Stitch will return? Right. I don't know why Master Finch left all of a sudden. Others might believe their tutor-apprenticeship relationship was fading, or their time was just up, but I know that can't be the case. As a former assistant to Mr. Finch, I knew more than anyone despite his utter lack of inhibition. He cared much for Stitch at the bottom of his heart. Stitch was like a son to him, so his departure has to have some inextricable link to Stitch. And as the industrial representative, you've seen the state Stitch has fallen into since his teacher left. His planning proposals keep getting overruled to the point he slowly stops showing up to the design department. I've been seeing happen and wanting to help him somehow, but I've never been able to find a way. His dome has left the city the grandest work of Stitch's teacher, Master Finch. But do you think to Stitch it might be a burden? Even so, you don't want him left with any regrets, right? Right. This is our last chance. How very you. Stitch, are you there? Huh? What are you two doing here? Catch, so you and Culture got something going on, huh? No, we don't. Wow, ice cold. Get me out of your banter, Elysium. Master Edge, Miss Gabrielle, good work. Snapping here. He's waiting for Stitch to come back. You're saying Stitch hasn't? Didn't he bring you and your friends the equipment? He kinda made a whole scene about it. But he vanished part way, and we don't know where he went. Here, it turns out he's not home. He didn't go back home. Don't mean he ran to the runt. Instead, he looked pretty damn unhappy. Any ideas? I might. The mama on this row either. Okay, move on to the next. Oh, this is tiring me out a little. Can't believe we still haven't found it. Go on, take a break. About my earlier question, I'd still like to know why, Zumama. Fortunately, I have to head out. Alright then. See you later, Raizun. Thanks for stopping by. Our life is fine among the Durans. There's no noble conspiracies, no scheming or jockeying, and even if there is, it's just plain adorable. Even as we're on the very verge of calamity, the Durans have sufficient contingency plans in place. They even have a leisure at this moment to consider how Zuritsa can greet its destruction in the best condition they might imagine. I'm not denying any of that, Avdoida. I think you're pretty on point. Duran life's not bad. I'm not refusing you because I think what you're saying is wrong. It's because I don't like it. If there was a two who wanted to come live underground, I wouldn't stop them, and neither would they. But why? I'm not just rejecting surface life from my own experiences. I've thought about this countless times, spending my days in Duran cities. And I believe the results show Duran lives an undoubtedly better life, one more in pursuit of culture. But why would you or Gaviel not want a better life? My master isn't just wildly proficient with machines. She's into movies and dramas too. Gets me watching all sorts of stuff, and she doesn't even care if I'm interested. She explains it all. I've ended up remembering a few things over time. For example, she's a character about to go on a long speech. She always says, ugh. Long-winded righteous guys turn out as villains, or they get in the protag's way. Couldn't they just make their characters cuter? Why do you need to convince me or Gaviel? Oh, and I might add, young lady, that your view of Durance is actually quite wide of the mark. What way? If you'd said life in Durance city-states was more on-demand or cozier or safer, I would not retort. But hold the Duran lifestyle is a better life, and I dare say that alone would be wrong. You're a clever child. I'm sure the distinction doesn't fly past you. Good sir, I'm calling you that now. I understand what you mean. Can you really say it's wrong for me to wish others to live a life more materially, spiritually plentiful? That's a different question. You're simply looking to redeem a little bit of the prestige you lost in an argument that's long since ended, no? Dang, now that's an armor-piercing question right there. So basically, you think the pressure on Stitch's minds, we chose to run. Exactly. And if so, my bet is he's gone to the hut by the lakeside. Before he moved into this building, that's where he and his teacher lived together. Catch, you know what Catch, you know what I want to say here, don't you? We end up deciding to amend the dome design, Stitch is unwilling, then it's down to me, right? It's not just the sake of addressing the city. From a realistic standpoint, reinforcing the dome will buy us more time to evacuate. Finch and I were good friends, and couldn't make good sense of him leaving without a word either. I've been wanting to look after a student best I could. There's a boundary to everything. Miss Gabrielle, couldn't we trouble you to go find him? You didn't need to ask, I was gonna. Tomimi volunteered to help the city people out with stuff. Having an empty plate kinda bugged me. I think him and I have a little debt to settle at this point, too. Well then, I shall leave it to you. Where's that hut? Just on the lakeside, similar style, this building, very unique. You'll see it the moment you get there. You got it. Yeah, aren't you want to go? I don't know how I could face Stitch under these conditions. But you're worried sick for him, aren't you? Ever since Master Finch vanished, I've been wanting to help him. I just don't know how. Come on, do I diagnose you with too nice or way, way, way too nice? Nah, I guess you Durans do give me that kind of vibe on the whole. Eh? They don't want to cause a fuss, I suppose. For reasons I don't know either, Stitch actually has kind of an inferiority thing. With this type of personality, you greet him with what you think is an equal approach, but to him that actually comes off like you're putting pressure. Because for him, it takes everything he's got just to pretend he's on the same level. You can't just invent some sincerity and expect results to come with communicating. So what should I do? Alright, you treat me like a brother in times like these, I'll teach you a thing or two, just like our brothers should. It's actually real simple. You don't say anything like, I want fair competition. Say you've got and you don't say to him you got a choice. You seal off his escape route. You don't have a choice. I'll be there with you. We'll do our best. A man who spends far too long shut in his own self-made space tends to take a little prodding time to time. Yeah, it seems like Yeah, Stitches seems to be the kind of person where if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Well, they need to be straight with him. Blunt. Mr. Coach, what do you say? Why ask me? I'm just making some of my own guesses here, but you clearly know him better than anyone. Stitch does have a sort of inferiority complex, yes. Might just be right. He doesn't need tender comfort. He needs to really yank him out. Won't that hurt him? Well, it's not guaranteed to turn out pretty, but if this is his last chance, as you say, then you ask yourself, do you just want to get along better, or do you want to make his way out, even if it makes your relationship worse? Give it a try. And I think you ought to speed it up, or we'll have to get Gavil's fists instead, and those sure don't settle for yank him out. Ha! I'll get going now, then. Lively, extroverted, grasps social contact, they're all fine character traits, Catch. You believe people should become that way, and you do work to see that happen. But you can't always hope for someone else to be like you. Ellie seems right, too. I'm gonna help Stitch, maybe that's what I need to do. But I think distress and evasion are just as correct, so Catch, seeing as you're gonna do things your way, I'll do mine. If Stitch wants to run, I'll help him run. Deculture, do you need us? Go, help Stitch out. If she wasn't doing it on purpose, then she doesn't realize just how easy it is to read her face. She doesn't agree with what I say at all. Man, I haven't felt this youthful vibe in forever. Makes me want to join in on the fun. Nah, if I did go, I'd just get swept in by Gavial. I don't want to be beaten for no good reason. Alright, Stitch, you better shake up and wake up. You're gonna blind eye all those guys who want to help you, and you don't know how it might come back to haunt you. I don't understand. You people clearly aren't as unreasonable as Gavial. Why do you insist so much on indulging her? I ask you, do you not look at Gavial and feel that we need someone like her? Hey, weren't you waiting outside? You spent so long, I thought you were up to something. Adoya, you and I happen to be similar in ways. A huge part of why I came to serve as Akahula's messenger was that I wanted to escape the unending strife between the Lords and Mir. Akahula has nothing to speak of, but life here is extremely comfortable. I'm a big fan of this land. Also, for raising worries, I'm more worried about you than the Durans showing up causing problems. Alright, see you later, Infinity. Thanks for stopping by. Why are you still? Gavial's been gone from Akahula for so many years and hasn't changed one bit. As if nothing anywhere across all corners of the world could ever make her surrender. When I see Gavial, I think to myself, so people like you still exist? I can't help but want to help her. It's that simple. Before I left Akahula, Gavial was completely ignorant. I've seen so many things through Rhodes Island, but I've slowly come to realize that what I'm really learning isn't just knowledge. There's so much across the world I never thought of, and at the same time, that's exactly how I should expect. I'm sure Gavel's seen plenty, she's just as powerless too. My dream is to build the mightiest machine in any land. The truth is, I still haven't figured out what I should use it for when I'm done. Still seeing Gavel, I've gradually gotten some sort of idea. Machines I make will be used to help her. There'll come a day when Gavel's fists meet a wall they simply can't break through. But that's not a problem with her. She's flesh and blood too. Just like I've done here and now, I'll give her the greatest weapon. If fist won't do it, then take the axe. If the axe, take a hammer. If a hammer, take a drill. If a drill, I'll build her an entire big ugly thing. And if Big Ugly won't do it, I'll build her a whole nomadic city. Whatever she wants to do with that, she will. Really trust her that much? I do, because Gavel stands for Akula better than anyone or anything ever could. She's the backbone of us, and in the future, she'll be the backbone of even more. And it's in our power, our own power, to make sure Gavel's fists are unhindered for eternity. Of course, realistically, I'm just as worried that what leaving a college or purview would result in. With Gavel's temperament, giving her authority might discomfort the powers more than it will her. So, if she really was going to serve, I was planning to thoroughly groom her for it for a stretch. It probably wouldn't have done anything. Ha, I like to think so too. But even I never pictured I'd be willing to go so far for her. Your experiences taught you to doubt people like Gavel at the start. I don't deny that. Maybe you can start by trying believing in her. Give it an attempt. So the map? I forgot. Oh, I see you left this old codger to find all these bots to actually continue search while you're all tied up arguing Gavel's favor. I only just realized the shelf has absolutely nothing to do with travel records. Went to the other side and take a look and found it straight away. I think this is what we want. Yes. Avadoya, dummy, Avadoya. Fine, I was wrong, sorry. Is that enough? Ah, Doya, brilliant, you're still here. Master Edge sent a message a while ago. He's proposing we hold a general meeting in the forum, and the other representatives are all in favor. We need your review. Thank you, Zanama. Though I don't still entirely accept it, I will give it an attempt. Alright. Rock, tell us Master Edge. I have no objections whatsoever, and more so, I'll be there to persuade the residents if necessary. Okay, this is definitely going to be a mint map. But enemies are actually going to be tough here, so I'll need to be careful. Alright, I should probably bring, Minimalist just for the experience here. Probably going to be farming after all.
If Gaviel's going, I'm not.
Do, 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 do. Citizens of I'm your Environment and Climate Representative, Edge Earthheart. We're here today to discuss the future of Zurza. Survey results are back, and the representatives have discussed a few solutions. We'd like to make our choice from our options today. We also have to come with an answer for how the city will move forward. Our today's meeting will be officiated by Avadoya. Avatia. Oh, those are... Oh yeah, I didn't realize before, but yeah, those are huge mushrooms, dang. Sure about this, Avadoya. Sure, you've lived in here for quite a while and the people know you, but this will be the first time you're standing before everyone. Yes. Alright, you're up. I might take some time, is that okay? Oh, don't worry, you won't break my record for putting half the city to sleep. I've never heard that story. Oh, I remember. He went on a long discourse about geology. He went on until the sun went down, only stopped when he wore himself out. I probably won't go that long. Oh, go ahead. This is the culmination of the time you spent here as a resident serviceborn. Thank you. Here goes. Savoya! I'm with you no matter what you say. Why don't my speeches get the same reception? It's not just your record-breaking speech. All other meetings you officiate last for ages. I know you're always the first to fall asleep. Not today. Avadoya looks different. Wonder what she has in her mind. Fantastic. I respect Master Edge's knowledge, but his meetings are tortuous. Avadoya is as beautiful as she is. I could listen all day. Greetings, my sis. Zurza, I'm Adoya, literature representative. Today I officiate this meeting that will determine the city's future. We have discussed Master Edge and believe 3 practical solutions to carry out the evacuation. Before discussing plans, however, there is something I wish to discuss. It's about my past. Not the past of Avazoi Razorpen, but the past of Avazoi Nikolavania Ivanova. When I first came to live among Durans, I created many stories and shared mine with people. This I've never told anyone. I want to share with you today. I was born with a noble family in Ursus. After I thought she would struggle to find words, but she found her memories pouring out as soon as she opened her mouth. It was not that she did not know what to say, it's that she had too much and didn't know where to start. Durans don't know what it means for her, but she does. The first time she looked back on her past since coming here, she thought time would let the past fade, let her forget the memories she was once a woman of Ursus. Now, though she realizes the past will never truly go away, but meeting Gavel and the people she fought brought with her help her realize this is not so bad. The past pulls her down bit by bit, and the Durans, listening to her story, she no longer feels pain, and thus know the Durans. Stitch sits in his room trying not to think about it, but he can't help it. He knows this is his last chance. Let it go, he will never surpass. He has a feeling that if he does not win this time, he'll always be second best, though what he cannot describe. He knows, but he can't do it. Puts his arms in his head. Knock, knock. Stitch, you alright? I know you're in there. Leave me alone, Gabriel. We need to talk. Talk to Catch if this is about the dome. No can do. Why? 'Cause this is your job. Open the door. You're not coming in here. Well, that's not up to you. The door and the walls around it collapse with a bang. Gavel walks in casually holding her great axe. Sees and sitting by the desk with arms in his head, his expression hidden. A few blank pieces of paper lie by his hand. A few more pieces lie by his feet, torn up or crumpled up. Design sketches. Wanted to do it, didn't you? Can't give me a break, Gavel. Not so much that I'm not giving you a break. Look at you, shutting yourself in this room, staring at sketches, holding up everything you've been thinking. You're the one's not giving yourself a break, Stitch. You don't know anything. Right, which is why I'm not taking it back by force. I don't know, so I'm not gonna find out. Why'd you smash my door down then? Wouldn't have talked if I didn't. Just threatening me. I'm a reasonable person. I could even be convinced to help you if you have a good enough reason. I realized something my way here. You weren't happy with the whole dome repair thing from the very beginning. Life on the surface can be so colorful. I've never heard Abdo talk about it, right, Master Edge? It's nothing. Rare to see you drift off like this, though. What's the matter? I was thinking about Stitch. Stitch? Aren't Gavel and Catch looking for him? Ought to be fine, right? The question isn't if fine or not. Seeing him today made me realize I may have pushed him too hard without realizing. Mean the dome repair? Yes, of course I was in agreement about not repairing the dome, but I was also anxious about the broken survey equipment. You know how Stitch has been since the teacher went missing. He submitted a series of proposals for the dome that got rejected. At some point, he stopped coming to design meetings and shut up in his room. I thought maybe I could push him a little if he came up with a new plan to repair it. That would be an opportunity to bring it up. I could help him. End up going with the surface dwellers to fix the railway. Yeah, I didn't expect him to go this far to avoid fixing the dome. So I thought, forget it. The Originium vein takes priority. If he's so reluctant, then let it be. There'll be more chance in the future. Little did I know there would be no more chances. This isn't your fault. If anything, it's Stitches for running away. But the dome is so important to him, he'll regret it for the rest of his life if he doesn't seize the opportunity. Why are you so against repairing the dome? Because the job my teacher left me. Teacher job? Didn't catch say your teacher went missing? It wasn't a sudden disappearance. Though he didn't tell anyone else, he did leave me an assignment. I have to win over everyone with my dome design to make the dome as rich as my own. Only then will he come back to find me, otherwise he'll never come back. Your last name is Canvas too, are you related? No, I changed it later. Oh, I thought it was his father or something, but no, I guess, 8 years ago I survived an Originium vein explosion. I had no home to return to, but the teacher took me in. Is your neuropathy? Yes, that was when I caught it. On the surface, people with this disease are called infected and cast out from society. That's not the case among Durans, but we can't fully cure it, only keeps its symptoms in check. Same up here. So I changed my name to that of my mentor and studied architecture under him. He's pretty famous? Of course, Finch Canvas was the design representative of Ursa. Surface dwellers would call our style minimalist. We oppose the elaborate and flashy design and see them as unchecked spread of desire, product of a slothful life. At this rate, we'll inevitably swaddle by our own desire. That's why we advocate a lifestyle that emphasizes the true nature of things. True nature? How things are in their most natural state. Oppose on unnecessary functions, try to keep things the way they are. This is our rebellion against the life of desire. Like the simple design of your room. No, my style is not exactly the same as that of my teacher. My style came from his, but in some ways go in opposite directions, allowing the city to welcome destruction while looking at its best as a luxury that comes only from our excess productivity. It's arrogant and wasteful. One's time is limited, my clock's ticking. You're infected too, Gabriel, don't you understand? You only have so much time left, you need to spend your efforts on something meaningful. Of course, that's why I study medicine, so I can heal myself and people like me. If that's how you feel, why not seize this last chance? You think I don't want to? You see the sketches there? They're proof of my failure over the years. I made proposal after proposal, only see them all rejected. After that, I couldn't even come up with a passable sketch. I don't know the problem. The trains are me. Sorry, coffin fit there. But dang. All I know is the mere sight of the dome fills me with fear. Like a cage my teachers lock me and trapping me forever. Even if it's my last chance, I can't do it anymore. Even if I came up with an entirely new plan, there's no hope of getting through. You tell me I'm gonna come up with a new plan, just let the past review in such a short time? I'm not coming with you, Gaviel. I'm a failure. Tell Master Edge if he wants a dome fixed, he'll have Ketch do it. He'll undoubtedly do a better job than me. Alright, I get it now. More important for you to come with me. Haven't you been listening? Yep. But you're the one who's got to explain it going to the gang. Oh, Stitch is in danger. Stitch is in danger. Protect Stitch. Protect Stitch. Hey, where does bots come from? Stop right there. The metallic scent.
War, ever inevitable. Tis but a flash in the drift of time.
Alright, I can't keep Ogg around too much with this minimalized healing. But I can bring him in for one.
Yes, grief, ever echoes in your throat.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why should
Alright, there we are. This should
Tremble
protect
in
me for
my
the rest of the
music
map.
is your honor.
a knife? You dare strike my shield with your spear? That's gonna end with you in pieces.
Alright, I think I know what to do. Alright, yeah, those guys are a bit rougher than I expected. Actually, let me check the enemy info here. Metal grade what haker upper meat. Establishing the sentence chills across the beach with his might. Upon taking damage, gains significant increased attack speed and movement speed for a period of time. Gains increased attack, all affected. Yeah, we're gonna want Eben for this.
This power is not mine. However, Rhodes Island has need of it, so I will employ it to its fullest.
This should be fine, I think. Alright, let's go.
Prolonged casting makes my headaches flare up, and I even hallucinate if I'm unlucky. Let's make it a blitzkrieg, shall we?
Flourish or perish?
Let's just get this done with.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain them.
You dare strike my shield with your spear? That's gonna end with you in pieces.
I guess I can put Silver Ash here for a bit more.
Faster tempo, as gracefully as life Viertel. Stronger dynamics.
Alright, we'll just let that end here for a moment.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
Alright, just focusing the drills on those was a good idea, I think.
Faster tempo. Faster tempo.
In thought of art thou mine worthy enemy, or art thou not but a jester?
And there we are. Easy clear. Ignore that I had to
A
redo it once.
satisfying battle. It brought palpitations even to my heart.
These Akins do I have? A decent amount. I need to farm some of those. What's this one? Ooh, I think I know what I'm farming for this event. Alright, this is gonna be the final boss area then. Bring Shalom here.
I may lack for power, but I will do all that I can.
Let's see here. Yeah, I think Shalom is gonna be important because he can take out entire waves. Above the dome.
Compassion saves no one on the battlefield.
Ooh, that looks like a good thorn spot, actually. This almost sounds like a Toho remix for some reason, or is that just me? Alright, there we are.
Extraordinary melodies can only be played by the soul that quakes.
To kill and to be killed.
Materialist Agonizer. Nearby is invisible. Current bombards the area with most units. Just... Oh dear.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems...
Listen or leave.
Alright, retaliate time.
When 'tis a choice of life and death, why shouldst thou lay down thy arms?
Gonna need some extra protection here.
Or perish.
Oh, my body burns at over 1,400 degrees.
Stronger dynamics.
Crap, I put him in a really bad spot there.
Fret not.
Interesting. The big boss of this area is a flying unit. Alright, so at least now I think I have a good idea of where to place Eben. Basically where I had Thorns, a little north of that, maybe to the right. Because he needs to be able to nuke the big stuff. That's the one main thing I'm concerned about. And I do think Shalom was a good idea because his S2 can actually hit aerial units. I just... Lucky for me, I was just thinking, well, maybe if the boss gets near here, I can use his S2 to nuke it, since his
I've
S2
finished
will
tuning.
focus on a single
I may
target.
perform now. To tremble in my music is your honor.
To kill and to be killed. To do battle. Far too many plays have been pinned on these themes.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves.
I think this might be good here.
Shall I open? Shut up, or else!
'Tis but a flash in the drift of time.
Stronger than as doleful as a clarinet.
Yeah, ignore that guy, please, Eben.
Let's just get this done with.
Let's begin. Agony, ever etched on our hearts.
Surely you're
There we are.
serious.
Alright, good. Yeah, that is the boss.
A knife, a life. How do I gotta waste my precious time on the likes of you third-rate amateurs?
Shall I open? Get out right now!
Eben's not going to survive that much longer.
Doleful as a clarinet.
It was worth a try.
Very well.
At least Thorns is helping out too.
Made up your mind?
I guess I didn't even need Silver Ash. Thorns handles it.
Made up your mind?
What the? Oh, so minimalist. Quick, minimalist, destroy yourself.
What are you planning? Art thou mine worthy enemy, or art thou not but a jester?
I've not leveled him in the least, so I'm pretty sure this is not going to work, but I just think it's funny that I can have him defeat himself. Oh, he can't be blocked? What?
I am aware. Don't push me.
The performance will begin soon, but it seems our audience can't contain themselves. Faster tempo.
Yeah, he's going the long way around, so I'm pretty sure we're in good shape here. Eben, ignore anything that's not minimalist. We're going to need you to nuke him. See?
Faster tempo.
Good ol' Eben.
What are you planning?
And there we go. Beat him. Now that you mention this, it's starting to ring a bell. A few years ago, I participated in a couple dome design contests with him and Catch. Master Finch had just left not too long before that, and our Rising New Stars both wanted to prove themselves with dome renovation plans. Catch was an insistent one of the meetings, kept selling his ideas and the advantages of his design. As for Stitch, all he ever did was lay his on the table before staying aside. It seemed like he'd rather we see his ideas for ourselves rather than waste his energy explaining them. Some preferred Catch's detailed way, while others acknowledged Stitch's confidence, even egoism towards his own worth. Both of them were undoubtedly rising stars. This rivalry continued for several years, and neither of them was truly able to obtain the recognition of the majority and get his designs passed, until one day Stitch just stopped showing up. Finch actually brought up to me back when he was still around. He told me he was worried about students' future. Those problems you can fix by talking sense. Those problems you can fix by talking sense to him. He has to think. Oh, those aren't things you can by talking sense to him. He has to think things through himself and set his ego aside. Only then will he hear another opinion. Otherwise, forget Catch. Not even someone strong Gavial could do anything about him. Not even if Gavial really wanted to help him from the bottom of our heart. If there was a way around it, Finch would have tried a long time ago. But who knows? Catch and Gavial couldn't be more different personality-wise. If the two of them try to help them together, a miracle might just happen. Ah, these are Zumama's friends. It's such a pain when I just can't wreck them. Okay, you guys knew Zama, right? I'm a friend. Zumama, current identity friend, Gabriel, told us we can't. Zumama told us we cannot hurt Gabriel. We will not hurt Gabriel. What? Ah, saw you guys chumming together and thought you were really hitting it off. Expect mentioning your name to actually do something. Gah. I guess that boss battle was to represent Minimalist, Stitch trying to simply run away from his problems. Tell me surrounded, won't you? You cannot allow citizens to come to harm. Relax, I'm taking where it needs to be. Understood, we shall trust, we shall help. Out of my way. Stitch Canvas, I got something to ask you. I have nothing more to say to you. You said plenty, but in the end, do you hate the people of Xerxia? Nah, you didn't have to answer. If you hated them, you wouldn't have stayed on the should have stayed on the surface after you made it there. You could have hid the danger your tribe's facing. But you told us anyway. You didn't want to fix the dome, but you couldn't just give this place up. That's why you brought Tomimi and Inam here. Yeah, so what? Just curious. Have you ever talked to the ones who voted against you and asked them why they didn't like your proposal? Well, no. Yeah, I thought so. Just like you definitely haven't told anyone stuff that you just said. And actually, you haven't even told me how you really feel. I know, some things are difficult to bring up. I have a lot of patients who'd rather die than open up. They don't want to make trouble for people. They don't think anyone understands them or are too stubborn to actually say it. You name it, I've seen it. But whatever the deal is, if you keep it to yourself all the way till the day you die, no one's gonna know. And I'm not gonna say you've done anything wrong, but I need you to give it a shot. I really feel, not even I know how I feel anymore. Then I gotta at least hold up. Gava, wait, please. Catch, what are you doing here? Form's dead silent. All the Durans are attentively listening to Avdokia's tell her story. Though her story starts off warm, it slowly deteriorates into something more sinister as it progresses. When the story gets going, the audience holds a collective breath, only to her to explain she survived, selling collective sigh of relief. Did you die? Unfortunately, yes, but I lived. Hardships, but that's only where it starts. The beginning of hardships, tribulations. She goes through much more. She recounts it. When I reached the end of the cave. For a minute, I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Had it not been a golden, shining lift, I would have mistaken it for a staircase carrying me to death. At that moment, I even felt joy. I thought my hardship was coming to an end. I thought I could enjoy every moment of respite within death's embrace. I never expected the lift would open a door to a new life. And that was everything I went through before I made it underground. This is the life on the surface I can share with you. This is hardly what we call a wonderful one. Looking back, it isn't as hard as I remember it. Anyways, I'm sure the smarter ones among you already know what I'm getting at. It's true. Based on discussions, we've arrived at 3 possible solutions to the problem. First, we can evacuate from the tunnels. According to calculations, even if we start right now as quickly as we can, we will likely only be able to evacuate 70% before the explosion. This is the plan we're going with. We're going to start immediately without delay. The second plan would require us to immediately use all our resources to excavate in the opposite direction of the tunnel. In other words, dig towards the hole on the other side to open up a safe shelter for a temporary refuge. As stands, this gives a higher survival rate than the previous one, but the tunnel's only connection to the other cities. The disaster will destroy most of our facilities. Under those circumstances, let's not mention the issue whether this newly excavated shelter will be able to help everyone's city. Even if we manage to save everyone, it's questionable whether we'd last much longer after the disaster strikes. And third, it takes us to the surface itself. The industrial representative estimates that after a short extension, the lift will be able to take everyone, the city, to the caves above before the explosion happens. The guests who arrived not long ago are the lands directly above Zurza. The area is a lush rainforest named Akahala, and as their administrators, they are willing to provide all Zurzians a living space and another assistance. Then, when the crisis is over, after we settle down, we can choose to return to this piece or make other arrangements. So far, the third proposal carries the least risk and is is most likely to keep everyone alive. However, we must make a decision that might be unprecedented for Dern people. We must head for the surface. That's also another reason I'm telling my story. We still have other options, and I don't want influence your decision. I think it's a little late for that, buddy. Allow my story to help you determine for yourselves. Per usual, we'll vote in 10 minutes. I have something I need to talk to Stitch about. Alright. Stitch, isn't it just perfect that you're in charge of the dome? You're the design representative, everyone loves you. With the charge of the in charge of dome design, everyone's gonna be happy with the result. As rival we have for years, you've won it, fair and square. Oh, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to say goodbye. What? You see, I've only been acting design representative as Master Finch left us, and after the burden, I gradually began to think maybe my skills weren't up to the task. Actually, I've been thinking about leaving to look for Master Finch. I mean, he's the only one who can really be our design representative. After I'm gone, as his disciple, you're the most suitable one to take up the job. I just went back to the design department and handed my work over to the others, so I'm ready to get my things packed and leave. Ow. Well, I heard we're all going to the surface. I caught up his speech and I passed by the former now. I'm sure the proposal will end up passing. Master Finch should be hiding out in some other Durin city. That's why, while it's still possible, I want to settle down the one next door before I figure out my next steps. Sorry, buddy, I probably won't get to help with the dome's design. You think I'd be happy about this? Of course not. But I really think you're up to the task. All you need is a chance to let people get to know you. Seriously. How dare you? In his anger, Stitch raises his fist, but it stops in tracks, falling down powerlessly. I know Master Finch left because he wanted me to become independent. I know you're doing this because you want me to give it another shot. Gavial, too, I know you're doing this out of the kindness of your hearts. Of course I know. Master Finch, you, Gavial, why do you have to force me down this path? Why can't you leave me alone? Why can't you let me keep hiding? Why do you have to be so kind? Why? Catch quietly picks up the design sketch next to him and hands it to him. Because you tried so hard, so much. You can do much better now, I know it. Since when do you need a reason to be kind? Since when do you need a reason to keep someone from falling like that? Now get up. Stop crying. First you lied to my tribesmen, now you're making trouble for all kinds of people. So I'm gonna sock you. Grit your teeth, it won't hurt. Oh crap, she's doing that, fist punch meme. Stitch looks at it. I'm gonna pop you. In an instant, many things flashed through his mind. The joy he felt when listening to the lectures, the hatred he felt when his teacher left, disappointment he felt every time he walked out of the design after losing a contest. Before he knew it, whenever he looked at the dome, it was anger, not excitement. He thought the feeling was his alone, that no one could truly understand him. He did not need to be understood. But at this moment, now that he's finally learned there are those who truly want to understand and help him, he realizes perhaps it is time to set something down. He then thinks to himself, he should take this punch. Bam. Even though as he is anticipating the pain, he doesn't feel a thing. He looks down to find a fist-sized pit in the table. Ah, now you're scared? Relax, my fist's only for the bad guys. You're not a bad guy, you're just a knucklehead. Why should I beat you up? You're the knucklehead. Well, look at you. You're in such a good mood you can still talk back, huh? So how bad? I want to come along now? Fine. Okay, let's proceed with the voting. If you're for the first proposal, a sparse. Those with their hands up appear very calm, as though they made up their minds, even though they know there won't be many people voting. After he knows that those who would vote for this proposal are always the ones willing to give their lives. Record keeper, please record the number of votes for the first proposal. Okay, now put your hands down. If you're for second, raise your hand. This time there was a lot more. Some even have their balls in them. Most of them have rather sturdy builds, undoubtedly very confident in their excavation skills. Record keeper, please vote the number of votes. And okay, put your hands down. If you're voting for the third, please raise your hand. Form's dead silent. No one has their hand up. She knows this outcome is only to be expected. Hanging the surface is a big decision. Her speech alone could hardly be enough to persuade them. She looks at the Durns whispering themselves. She knows that the story has no effect. The Durns are not afraid. All they need is opportunity. They need a push. She also feels guilt. The old her would definitely been leading opposition to moving the surface, but now she's doing the Durns' work for us. Her guilty feelings quickly disappear and knows as she what. I have a few things to add about going to the surface. Akuland is a humid rainforest. It's hot there no matter the time of the year. Even without any temperature control, we should be able to used to life there. Besides, Aquila is rich in lake water resources and home to a natural waterfall. In other words, it's an all-natural great aqua pit. Furthermore, it also has a large amount of mineral resources. If we wish to, we can build a new city there. Of course, we also have Pride. A new landmark will once again be put smiles on every... Also have the Pride. A new landmark will once again put smiles on everyone's faces. So we'll have to discuss this with the leader before we can make a decision. And then we'll agree to it. Gavel? Hey, Abdoyle, look what I brought here. Oh, it's Stitch. I see you guys are pretty much done with the discussion, so the dome repair is next, right? Guess I came at the right time. Came at a terrible time. Alright, I may not be your leader of Akula, but let me say this on our behalf. Akula welcomes y'all. Hey, get off the stage. I got more to say. No way. Someone being friendly. True, Gavel and the surface dwellers are all interesting. But besides, they're not only kind, they're strong too. Making friends sounds like a fine idea. I think so. They got bigger, great Aquapin and Akahula. What could be better? Let's calm down, though. This is going to affect the future of the whole Dern race. There's nothing wrong with that future, though. I know what you mean, yeah. Even though a lot of bad things happen on the surface, we've always heard. But if those bad things shaped her in the kind of person she is, I don't think there's anything to be afraid of. I heard rumors that stranger things are still running on the surface. Gaviel didn't have much time and effort spent to prepare for this moment. But if they decide to stay down here because they had to butt in. I just look around, they seem to be looking forward to it, they're going to vote for. You persuaded them already. How can you always be so optimistic? By the way, how is Stitch doing? He says he's willing to give it a shot. Oh, where'd he go? Saw him on the forum, that's what I'm asking. Look at him now, it looks like he's really going to do it. Let's give him a hand then, shall we? The crowd of the forum's bubbling talk of going to service. This seems to have nothing to do with them. He should have gone inside with Gaviel. He's never been comfortable with a situation like this to begin with, but he stays where he is. He knows he isn't afraid. He knows there's an urge inside him to say something, but he has no idea how to begin. Right, I have a piece of regrettable news I forgot to share. After he learned of Azur's impending disaster, our design representative, Catch, has decided to resign from his position and will part ways with us for the moment. He's going to seek out the previous design representative, and whose whereabouts are unknown. I understand and respect his decision. Furthermore, before he left, he appointed the disciple, Stitch, to take his position. And I know better than anyone, Stitch is a talented architect, this is why I accept the request. Now let's invite him up here to say a few words. Stitch, the floor is yours. I'm aware you don't really know who I am, just teacher's the famous Finch canvas. My style is very different from my teacher's. He's more about resisting materialism. Mine's leaning toward... Sorry, that's not what I want to say. I want to say the proposal, the one going to the service. I know it's not an easy decision to make, but I think it's the safest option available. If we choose this plan, we still have time to address our doomed city. Not much I can do, but I'm willing to spend the last bit of time we have here to plan to repair the dome. And if at all possible, I want to make the dome even sturdier. Even though it's impossible to keep the active originium vein from exploding, that should buy us some time. So please, everyone, let's head to the surface. I'm sure my teacher would have wanted to. Master Edge, I said something wrong. No, you did very well. Well, good kid, I knew he could do it. Very well, then, let's take the votes again for the third proposal. As those Stitch's speech unify their opinions, the next moment, the Durns start raising their hands one by one. All of them are chanting something different. Stitch is unable to make it out, but can barely hear someone complimenting him. He notices on a platform high above the distance. Catch is faintly waving, seemingly congratulate him. It feels as though the current suddenly surges through him. For the first time, he realizes just how exhilarating it feels to be acknowledged. That was an interesting surprise, having him just pop out of there. When HP drops 0, Stitch will appear and be stunned for a time. He's not listed here, but from what I could tell, he can't be blocked, which is unfortunate, but the good news, at least, is that I can nuke him still, and that's why Eben is such a wonderful thing to have. Let's gather all my rewards while we're here. Backyard garage. New items, hey? 9 pieces of gear. Alright, looks good to me. Wait, recycling yard. Extra equipment will be based to LMD. I'll do that later then. Alright, looks like the final area. A few days later, Stitch is working hard at the forum again today. Just like the journey to the surface, the dressing the city is a task that requires the supervision of all citizens. And as the face of the city, the dome's renovation is naturally the most important task, which is why it's also necessary that design tasks be done in the forum where everyone can see. And as Master Edge claims, it also saves time. That darn old man, he's definitely having me do this because he thinks it's funny. Noticing Edge's smudged look below, he himself immediately incensed. However, not even he himself expected to adapt so quickly to these work conditions. When he has to take questions from the passers-by, he has to hear opinions. And even when he stands up and defends his beliefs in argument, no, that actually carries much pressure as he thought he would. With Edge grinning away, Stitch is sufficiently irritated, but he also knows that people must be thinking about him, just like how they must know what he's thinking. This will run his more arguments than I could put past a few days. Just because someone dared to give him some feedback, he had to argue for the better part of the day. Still, the work he's turning in is impeccable. And Sharon don't know where in the world you've bumped off to, but you can rest easy now. Oh, right. Stitch, what is I'm working here? Somebody found a letter at the top of the dome while I was being inspected. Letter? Yep, it's for you. No way. I'm Finch Canvas, the greatest architectural designer. I placed this letter on the top of the dome. I'm sure the one who opens it will be the next person to renovate it. I hope it's my dear student. This letter's for him. However, if you're not, and please do not give him this letter, as that would mean he's failed. Sorry, Catch. Only one more like you. Everyone's personality is different. I can understand the way you think, too. All I can say is if I found out a little sooner, maybe things would turn out different. You're allowed to stay, you know. It's fine. Come on, we're still not too late to make you the welfare for this event. Feels like I did something terrible to you. Not all, Elysium, I do appreciate your suggestion. So I made this decision to give him the push at first, but I also really do want to seek out Master Finn. I'm sure he'll be happy to see how Stitch is doing. Well, you made it plenty hard for me to know what to say here. Speaking of which, it sounds like Master Finch really cares about his student. I have a hunch he might have gone back to the surface to seek a cure or apathy. After I leave, I'll do my best to track him down too. Perhaps he'll one day find his way to Rhodes Island. Oh, now there's a plan. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah, we'll meet again. And I know I want to help out when we finally rebuild the city. When that time comes, I'm going to work together with Stitch to put together some amazing designs. Like a statue of me? Maybe not that. Shame. First, I must apologize for my departure. But if I had not left, knowing you, you'd have never become truly independent. Alright, truth be told, if I just say I wouldn't have known how to stop caring for you. You have a gift. More empathy has greatly limited your lifespan, at the same time it's made you see life in a more profound way. Thanks to this, your style is greatly transformed. For the better, even. I can tell. Here we go, let's pull together. Our job today is blow all the caverns in this area. You hear that, Yogi? Yes, brother. Yo, did you have to start working this early? What are you talking about, Inum? This is a mission Gavin herself gave us herself. She saved my life. If I could, I would dig through the earth to meet her right now. Check how she's doing. She's still alive and kicking. She'll be alive and kicking well after you're dead. Ah, that's for sure. Right, I'll be leaving tomorrow for the Parsha to discuss her lore, your business. So starting tomorrow, Zumama's in charge. Got it? How about I come with you then? You say Pasha is a pain to deal with? For you, yeah. The Pasha would grind you till there's nothing left. Don't worry, I haven't been a messenger all these years for nothing. Alright, Zumama, I will leave this to you. Don't worry. We've installed the Mountain Breaker MK3 on the Raging Ironhide. That'll put efficiency up threefold. You can even leave me to this whole place to me. Sometimes I feel like you're even scarier than Gabriel. At the same time, this has made your style more and more extreme. The more you stood firm in your style, the more you displeased working with others. This worries me. By the way, Abdai, what are you going to do once you make it to the surface? What else can I do? Can't believe I'll settle down to life on land just because of the speech I gave. Once the rest is rebuilt, I will be back. Is there a problem? Right, actually, this only just came back to me, but I made a promise to Enum. We agreed that if I ever went to the surface, I would do business, and she'd also introduce me to a place called Rhodes Island. But I don't know much about the surface, so I told her you'd be our middleman, so I could learn from you. So that mean sold me to her? I'm sorry, but I really want to try doing dirt business on the surface. Please help me out. Broke a diamond face. Didn't I tell you not to drink? I'm really sorry. When aloofness yields no result, it only devolves into misconception. It tells you that it isn't your fault others don't understand you. It tells you that others are in the wrong for not understanding your work. Sometimes that can be further than the truth. You can, of course, hold on the way you think. However, if your line of thought is really fine and exquisite, shouldn't you try your best to share it all the more? Phew, this pillar will look just fine here. I didn't expect them to revenate the form, too. Durns are a thorough bunch, aren't they? Jovial. You realize you're making history. Is that right? Durans have lived underground for ages without making large-scale effort at communicating with the world to the surface. Yet your choices have persuaded an entire city to relocate the surface all at once. Who would have thought that Koala would be the first place to know such an intimate level of exchange between Durand City and its people? And when the future generations look back, it'll probably never occur to them all this happened because of an offhand idea you came with. Huh. Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Of course there's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying is history was always like that, Gavil. It might have been an accident that the Durans were able to put roots underground, too. This goes to show perhaps history is nothing to be revered or feared, just like the Akulan traditions that you so easily destroyed. I'm not so sure about that. I think people who know their history are pretty great. Like Dr. Calcit, she knows history like the back of her hand. Calcit, I count the number of times we've dealt with each other on one hand. She might be the one person in the whole world who takes history the lightest. Is that right? Of course, I suspect the way she goes about it might be a kind of even be a kind of helplessness. The kind that comes from knowing nothing can be done. Now then, let's change the subject. Tsunama told me that you wavered in your decision, but you persist with it nonetheless. Do you plan to continue doing as such? Yeah, I mean, they already told me they helped me. Speaking of which, you gonna stick with us till the end, right, old man? Oh, look at you. You wouldn't even give an old man a break. It's probably obvious that I'm very happy researching technology with you, Tsunama. But did you know the longer you live, the harder it is to find direction? I'm not sure I get it. Well, that's good. That's what I like about you. Keep going down the path you're on. I'm curious how far you'll make it. So how come you're back here to talk with me instead of following Zumam around? Naturally, that's because she kicked me out. She kicked me out. I told her the Duran machines are nowhere as cute as Big Ugly Thing, and she got all mad at me. How could you be so protective of her new friends? Now I'm mad too. Oh. There's certain things you'll never understand until you experience them yourself, so I'm leaving you with a problem. Until you become the next design representative, until you persuade all of us the work is profound meaning within, I'll leave your side. You're not allowed to come look for me. We're architects and our job is to provide designs that satisfy the masses. You'll come to understand the greatest challenge you'll ever face, not a design flaw, not a construction problem, but rather something as simple as being persuasive. Whoa, tell me, feel that? Yeah, it's shaking. I'm surprised we can still feel it, even though we've taken the lift all the way up here. There's some huge tremors. Oh, but all those roots have made to the surface, every last one of them. Yeah, everyone's doing a great job. You okay? I told you to drop the tough act, but you had to be the last one to leave the city. What inspiration can you get from watching it crumble away? You understand, even if I told you, that was the final moment of the entire city. It's simply overwhelmed with emotion. Master, this might be impossibly difficult, but I'll give it my best shot. And well, what are you mumbling to yourself? He looks exhausted. Well, can you blame him? He's been working really hard. Not only did he actually manage to design the thing, he went to the construction site every day and insisted on being the last one out. And a while back, I wouldn't have expected him to be such a responsible guy. Yeah, I'm starting to see him in a different light, too. Alright, let's go. We're the last ones. Everyone's waiting for us. How come Gavin isn't back yet? She didn't get into trouble, did she? Don't jinx it. She's here. Now, where is Avdoya? I'm eager to see the waterfall. You could go on ahead. Now, that won't do. How do you say this? Historic moment. Large crowd of Durans and have gathered in front of the mine, all waiting for the last group to ride the elevator to the surface. Waiting for her usual smile, Gavel steps out with Stitch in tow. She raises her right hand and greets the crowd, all of whom are beaming. Today is such a good day, everyone. Let's head to the lake for some fun. Oh, she's carrying Duran. I didn't realize that at first till I saw his hair streaks. Before she can finish her sentence, the crowd's already up in tears. Today, alcohol is a tad bit more lively than before. And in the future, it might get even livelier. Really nice splash art. And that is all for the event story. I really like that one. It was a bit more of a lighthearted and fun story, and I think the game could use some more of those. They're really nice for a break from the usual depressing pace the usual event stories has. I mean, Eben's event was genuinely heartbreaking. But I am going to call the stream here. Alright. Alright, then in that case, thank you for watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.